Chapter 801, Mysterious Blood Formation. Who the fuck are you? John asked, his tone containing no respect at all. The man before him turned red in the face with anger, seemingly unable to contain his emotions from John's lack of respect. You little bastard. Not only do you gravely injure my daughter, but you also dare to address me, the vice-clan leader of the Starforge clan, in such a manner. Men have died for less, the man roared while revealing his true identity. Vice-clan leader? John chimed in surprise while raising an eyebrow. He had no idea that Vivian's father had such an elevated position in the Starforge clan, and only assumed her father to be a high-status elder. The man's enraged expression was quickly replaced with a smug and haughty one, as if John's expression was what he was expecting from the start. Yes, and now that you know my status, as well as the status of my daughter, I'm sure you realize the situation you're in. Let her go, and I'll forget this whole ordeal, as I'm sure it was a misunderstanding. But if you dare to harm her further, the man's voice trailed off, leaving the silent threat more than apparent. John laughed lightly as he heard the man's promise. He knew the nature of the Starforge clan, and knew he would never be forgiven for this. The promise was only made so that Vivian could live, and once she escaped, the vice-clan leader would no doubt hunt John to the end of the earth. Unfortunately, I cannot accept that offer. You see, your precious daughter here just tried to have me killed, and quite brutally, I might add, so I cannot just let that slide. John replied with an exasperated tone, as if his hands were tied and he had no choice in the matter. The man's smug expression faded away as a frown appeared on his face, and his eyes lit up shortly afterwards. Now I remember where I saw your face, the vice-clan leader exclaimed. You're the prime disciple of the Honorable Alliance. So, what of it? John replied, not surprised that he would be recognized. His bounty, which contained a very detailed image of his face, was most likely posted over the entire continent by now. Young man, your Honorable Alliance and my Starforge clan have a very close relationship, one that would be gravely harmed should you take any bold action here. You better think twice about your next move, or you could irreparably harm that relationship, the man warned gravely. Why should I care about that? From the rumors I've recently heard, your clan has allied yourself with the Forbidden Alliance, so the relationship is already worth shit, John rebuked the man. The man's expression changed for a brief instant, as if he were not expecting to hear that. John smiled slightly as he spotted this, which was silent confirmation of what Cadden had told him in the Jade Dragon Empire realm. That's not true at all. Our clan has always been a neutral power. The man denied the accusation, to which John shrugged his shoulders in an uncaring manner, as if he didn't care one way or another for the truth. The man's expression darkened again, but he did his best to calm his rage as he spoke out once more. What do you want for my daughter's safety? Even if she tried to target you, I'm sure there was a misunderstanding in that as well. I'm sure we can come to some sort of agreement. The man asked John, as if he were truly sincere with the offer. A thoughtful expression appeared on John's face as he fell silent for a moment, but he shook his head sideways after a short pause. No thanks. I'm sure this formation on your daughter has some sort of tracking mechanism, and you're just stalling for time. You've probably already sent people my way, who should be arriving before long, John replied, to which the man's expression darkened greatly. Seems like I hit the nail on the head. John smiled as he saw the man's expression. Young man, if you dare harm my daughter further, I will destroy you, your friends, your family, and every single thing that's even remotely linked to you. By the time I'm done, the world won't even remember your existence. The man roared, finally giving up his facade as he could tell it was useless. Good luck with that, John scoffed mockingly as he pointed towards Vivian's chest with his finger and sent out a thin yet powerful beam of lightning. Father, Vivian exclaimed in fear as the beam slammed into her chest. You brat, you are dead, the man roared, but was silenced as his hologram disappeared, as the lightning beam had struck the formation disc on Vivian's chest beneath her robe, destroying it. After the figure of her father faded away, Vivian's face turned completely white as she finally realized the gravity of the situation she was in. "Please spare me. I'll do anything," Vivian cried out in panicked fear while tears streamed down her face. A thoughtful expression appeared on John's face as if he was considering the request, and he nodded his head after a short pause. "Fine, I'll let you go if you answer one question," John said, to which Vivian nodded her head vigorously. "Anything," she exclaimed. "That guard of yours mentioned your clan is working on something that disgusted him to his core. What was he talking about?" John asked, trying to uncover the truth. Hesitation appeared on Vivian's fearful face as she heard this, as if she couldn't reveal the secrets of what John was asking about. "Then die," John said, exasperation as he pointed at her once again. Wait, I'll tell you everything I know," Vivian cried out in deathly fear. "Speak, I'm in a rush," John said with a cold expression on his face. I don't know much, but I know my clan is working on some sort of formation. A formation that requires blood," they exclaimed. "A demon summoning formation?" John asked with a frown on his face as he thought back to the Bloodfiend sect and how they had summoned that frightful demon. No, it's something different. I'm not sure exactly what it does, but it's not a summoning formation," Vivian exclaimed quickly. "Please, that's truly all I know. Now let me go, as you promised." A frown lingered on John's face as he gauged the truth of her words and figured she was most likely telling the truth. With time being of the essence, he didn't have time to carefully interrogate her. As for taking her with them, he was sure the Starforge clan could track her location somehow, so that was out of the question as well. "Fine, I believe you," John said as he removed his foot from her chest and turned around. A deep sigh of relief escaped Vivian's lips as she felt the embrace of death leave her, but her eyes widened with absolute fear as she spotted Kyrie, now in his human form, pointing towards her head, lightning crackling on his fingertip. "Wait, you said you would let me go," Vivian cried out. "I did, and I'm letting you go. As for what my friend does, that's none of my concern," John said as he glanced over his shoulder at her, his eyes cold and emotionless, as if her death meant nothing to him. "Ah!" A fearful wail boomed out from Vivian as she tried to get up to flee. Boom! Lightning blasted out for a short moment, illuminating the area briefly before silence returned to the land. John stared at Vivian's location, which was now nothing but charred ash, her body completely gone. He waved his hand, scattering her ashes in all directions, leaving no trace of her demise. "Chapter 802 Recompense, let's go," John said to Kyrie as he took out his flying ship, which the two quickly boarded. The ship took to the sky and shot forward, disappearing from the area with haste. As the ship sped forward, John took out a jade piece he had and inspected it closely, at which point a map appeared in his mind. The jade piece was gifted to him by Kaz and was a very detailed map of most of the divine Martial Continent, which was very expensive and very hard to come by. The divine Martial Continent was absolutely staggering in size, and it was impossible to include all the details contained within. As such, the map detailed the most important locations, particularly the lands controlled by the various factions and races, the most powerful clans and sects, and any natural places of note. The map was divided into 7 sections, each colored slightly different than the other. The sections marked the areas controlled by the different factions and races, with the barbarians, fairies, beasts, and monster races all controlling a different section of the divine Martial Continent. The fairies controlled the northernmost section of the continent, most of which was perpetually covered in ice and snow. To the south and east, the fairies were the beasts, which were located on the other side of a continent dividing mountain range. The land occupied by the beast race was mostly forested and wild. The farthest east reaches of the continent was controlled the monster race, which was a deathly area covered mostly in swamps, barren mountains, and dark forests. The southeast portion of the continent was controlled by the barbarian race, which was a large swath of plain-like land, which was mostly flat and also barren. The southernmost part of the continent was controlled by the Forbidden Alliance, which was collectively controlled by the various powers of the Alliance. Next to the Forbidden Alliance was the only neutral land of the divine Martial Continent, which was occupied by powers such as the Starforge clan and Astral Empire. Finally, the land controlled by the Honorable Alliance and all the allied powers bordered the neutral land. They controlled most of the western reaches of the continent. These 7 sections were divided relatively equally, and most except for the fairies and barbarians spanned from the oceans at the edge of the continent towards the center, stopping just short of the Divine Source Monastery and the Divine Wall. John inspected this map for a moment before putting it away. With how far the Starforge clan is from this location, they should take at least an hour to arrive. We'll be long gone by then, John said to Kyrie, and then walked over towards one of the rooms within the ship and opened the door. Oh, and make sure to not touch anything. This ship is set on the fastest route for the Divine Source Monastery. John instructed Kyrie before entering the room and closing the door behind him. Kyrie confirmed, although he was slightly bummed about not being able to fly the ship. The room John entered was a bedroom, luxurious beyond compare. While Heaven Tribulation cultivators did not need to eat or sleep to survive, John felt fatigue wash over him from the battle and fell onto the comfortable bed and quickly fell into a deep sleep. Silence returned to the valley in which John had battled, which remained that way for an hour before a flying ship suddenly appeared, in line with John's guess. 3 powerful world expansion cultivators quickly stepped out of the ship and flew about. They inspected the area closely for some time, their frowns deepening as they found nothing. After a short while, one of the cultivators took out a long-range transmission disc and sent a message through it. Shortly after, they boarded the ship and left, returning peace and quiet to the valley once more. In a location far away from where John was, there was a majestic and picturesque mountain range. The mountains climbed dozens of miles tall, with snow-capped peaks gradually shifting to verdurous forests as the elevation dropped, with waterfalls crashing down, eventually leading to crystal blue rivers meandering through the mountain valleys. A light mist lingered in the valleys, giving the place an ethereal glow. Within this mountain range were thousands of grand buildings, some located in the valleys, some on the mountainsides, and some resting on the very tips of the tall mountains. Each of the buildings were more grand and ornate than the last, most which used a regal purple as the primary color, which was the signature color of the Starforge clan. Powerful formations were visible everywhere, ranging from short and long-range transportation formations, barrier formations, and everything in between. The Starforge clan seemed to be an immortal paradise, living up to its reputation as one of the most powerful and important clans on the divine Martial Continent. Raya! A roar of anger suddenly erupted, breaking the paradisiacal feeling of the place. The roar had come from one of the regal palaces located on the top of one of the tallest mountains and had attracted the attention of all the members within the clan grounds. A man suddenly appeared in the air before the temple and immediately summoned a massive and grand flying ship. He entered the ship with utmost haste, which sped off immediately. That was the vice-clan leader. One of the Starforge clan members chimed up. I wonder what's got him in such an angered rush. Another nearby member chimed in, as discussions of what had happened quickly spread throughout the clan. Boom. 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 A formation barrier lit up, stopping a powerful barrage of attacks that blasted against it. While the attacks were stopped, the whole of Alliance City was alerted, as the attacks trembled everything within. What's going on? Is someone trying to attack our Alliance City? No way. Who is powerful enough to do that? Then what's going on exactly? Discussions quickly broke out within Alliance City as to what was going on, while a lone figure quickly appeared at the location on the attacks, standing within the safety of the formation barrier surrounding the city. Upon the figure's arrival, the attacks ceased, as if they were made to draw forth this particular individual. To attack the capital of my alliance with such disregard, either you have lost your mind, or you were desperate to get my attention. Which is it, Taoist Starblade? The alliance leader of the Honorable Alliance asked curiously. It's Vice Clan leader now. The Vice Clan leader of the Starforge clan corrected the alliance leader, his expression gloomy and angered. Is that so? Then congratulations on your promotion, the alliance leader said with a warm smile on his face, ignoring the man's gloomy expression. I did not come here to exchange pleasantries, the Vice Clan leader replied angrily. Then what have you come here for, and in such a brash manner? The alliance head asked. I've come here for your prime disciple. He's attacked my daughter and has either captured her or murdered her. I demand his head in recompense. Chapter 803 Blood demands blood. The warm smile on the alliance head's face faded away into a frown, his eyes turning cold at the same time. It was a look rarely seen on the alliance head's face, who was known to be very friendly almost all the time. The Vice Clan leader felt a shiver crawl up his spine for a brief moment as he saw the expression, but ignored it and remained firm in his words and stance. To think someone like you has the gall to come to my alliance and demand such a thing. Either you've gone mad with age, or the Starforge clan is getting bolder these days, the alliance head replied, no warmth or friendliness in his voice at all. Blood demands blood. Your prime disciple moved against my daughter, and so retaliation is only natural, the Vice Clan leader replied firmly, standing his ground. Blood demands blood, the alliance head repeated. In that case, why don't we talk about the actions of your young master within the Jade Dragon Empire realm? Cadden, if I recall his name correctly. The alliance head had received a full briefing from many who had entered the realm, and knew about Cadden's siding with the enemy powers. They knew Adam had let him go, but did not know the true reason, and most assumed it was that he was too timid to outright kill the future leader of the Starforge clan. While the alliance head did not know the truth, he was smart enough to figure out what John and Adam were up to, and had as such not demanded justice from the Starforge clan, and instead had left it to John and Adam to clean up as they saw fit. Naturally, the Starforge clan itself sent Cadden to the Jade Dragon Empire realm to leech opportunities, but also make alliances with the young masters of the enemy powers as well. They saw the shifting winds approaching, and had silently decided to ally themselves with those powers, although they had not outright declared it. The Vice Clan leader's face scrunched up as he heard this, and he became lost for words as he tried to think of how to reply. I believe your young master killed dozens, if not more, of my honorable alliance disciples. If blood demands blood, then it's only reasonable that your young master pays his blood debt in full as well, the alliance head replied. A grimace appeared on the Vice Clan leader's face for a moment as he heard this. Cadden was the future of the Starforge clan, and no harm could be allowed to fall on him, even at the cost of his own daughter. Alliance head, there are larger matters at hand here. While our Starforge clan has many options to align ourselves with, can the same be said for the Honorable Alliance? Your list of allies grows thin, and in the Department of Trade and Formations, can you truly afford to lose us? The Vice Clan leader said, threatening ceasing trade with them as a consequence. Just as he threatened with ceasing trade, another figure materialized next to the Alliance head. The Vice Clan leader inspected the newcomer and frowned as he saw who it was. Taoist Starblade, the newcomer greeted, although there was no friendliness in their greeting. You've become quite bold to threaten the Honorable Alliance head himself. Trade Master, what are you doing here? The Vice Clan leader spat out, his animosity with the Trade Master of the Mystic Trade Hall clear. The Mystic Trade Hall dabbled in many more areas of trade than the Starforge clan, but also dealt in formation crafting and trade. While they were not as good as the Starforge clan, they were still comparable in quality. Combined with the fact that the Mystic Trade Hall also dealt in other trade ventures, they were both more powerful and wealthy than the Starforge clan when it came to influence on the continent. As such, the two powers saw each other as rivals, and staunch ones at that. What am I doing here? The Trade Master repeated with amusement, as if he found it funny that the Vice Sect leader felt himself of equal status and worthy of asking of his intentions. Normally, I wouldn't reveal such things, But since you just mentioned ceasing trade with the Honorable Alliance, I might as well tell you, the trade master replied as he glanced at the Alliance head, who nodded in approval to reveal their dealings. His gaze shifted back to the vice sect leader. To be honest, I was just leaving when you arrived, the trade master continued. You see, I've recently come to find the Honorable Alliance quite pleasing to deal with, and as such, have struck up an exclusive trade agreement with them. From this day on, the Honorable Alliance shall be our foremost trade partner in all ventures, formations, and otherwise. What? The vice sect leader of the Starforge clan exclaimed in both shock and anger. The Mystic Trade Hall had been a neutral trading power for tens of thousands of years, and had never brokered such an agreement or alliance with another power. Have you gone mad? The vice sect leader spat out angrily. It seems you are the one who has gone mad, Taoist Starblade, the trade master replied calmly. You came here to the Honorable Alliance demanding the head of their prime disciple, even after the recent actions of your clan's young master. The boldness of the Starforge clan had grown out of control, as of late it appears. The vice sect leader grit his teeth, frustrated at the unexpected turn of events. His gaze shifted back to the Alliance head, who had remained silent for a short while. Our prime disciple is quite a reasonable young man, and would never harm someone without being targeted first. So if he did indeed take action against your daughter, I have no doubt that whatever happened, your daughter deserved it without question, the Alliance head said, his words causing the vice sect leader to open his mouth to protest. However, a chilling aura softly emanated from the Alliance head as he narrowed his eyes at the man. I'll hear no more of this issue. John is our prime disciple and is untouchable by the likes of your clan. Think of your daughter's fate as payment for your young master's actions. Now leave before my hospitality runs out, the Alliance head concluded, his threat firm and sincere. The vice clan leader gritted his teeth in anger and frustration, and stared at the two for a moment before summoning his flying ship once more. He turned and boarded it, and glanced over his shoulder one last time. I hope you two don't regret this decision of yours, he growled threateningly, entered his ship, and sped off into the distance. The two powerful cultivators watched the ship leave, and then glanced at each other with conflicted expressions. Sigh, the Alliance head sighed. If even the Starforge clan is getting so bold, then it seems that they have already made their secret alliances, he mused. Indeed, it appears the shifting winds will soon lead to all-out war, much sooner than anticipated, the trade master agreed. No power will remain neutral in such a large conflict. And so you've decided to align yourself with us, the Alliance head asked with a curious smile. According to common knowledge, the Forbidden Alliance, monster race, and barbarian race are seen as the most powerful force in the war to come, and will most likely reign supreme at the end. Heth, we both know that may have been true previously, but the shifting winds have brought in an unknown variable, one with the potential to change the course of the upcoming war single-handedly, the trade master replied, while the Alliance head smiled, as it was clear who they were talking about, and was also the single reason the trade master chose to ally with the Honorable Alliance despite the apparent odds. You said you met him recently. What was your opinion of him? The Alliance head asked curiously. The trade master remained quiet for some time as he thought back to the auction. Monstrous, the outcome of the war will be determined by one thing alone, his cultivation level when the war commences. Chapter 804, Aura of the Seal. Are you sure you want to do this? Thunderson asked his adopted daughter Lillian, his face tinged with concern which he tried to hide. They were in the throne room of the Heavenly Lightning Sect. The throne flickered with lightning, filling the otherwise silent room with soft crackles. I am, Lillian nodded firmly, her eyes narrowed and determined. I have been hiding away for so long that I nearly forgot the goal I set for myself the day I fled. And that goal can only be achieved through power, and it will be my power that achieves it, no one else's. And I must also raise my strength for the day you have been planning for all these years, as I will not abandon my disciple and make him fight that battle alone. I will hide no longer. Thunderson studied his daughter's face in silence, and sighed deeply as he placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. "Then I will not stop you. Let's go," he said warmly as he strode out of the palace chamber. Lillian followed closely behind, her narrowed eyes unfocused, as if she were deep in thought, while a glimmer of hatred flickered through her eyes for a brief moment. In another location, a dimly illuminated room revealed a council of 7 elders, each seated on a chair in a circular fashion. The circle of elders surrounded 2 cultivators, each who appeared to be in their 20s. Both wore crimson clothes, the male a robe and the female an alluring and revealing dress, although the insignias on the robes were different, indicating them to be from 2 different powers. "The divine wall has not opened since before the calamity. I'm sure both of you know the importance of such an occasion. While we do not know what exists within, we cannot allow any opportunities to fall into the hands of our enemies. Now go, slaughter to your heart's desire, and claim any treasures within for your own," one of the elders instructed, to which the 2 in the middle nodded with expectant smiles. Similar scenes played out with many of the foremost powers on the divine Martial Continent, as the opening of the divine wall was a monumental occasion, so rare that none alive had ever experienced it. The opening of the wall attracted the attention of all on the continent, as both those who planned to enter, as well as those who planned to spectate whatever they could flooded towards the divine source monastery. There was not a soul on the continent who had not heard of the event, and everyone who could afford to travel there did so with utmost haste, refusing to miss the event that would surely be talked about for generations to come. John's flying ship pierced through the air like an arrow, its speed beyond shocking. The ground whizzed by in spectacular fashion, revealing sprawling chasms, towering mountains, verdant forests, barren deserts, sprawling cities, grand sects, and more. The divine Martial Continent was overwhelmingly massive, filled with more biomes than could possibly be counted. Powerful beasts watched as the ship sailed by in the air above them, but none dared to attack the ship. Over the years, they had come to learn which ships to attack and which ones to avoid, based solely on the quality and aura of the ships. Too many had perished when attacking high-quality ships, as those were always occupied by powerful cultivators. As such, John's ship surged forward unimpeded, something that he was quite satisfied with. He had spent most of the time cultivating and meditating, focusing primarily on raising his cultivation level and studying the Taos of annihilation and destruction. He had not managed to push his cultivation to the Tao transformation realm yet, but could tell he was getting close to breaking through. As for his Taos, he had made decent gains there, and managed to push both of the mentioned Taos to the limits of the Tao Adept stage, just short of breaking through to the Tao Expert stage. Once he achieved that, he would be able to fuse his Taos in a variety of ways, so long as he was able to grasp the concepts and profundities behind those fusions. John's eyes slowly opened as he left his meditative trance, as he could tell he had reached the limits of pushing those Taos forward for now. He either needed to battle more while using those Taos to increase his comprehension towards them, or find a heavenly treasure dealing with either Tao to assist him. "It's not as far as I would have liked, but it will do for now," John mumbled to himself, mostly content with his progress over the past week. After leaving his meditative trance, John curiously took out the seal he had obtained from the divine trial in the ancient city, given to him by the bizarre beast he had encountered in the trial, the one that had a similar aura to the seals being sold by the divine source monastery. The seal appeared in his hand, and his eyes widened as it suddenly started to tremble and buzz with energy, as if it were being summoned by something. The energy was incredibly profound and unique, almost like a signal flare being lit. He could tell it was drawing him forward, towards the direction he was already heading. The divine source monastery. Startled by the sudden and unexpected events, John quickly put away the seal and stored it in his palace realm once more, where it had been all this time. "What the hell was that?" John mumbled to himself. "It was as if the seal was guiding me towards the divine source monastery. It's never done this before. Is it related to the divine wall being opened soon?" John mused, coming to the most likely conclusion. Whatever the reason, The aura emanating from the seal was far too eye-catching and also unknown, and so he kept it in his spatial realm for safe measure. His eyes closed once more as he sent his divine sense inwards into his spatial realm, appearing before the sinister gate to temper his mind and will, as he had done thousands of times before. Chapter 805, Divine City in the very center of the divine martial continent. A brilliant golden wall of light shimmered brightly, illuminating the surrounding land with a golden hue. The wall stretched out as far as the eye could see in all directions, making passage to the other side impossible. The wall had a diameter of over 10,000 miles, making it the largest singular object on the entire divine martial continent. Attempts to breach the divine wall had happened in the past, but all had ended in failure. The construction techniques of the divine wall were a mystery, but there was one thing that was certain: it was impossible to break through. Additionally, such attempts were met with the swift fury of the Divine Source Monastery, which was as powerful as it was mysterious. As such, no more attempts had happened for tens of thousands of years. Surrounding the divine wall were dozens of massive monasteries, ancient in design. Each monastery was as if it had been carved out of a mountain, plain stone in color, and appearing more like a powerful fortress than a monastery. Splashes of yellow coloring was the only sort of decoration that could be found throughout the monastery, which appeared to be their signature color. It was otherwise incredibly plain and simple, as if the Divine Source Monastery wanted to fade into obscurity. A towering stone wall, hundreds of yards high, encircled the divine wall, linking all the monasteries together. At the southeast of the divine wall was the largest monastery, where the only entrance through the stone wall was. While cultivators could fly over the wall, none dared to do so anymore. Within the largest monastery, which almost none but the members of the Divine Source Monastery had ever set foot in, a pair of men were walking through the simple halls. Both men had bald heads, large, trimmed beards, and wore simple-looking robes of yellow. As they walked through the halls, they passed by other similar-looking men, who all had the same style of bald heads and yellow robes. The only difference was the beards, which some had, while others were clean-shaven. A calm and zen-like atmosphere permeated the monastery as the men went about their daily tasks. Some were cleaning the monastery halls, using their hands to scrub down the floors and walls like common mortals would. Others were tending to the rock gardens, adjusting them according to mysterious rules known only to them. PN da N0V, E1 others were seated on mats, mediating in silence, their presences so faded that it was almost impossible to notice them unless once stared directly at them. As the two men walked through the halls, the other men would stop what they were doing and bow their heads slightly, while they pressed their palms together in front of their chest, as if in prayer. The two men returned the gesture and continued their silent trip through the halls. All of a sudden, one of the men stopped and then turned around. His eyes became focused, as if he were staring through the walls into distant lands beyond. The other man stopped and turned his gaze to the same distant location. His eyes widened slightly as he noticed a faint yet familiar aura, one that they had been around their entire lives. "The first divine seal," the man muttered softly. "It has finally revealed itself, and the holder is approaching our location swiftly," the man who had noticed it first confirmed. Just as fast as the aura had come, it vanished, leaving no trace of its existence. Both men raised their eyebrows in surprise once more, not expecting such a thing to happen. A method to obscure the aura of the seal. Who is holding it, and what possible methods could sever our detection of the seal? Even a spatial ring cannot obscure the seal from us, and yet it has vanished once again, the second man muttered. The first man remained silent for a while, and then turned around to continue walking through the halls once more. "No matter. We have confirmed that the holder of the divine seal is on the continent and is approaching, no doubt to enter the divine wall. This is all we can ask for," the man said calmly before falling silent as he ventured deeper into the monastery. Weeks passed by swiftly, while the buzz surrounding the opening of the divine wall reached a fever point. Millions of people, from powerful cultivators, esteemed scholars, and everything in between made their way towards the Divine Source Monastery, eager to glimpse a part of history in the making. A massive city, as large as the Honorable Alliance capital city, existed near the Divine Source Monastery, just outside of its domain. It was located on top of a tall plateau, as if there had been a massive mountain which was sheared flat by a sword stroke. The city sprawled for dozens of miles in each direction and was aptly named Divine City. Divine City was a neutral city, much like Five River Freeport, and dealt in all manners of commerce. Various powerful neutral sects and clans were also located within Divine City, each capable of standing tall against the sects of the Honorable Alliance and Forbidden Alliance. Divine City was normally a hub of buzzing activity, but had surged in recent days to become so full that it was nearly bursting at the brim, unable to contain the flood of those eager to see the opening of the Divine Wall. Makeshift camps, each large enough to be small cities themselves, were built outside Divine City to shelter and service those temporary visitors, much to the enthusiasm of Divine City. The city and those who ran it were making more money than they could have ever imagined from the surge of people, and were more than happy to entertain however they could. On this particular day, a crowd millions strong had gathered outside of the city, between Divine City and the Divine Source Monastery. There was a large river that divided the two, delineating the borders between the two. The crowd buzzed with eager anticipation, ready for an event that had not happened for hundreds of thousands of years. "I can't wait to step onto the lands of the monastery. It's something I will be able to brag about to the end of my days," a man exclaimed with passionate enthusiasm. "Not only that, but we will be able to see the true geniuses of this continent all gathered, something that never happens," another said. "I wonder who obtained the seals to enter. I can't wait to find out," a third exclaimed. "We won't have to wait for long. The day that the monastery allows entry into their lands has finally come," another said. Bong! 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 A loud bell suddenly chimed out 3 times, silencing the crowd for a brief moment, which then erupted with uncontained enthusiasm as the millions-strong crowd flew over the river to the other side, stepping foot on the lands of the Divine Source Monastery for the first time in their lives. The crowd eagerly surged forwards on the mile-wide road leading towards the distant monastery, which was where the chosen few would enter within. The day had finally arrived for the opening of the Divine Wall. A day that would be remembered by all as long as they lived. Chapter 806, Grand Abbot. The large crowd had gathered at the base of the Divine Source Monastery, looking all about at the land that was forbidden to enter except for today. Each had purchased a medallion of admittance from the Divine Source Monastery, which allowed them to proceed unhindered into their lands. While the medallion was far less expensive than the seals needed to enter the divine realm, the amount of people that had purchased the medallion was staggering, as was the sum of spirit crystals the monastery received. The crowd contained humans, as well as those from the monster race, beast race, fairy race, and even a few barbarians, whose hulking figures stood out as they dwarfed those all around them. While such a gathering was normally fuel for a battle to break out, none present dared to create havoc, not on the Divine Source Monastery grounds. The different groups had mostly formed factions apart from one another, keeping to their own as best they could. Within each group numbering in the millions, there were further subdivisions, as clans, sects, and other powers formed their own groups. Regal caravans and ships dotted the landscape sporadically, each containing kings, monarchs, clan and sect leaders, and the young geniuses that had been brought with to spectate or even enter the realm. The insignias of the various powers were proudly displayed on the ships, caravans, and flags, proudly flaunting their status and power. These esteemed groups were lined with powerful guards, who kept a watchful eye on all nearby. Between the cold glances each group threw at each other, they gazed at the monastery, the walls to either side, the divine wall behind it, and the men in yellow robes in the distance. A row of Divine Source Monastery cultivators stood at the top of a large and wide stone staircase leading up to the monastery itself. The row had a dozen cultivators, all who had their cultivations withdrawn as much as possible, almost appearing like mortal men. However, those of the more powerful cultivators in the crowd were able to glimpse into the men's cultivation level. Each one was in the world expansion realm, and they were not ordinary world expansion experts. At the very center of the row of men was a particularly normal-looking man, as if he were someone's grandfather. He had a bald head, long white beard that was neatly trimmed, and a rather frail-looking body. However, when those powerful cultivators looked at this man, they were shocked to find that they couldn't see through his cultivation level. There was only one explanation for this. The man had stepped at least partway into the holy manifestation realm, perhaps even fully into the realm. The powerful cultivators in the crowd all sucked in a deep breath as they realized this. They had never seen someone with such a high cultivation level, and the peak of the world expansion realm was generally considered to be the peak power of the world. As one approached the peak of the world expansion realm, the amount and profundity of chi became insufficient to proceed forward. The thinner the chi in the air, the less profound it was as well, and the less insights one could glean into the Taos from absorbing that chi. While one could use spirit crystals to make up for the lack of chi to advance, the absence of the heavenly Taos made it next to impossible to ascend further. As such, getting to the world expansion realm was possible for talented cultivators, even at a youngish age, but ascending beyond, it was nearly impossible for all who entered that realm. One's cultivation speed would greatly slow down once entering the world expansion realm, regardless of talent. However, the man before them had seemingly managed to accomplish that feat. The powerful cultivators all wondered how such a thing was possible, and even had the idea to approach the man to ask questions. But when they thought about the history of the Divine Source Monastery and its bluntness towards outsiders, they put the thought aside. They were powerful men and women. No wonder the Divine Source Monastery has been untouched this entire time, despite guarding such a secret. One powerful cultivator whispered to his nearby friend, who nodded his head in agreement. If someone as powerful as him guards the divine wall, one can only imagine what lies within, the other replied. Who knows? We're too old to enter, so learning the truth of what's within won't be up to us, the man replied. Similar discussions amongst other powerful cultivators drifted out, with some bystanders catching the words in passing. Soon, the news of the elderly man's cultivation spread through the crowd like wildfire, further adding to the excited frenzy the crowd felt. They all gazed at the man in awe, who was no doubt one of the most powerful cultivators in the world, perhaps even the strongest. As the crowd discussed the men of the Divine Source Monastery, the men looked down on the crowd, their expressions neutral, as if worldly matters could not ever affect them. Was permitting such a large, unruly crowd to enter our land truly necessary? One of the 12 men asked calmly. He too had a bald head and large, trimmed beard, but his age was much younger. Of the 12, he was the youngest by far, appearing to be in his late 20s. The age of a cultivator was misleading based on their appearance, but the faster one cultivated in their youth, the younger they would appear through the rest of their life. A talented world expansion cultivator of 10,000 years of age could appear to be in his 20s, while a middling heavenly tribulation cultivator less than 1,000 years of age could appear to be so old as to be near his death. With the man appearing in his 20s despite being in the world expansion realm, his talent was unquestionable. You should mind your words when speaking to the Grand Abbot, one of the other men replied calmly, his face expressionless. It's quite all right, Prior Hishin, the man in the middle replied, who was revealed to be the Grand Abbot of the Divine Source Monastery. Shin is still only 35 years old, so such forwardness is to be expected. You pamper him too much, Prior Hishin replied. The Grand Abbot only smiled in reply, and shifted his gaze to Shin, who stood at the right end of the row of men. Shin, you were taught the divine lessons, as well as their purpose. You should know the reason for us allowing this crowd to gather, the Grand Abbot said. I know the teachings, but I still do not understand, Shin replied questioningly. Allowing these unkempt people to tarnish the beauty of our monastery is quite agitating, and allowing them to witness the progress within will only draw attention to the one we seek, should one appear this time. Isn't our purpose to raise, not destroy? As the men heard this, several of them shook their heads lightly, as if disapproving his words. Part of their teachings were to remove themselves from their emotions, although Shin had yet to accomplish this due to his young age. Our life's purpose is not something easily accomplished, the Grand Abbot explained calmly. A diamond cannot form without pressure, nor can the one we seek rise without pressure of their own. A comfortable life leads to laziness, slothfulness, and weakness. A life full of tribulations leads to resolve, determination, and commitment. Only by walking through 1,000 fields of death can one hope to glimpse the light of the divine source. If 1,000,000 fall for one to rise, that is the unfortunate yet necessary sacrifice of our mission. Chapter 807, Gathering of Geniuses, I understand, Shin replied, but his conflicted expression revealed that he did not fully understand the Grand Abbot's words. It was too dangerous a plan. Divine talents were so rare as to be mythical, and yet they were subjecting them to extra danger should one appear during this time. It was as if they were throwing a beautiful flower, budding but not yet bloomed, into a foggy swamp and expecting it to flourish. Surely carefully cultivating the flower would be better, but that was not their teachings, nor their methods. In due time you will learn. The divine seal was recently obtained from the first divine trial, and thus it is now our time to do our part. Besides, each of these people gathered before us paid us good money to appear here today, and as much as we claim to be free of worldly desires, we still need spirit crystals to accomplish our goals. The Grand Abbot winked playfully at Shin before nodding his head at Prior Hishin. Prior Hishin stepped forward twice, his actions drawing the eyes of all in the crowd to him as if he had summoned their gazes. The boisterous crowd fell silent, eagerly awaiting the words of the men of the monastery. Those who have obtained a seal, step forward. Prior Hishin's words offered no friendly remarks or introductions, and instead got straight to business. His voice was calm yet carried an authority that no one dared to question, like the firm words of a parent to a child. Heads in the crowd swiveled all about, looking to see who would step forward and present a seal to the monastery. Those who would present a seal had to be under 100 years of age, which could still be considered very young in the cultivation world. The one stepping forward would no doubt be the most heavenly of geniuses to rise up in the last 100 years, which was a sight to see regardless of circumstance. Most of the people in the crowd came from middling backgrounds, and so seeing the esteemed leaders of the respective powers and the young geniuses from those powers was an opportunity of a lifetime, and one they could brag about to their friends and family. Additionally, there was no cultivation limit, so the ones entering would most likely be in the late Tao transformation realm, or even the early world expansion realm. The eager eyes quickly locked onto about a dozen people who stepped forward through the crowd, appearing at the base of the large staircase. Gasps, whispers, and heated discussions broke out amongst the crowd as some recognized those who had stepped forward. Raz and Lua of the Forbidden Alliance? A shocked gasp sounded out, pointing to two red-clothed cultivators. The male wore a blood-red robe, while the female a red dress. Both appeared to be in their late 20s, and both exuded frightful auras, the male a bloodthirsty one, and the female a dangerous one, like a concealed spider waiting to strike from the dark. The male had short black hair, piercing gray eyes, and a sharp yet handsome face, while the female had long crimson hair, beautiful green eyes, an alluring face that caused some men to go weak in the knees, and a mesmerizing body. Her scant dress added to her mesmerizing allure, which accentuated her large chest and curving figure, and left little to the imagination. They're both in the early world expansion realm. Are they really under 100 years old? Someone asked, shocked to see a world expansion cultivator so young, let alone two. They're both around 80 or 90, well below the age limit. You might know them by their Tao names. Taoist Bloodbane and Taoist Crimson Dream, a knowledgeable person nearby replied. That's them, someone replied, recognizing the Tao names, but expecting them to belong to cultivators much older than the two youthful people before them. "That's Yuffie, of the Honorable Alliance," another exclaimed, pointing to a female who had appeared as well. She appeared to be in her late 20s or early 30s, and wore a bright green dress which billowed softly in the wind. She had light blue hair that brushed her shoulders, soft blue eyes, and a warm and pretty face. An icy aura seemed to flow around her, making her even more unique-looking. "Taoist Frost Mist, that's her," another exclaimed, recalling her Tao name. "I had no idea she had stepped into the world expansion realm as well." Similar discussions broke out amongst all the groups in the crowd as they gazed with curiosity and excitement at the 11 cultivators who had stepped forward. Amongst the 11 were representatives of all the races, as each had made it a priority to obtain a seal. There was an ethereal-looking fairy, whose beauty was nearly beyond compare. Her name was Cerilia, and was also known as Taoist Heart Reverie. She too was in the early world expansion realm, as was the monster race cultivator next to her, Zaskoth Plagul, a genius world expansion youth of the monster race royal bloodline, third in line for the throne. He had blackened skin, like the dark of night, and yellow eyes with vertical pupils. Sharp nails jutted out from each finger, and his mouth was filled with small yet razor-sharp teeth. His eyes gazed lecherously at the fairy next to him, who ignored him completely. Next to Zaskoth was a hulking barbarian, whose massive figure attracted many gazes. He was also in the early world expansion realm, and it was hard to judge his age due to his unique stature and race. However, most assumed he was like the others, just a few years shy of the age limit. Next to the barbarian was another human, a male who appeared to be in his late 20s. He had long blue hair and looked like a regal prince more than a brutish fighter. His body was rather normal, but none dared to doubt his combat prowess, as all knew who this man was. His cultivation was withdrawn, but all could tell he was no less dangerous than any of the others, and he even seemed to be slightly stronger. It was the confidence he carried himself with, as if the others were of absolutely no concern to him. "That's Zira Celestria." "What? The 5th prince of the Astral Empire." "That's him. I heard he's the most talented of all the Astral Emperor's sons." "Wow, he's only 60, and yet his cultivation is in the world expansion realm. He might just be the most talented of the bunch." More excited discussions broke out when the crowd recognized Zira's, who was staring curiously at a cultivator who had stepped forward as well, one who wore an inconspicuous robe and a hood that covered their head. Unlike the others, this hooded person was in the peak Tao transformation realm. The hood they wore had formations on it, obscuring those from gazing within. While a powerful divine sense could penetrate the formation eventually, none did so. One thing for certain was that the person was a female, as their slender yet curvy body betrayed their gender. The hooded figure turned their head to gaze at the others, and eventually paused on Zira's. The two exchanged a brief glance, and a peculiar expression appeared on Zira's face. The hooded figure broke the gaze and stared forward once more, ignoring Zira's and the others. "Interesting," Zira's mumbled to himself with a small smirk on his face, and then inspected one more person who he had never seen before. It was a young man who had short brown hair and a rather sinister-looking face. His aura was cold and ruthless, as if he would have no problems killing millions with no remorse at all. He appeared to be in his late teens or early 20s, much younger than everyone else gathered. Lastly, his cultivation was in the middle Tao transformation realm, the lowest of all gathered. However, Zira's could tell that this individual was more powerful than his cultivation level suggested. "Quite a few interesting characters," Zira's mused to himself with a smirk on his face, realizing that the event to come would be quite interesting indeed. Chapter 808. A late arrival of the 11 gathered at the base of the steps. 9 had cultivations in the early world expansion realm, much to be expected. The Divine Source Monastery allowed anyone under 100 years of age to enter, and each power would no doubt send their most powerful cultivator under that age in order to maximize the potential of victory within. Only 2 were in the Dao transformation realm, a fact that sparked much conversation. Dao transformation realm, what can they hope to do against the others? One person said. Not only that, but one is in the middle of the Dao transformation realm. Unless the realm within normalizes cultivation, he won't be able to do anything. Just keeping his life might be more than he can handle. Another commented. Thousands of similar opinions drifted through the crowd, who eagerly waited for the divine wall to be opened. The men of the monastery stood in silence for a short while, gazing down upon the crowd and seal holders with expressionless faces. 11, we sold 12 seals, one of the monks chimed up. It seems as though the last is still on their way, the Grand Abbot mused, thinking back to the divine seal aura that he had detected. Its location was still quite far away at the time, and it was most likely that the holder of the seal was still on their way, hopefully. Could one of these 11 be the holder of the first divine seal? One of the other monks asked curiously. The Grand Abbot calmly inspected the 11, and his gaze lingered on 2. First was the middle Dao transformation youth, who stood there with a perpetual frown on his face. The Grand frowned slightly as he inspected the youth, who seemed to notice his gaze. The youth raised his head to stare at the Grand Abbot, and his cold eyes narrowed, as if he found the Grand Abbot's gaze annoying. The 2 locked gazes for a short while, before the Grand Abbot shifted his gaze to the side and stared at the hooded figure. He inspected the figure for a short while and raised an eyebrow. This one is quite talented, perhaps even talented enough to be the one we seek, the Grand Abbot mused, but then shook his head lightly. Such praise was rare from the Grand Abbot, which caused the other monks to inspect the hooded person closely as well. They nodded their heads in approval as well, as just a casual glance was able to tell them that the hooded person was indeed very talented. I suppose it's time to commence. You may continue, Prior Hishan, the Grand Abbot said. Present your seals, Prior Hishan commanded, speaking to the 11 who had gathered at the base of the stairs. The 11 did as instructed and presented their seals, holding it out before them. Prior Hishan waved his hand, sending out a wave of chi that wrapped up the seals and brought them to him. He confirmed the authenticity of each one, and then gestured for the 11 to climb the stairs. The 11 did as instructed, and calmly made their way up the stairs. They reached the top of the stairs where the monks stood, and waited for further instruction. The Grand Abbot nodded again, and 10 of the monks moved about to either side of the group, 5 on either side. They started to perform a series of complicated hand seals, each movement infused with a profound surge of chi. It was almost like a slow dance, although the profundities behind the movements eluded all who spectated. It was quite mesmerizing to look at, though, and all couldn't help but become enraptured by the movements, as if the heavenly Tao's themselves were contained within each movement. A unique aura began to grow at the top of the stairs, almost like something was being summoned and approaching. The crowd watched as a point of light appeared in the air before the 11 who were to enter the realm. The point of light slowly but surely grew, expanding outwards in all directions until it formed a circle of light 20 yards wide. The circle was hazy, but revealed a foggy glimpse of something on the other side. It was glowing golden and appeared like an ethereal paradise. A land of verdurous plains blooming with flowers and snow capped mountains in the distance. The land beyond the divine wall, many exclaimed, beyond excited to catch a glimpse of the land within. The movements of the monks eventually ceased, and the screen of light seemed to finally stabilize. Only the truly worthy can reach the center of this land, Prior Hishan spoke, his words giving a small yet specific hint of what was the ultimate goal of entering the land. Each participant narrowed their eyes as they heard this, steeling their hearts for the trials and potentially tribulations to come. The realm will close when one manages to achieve this, or all have failed in this endeavor. You may enter. The 11 participants all moved towards the circle of light, some with hastened steps, and others with a more laid-back approach. The monster race cultivator, barbarian cultivator, and 2 Forbidden Alliance cultivators entered first, their steps quick and sure. After them was the beast race cultivator and fairy, who entered calmly at their own pace several seconds later. 3 more humans of neutral powers and a monster race cultivator entered. They were not as famous as the others, but were foremost geniuses in their own right, each having reached the world expansion realm before their 100th birthday. The sinister-looking youth, the youngest of the bunch, entered afterwards, his expression perpetually dark as if it was the only expression he knew. Zira's Celestria calmly watched them enter, and then glanced sideways to the last remaining participant, the hooded person. "After you," Zira's gestured in a formal manner to the mysterious person with a smile on his face, as if he were trying to be as courteous as possible to the mysterious female. The hooded figure only stared at him in silence, not saying a word. She didn't move a step, causing Zira's to raise an eyebrow. "As you wish. Good luck within, my lady," he said in a friendly tone as he stepped forward, his body vanishing within the screen of light. The hooded figure watched him enter and waited for a brief moment, and then stepped forward herself, entering within and disappearing from sight. With that, all 11 cultivators had entered, leaving the excited crowd to speculate of what was happening within. "Should we close the entrance and summon the steel?" One of the monks asked the Grand Abbot, who turned his head and gazed into the far distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. All of a sudden, a flying ship burst into the Divine Source Monastery lands and came to an immediate halt above the crowd, the sudden stop sending a shockwave of air that blasted over the crowd, kicking up dust and dirt over all of them. Chapter 809, Grand Abbot's Might. The appearance of the ship stunned the crowd, as flying in the presence of the monastery was most definitely seen as an act of disrespect. Not only that, but flying over the heads of those gathered, which included the leaders of some of the strongest powers on the continent, was also incredibly disrespectful, causing many to chastise the arrival of the ship. "Who the hell is this? Who do they think they are?" someone grunted. "Flying into the Divine Source Monastery lands, as well as over our heads. Unacceptable," another chastised. Were it not for the fact that they were in the lands of the Divine Source Monastery, many of the stronger powers would have taken action already, seizing the ship and the individuals within for their pure disrespect. It had been tens of thousands of years since Taoist Eternal Weapon had last used this ship, and so it was not recognized by any in the crowd. The ship suddenly disappeared, revealing only one person standing in the air where it had been. The crowd had been expecting a large group to exit the ship, not a single individual. Their surprised expressions turned sour, and then angered, as they noticed the cultivation of the individual. "Heaven tribulation, who the hell does this boy think he is?" someone chastised angrily. "If not for the Divine Source Monastery, he would no doubt be captured and harshly punished for such a disrespectful act," another said. "I'm sure the Divine Source Monastery will discipline him somehow," another grunted with displeasure. The crowd eagerly anticipated the swift actions from the Divine Source Monastery, but were surprised to see them take no action. Instead, the youth above them gazed down at the ground for a moment, and then shifted his gaze towards the monks, as if the crowd didn't concern him at all. "This fucking brat," many in the crowd grunted, a few itching to take action. Again, to their surprise, the youth flew forward towards the monastery and the monks, and landed at the base of the steps, where the other geniuses had gathered. "Who the hell does this punk think he is?" many exclaimed. "Does he even know what he's doing? He's dead for sure," others said mockingly. However, not all in the crowd were of similar thought, as many of the stronger powers had an extensive information network, and many immediately recognized John's face from the bounty posters. Cold gazes from those in the Forbidden Alliance, monster race, and even some neutral powers locked onto him, itching to make a move. In fact, some quickly formulated a plan of how to take action, while still respecting the monastery. A powerful world expansion cultivator suddenly stepped forward from the massive crowd, coming from the Forbidden Alliance group. His cold gaze locked onto John's back, who turned as he noticed the man's approach. "Esteemed monks of the Divine Source Monastery, this uncouth youth has tarnished the prestige of your lands and has disrespected not only everyone in the crowd, but you as well. Allow me to remove him from your lands for you, the man said, as if he were trying to do a favor for the monastery. John scoffed as he heard the man's words, as it was beyond clear what his motivations were. He knew he would not be able to hide his identity from the powerful cultivators gathered, and so did not bother to hide his features. Unlike the other mysterious figure, he did not have an item to obscure his features. The Grand Abbot stared calmly at John, his gaze profound, as if he could see through everything. John's gaze shifted to the Grand Abbot as he felt his gaze land on him, and stared back with equal calm, although he was quite surprised to find the man's gaze even more potent than someone like sect leader Thunderson. "Young man, do you mind explaining your actions?" Prior Hishan spoke up, his face slightly displeased at John's actions. "I apologize for my brashness. I got here as fast as I could." John apologized sincerely as he took out his seal, which gave off the same profound aura as the others who had presented them. "A seal. This brat actually has a seal. How the hell was he able to obtain it? Didn't they cost tens of billions of spirit crystals? Maybe he comes from a powerful clan or sect who gave it to him." "Are you serious?" "His robes are incredibly plain, and not something someone from an esteemed clan or sect would wear. He's obviously a nobody." Heated discussions broke out in the crowd as they were stunned by the unexpected turn of events. The Forbidden Alliance man frowned as he saw John take out the seal, as it most definitely complicated matters. However, this was an amazing chance to capture Asura, a chance he was not willing to pass up. "Esteemed monks of the Divine Source Monastery, this boy has clearly stolen this seal somehow, as it's impossible for him to obtain such a treasure otherwise. Please allow me to capture him and return the seal to you, and remove him from your lands at once." The man spoke up, yet again disguising his words as being helpful and friendly to the monastery. The Grand Abbot's calm gaze shifted to the Forbidden Alliance man. "Please remove yourself from the monastery lands," the Grand Abbot said, the first time he had spoken to anyone in the crowd. A surprised expression appeared on the face of the man, while the crowd was also not expecting to hear the Grand Abbot's request. The man grimaced and then addressed the Grand Abbot once more. None knew the title of the Grand Abbot, and so they only addressed them as esteemed monks. "Esteemed monk, I was only trying to help." "Even the most flowery of words cannot mask evil intentions," the Grand Abbot said calmly, as he suddenly flicked his hand at the wrist as if he were dismissing the man. A surging power appeared out of nowhere, its strength beyond compare. It was like a god had appeared before the man, its power unable to be resisted. The surging power slammed into the world expansion cultivator, whose body was immediately tossed into the air and pierced like an arrow into the distance. He slammed into a mountain nearly 100 miles away on the other side of the river, near Divine City, the force of the collision collapsing part of the mountain. The crowd gasped in stunned shock, almost unable to believe the events that had occurred before their eyes. The man who had stepped forward was a world expansion cultivator, and yet he had been casually swatted into the far distance by the Grand Abbot, as if the Grand Abbot was merely swatting a fly. None had ever seen such a level of power before, and even the foremost leaders gathered narrowed their eyes at the power displayed before them. There was no doubt in their minds anymore. The Grand Abbot was in the holy manifestation realm. Chapter 810 Steel Names Surprise All-Wide Eyes shifted from the distant mountain that had just crumbled, and back to the Grand Abbot, who stood there as if nothing interesting had happened. His face was neutral, if not with a slight warm smile, one that seemed to perpetually linger to his face. The Grand Abbot's gaze shifted towards the group, where the Forbidden Alliance cultivator had come from, and then shifted over the nearby crowds as well. He could tell that the man was targeting John, but had no idea why. The Divine Source Monastery cared not for the squabbles of the outside world, and thus received little news of what was going on at any particular time. "I care not for your reasons, but no action shall be taken against another while on the lands of my monastery," the Grand Abbot's calm voice drifted out, targeting those aforementioned groups specifically. The Forbidden Alliance members breathed a sigh of relief, as they could tell that the Grand Abbot was not going to kick them all out, so long as they took no more action. While all of them wanted to capture John, they realized it would need to be done after they left these lands. It's fine. Leave him be for now. He'll most likely be kicked out of this land soon for causing such a commotion. Even if the monastery allows him to stay until the realm closes, we'll be able to track him and capture him after we leave these lands. Knowing his location is already more than enough for now, one of the foremost leaders in the Forbidden Alliance group instructed. The Grand Abbot's gaze washed over the crowd with silent warning, and then fell onto John once more. He inspected him for a brief moment again. "Young man, you have a seal at such a young age. How did you come to obtain it?" Prior Hishan asked. Like all the others, he could tell that John was not from a powerful clan or sect, or at least was not pampered like a young master would be. He did not wear ornate robes, nor come with an entourage of guards, both things young masters would have. Only someone like that would be able to afford a seal due to its staggering cost, and so they wanted to ensure that John's seal was obtained through proper means. "I bought it myself," John said, a slight frown on his face as he didn't appreciate the obvious doubt coming from the monk. Prior Hishan's eyebrow twitched at John's bluntness, as there was no courtesy in his voice. Instead, he was direct and blunt, something the monk was not particularly used to. "I see," Prior Hishan mused before falling silent. The Grand Abbot said some inaudible words to Prior Hishan, who then nodded. "Young man, you may enter," Prior Hishan said to John, gesturing to the portal. The monk's words surprised the crowd, who thought he would forbid John from entering, either due to his rude arrival or his low cultivation. After all, what would he be able to do against world expansion experts? John nodded in thanks and quickly climbed the large staircase, arriving at the top before the monks and the portal. His gaze naturally shifted towards the Grand Abbot, who he inspected as well. The man's cultivation was beyond amazing, and he was curious as to the secrets behind such a powerful figure. The Grand Abbot stared back warmly, and his small smile seemed to ever so slightly widen for a brief instant, although John was not sure if he had actually seen this happen. "Young man, seek the center of the realm and nothing else," the Grand Abbot said to him. "Thanks," John nodded his head in thanks for the hint, and then stepped forward through the portal. He had wanted to inspect the monks a bit longer, but was already behind the others who had entered, and had no time to lose if he were to find out the secrets of the realm for himself. He felt no ill will from the monks, and as such ruled out the land beyond the divine wall being something akin to a trap. It was most likely a land of opportunity, although the nature of the opportunity had yet to be discerned. The monks watched John enter, and after a slight nod from the Grand Abbot, they performed a sequence of moves again, at which point the portal began to recede and eventually disappeared. "What an idiot," someone in the crowd mocked. "Right, he has no chance inside against the world expansion geniuses. Just what does a no-name heaven tribulation brat think he can do?" Another chimed up. "It seems like the Forbidden Alliance was targeting him for some reason. I wonder why," another asked. "Who cares? If he's lucky, he'll die inside. If not, he'll fall into their grasp when he leaves. Either way, that brat is as good as dead," another said. "Good, after that entrance of his, I have no sympathy for him. His fate is his own making," another chimed in. The crowd eagerly discussed both John and the others who had entered, and began to make predictions, wagers, and other things of events that might occur. Within the Honorable Alliance crowd, some of the more powerful cultivators had recognized John, and breathed a sigh of relief to see him enter safely. In the back of the crowd, two men were standing, their eyes locked onto the position where the portal was. Both their auras were withdrawn, making them quite forgettable within the massive crowd. "They have entered safely. Let's go," sect leader Thunderson said. Let's go grab a drink in Divine City," Thunderfist replied, and the two quickly left, returning to Divine City. "Grand Abbot, why did you allow him to enter so quickly? If we pressed for information, we could have discerned if he is the one in possession of the first seal," Prior Hishan said, to which the Grand Abbot smiled. "Ah, but I have already confirmed the truth myself," the Grand Abbot said. A tiny trace of the divine aura still lingers on his body from when he had taken out the seal. "I have already confirmed that he is the one in possession of the seal." "Truly?" Prior Hishin asked, taken aback. He fell silent for a moment and then turned to gaze towards the divine wall, as if he could see through the monastery blocking his view, as well as the divine wall on the other side. "Then our mission is one step closer to completion. Could this time truly be the one?" he asked, to which the Grand Abbot placed a hand on his shoulder in a friendly manner. "Who can tell what the future holds?" the Grand Abbot said before walking away, receding back into the monastery. "Raise the steel," he said, as his figure disappeared within. Prior Hishin performed a series of hand gestures, and the ground began to tremble, surprising the crowd. It was as if an earthquake was shaking the land, and their gazes soon fell on a massive stone stele that rose from the ground right next to the base of the staircase, standing 20 yards wide and 100 yards tall. "What's this?" many in the crowd asked curiously, and their question was quickly answered. Words quickly sprung up on the stone stele, relaying a variety of information. The crowd quickly scanned the stele and realized what it was. "These are the names of all the geniuses who entered," one exclaimed. "It even has their Dao names, ages, and other information," another said. "And there are even more numbers next to their name. I wonder what they mean," another asked curiously. "The list seems to be ordered by cultivation level," another mused as they read the list, as did the rest of the crowd. Their eyes widened as they reached the bottom of the list, which revealed two absolutely shocking things almost none of them had been expecting. The two names were shocking for different reasons. One for the true name, and one for the Dao name, neither of which the crowd had been expecting. Name, John Fenix. Cultivation, peak heaven tribulation. 18. Name, Immortal Asura. Cultivation, peak Dao transformation. 26. Name, Goddess of Death. Name, Lilian Celestria, Chapter 812. Receiving a Dao name at the top of the monastery steps, the remaining monks stared at the stone stele, a few of them with wide eyes. The stone stele was mirrored, with the same information appearing on both sides, allowing them to see what the crowd was seeing on the other side from their position. Expressions of surprise were rarely seen on the normally stoic monks, but a few of the most experienced of them had rare expressions of surprise as they stared at a particular name. Prior Hishin, one of the other monks addressed the prior, who nodded his head in acknowledgement of the unsaid words. "Goddess of Death, it is no doubt an Empyrean Dao name," Prior Hishin mused, his surprise taking quite some time to fade away. The divine wall stood firm throughout the ages, surviving even the calamity itself. No one other than the monks of the monastery knew what was on the other side of the divine wall, and none could enter without their approval. The first stretch of land beyond the divine wall was a vast plain, one that seemed to have been untouched by man for untold ages. The plain was quite beautiful, filled with tall grasses, blooming flowers, and chirping insects. A calm breeze drifted through the plains, shifting the grass ever so slightly. The plain appeared to be slightly golden, its color derived from the massive golden wall of light nearby. Flash. A flash of light suddenly appeared within the plain, and a singular figure appeared, standing in the waist-tall grass. Ra's stoic gaze and narrowed eyes scanned the nearby area immediately, taking note of what was all around him. A slight look of disgust appeared on his face as he took in the scenic plains before him, as if something so beautiful was instead an eyesore. "Alone, huh?" Raz mused, noting that he had appeared here without his ally Lua. Although he didn't care about traveling with her, and instead found it more appealing to travel alone, he still noted that the portal seemed to have split him up from her, as well as the others who most likely entered just after him. As his eyes scanned the plains, his gaze suddenly narrowed as he felt a pressure descend upon him just a few seconds after entering the formation. Roz mused as he felt the pressure pierce through his body without pause, despite his best efforts to stop it. It was as if the pressure existed in a different dimension and was not something he could interact with. The pressure fell onto his danshan and began to restrict it, limiting the amount of chi he could unleash from his danshan. Roz felt as if a wave of weakness was surging through him, something all cultivators felt when their cultivations were forcibly restricted. A displeased look lingered on his face as he felt his cultivation drop to the middle Tao transformation realm before stopping. How annoying, Roz mumbled in displeasure, as the feeling of not having full access to his danshan's power was like he was stuck in mud, unable to move. He cast the feeling aside and set his gaze on the only thing of note he could see, a large mountain range in the far distance. Making up his mind, he urged chi through his body to take flight and took off the ground. His face scrunched up in displeasure once more as he landed on the ground shortly after and cast his gaze up to the sky, although there was nothing there to see. Flight restriction? This realm is becoming more and more annoying by the second, Roz spat out in disgust as he cast aside the thought of flying to the mountains and began to move by foot instead. His body flashed forward with incredible speed as he raced towards his destination. John stepped into the portal before him and felt himself enter a different space entirely. All around him was a golden light, as if he had entered a realm of nothing but that. A strange energy suddenly washed over him, invading each and every inch of his body. John knew this energy was far stronger and more profound than he could deal with, and so he didn't bother to fight back against it. After scanning him for a short while, a monotone voice sounded out within the golden void, surprising John slightly. True name, John Fenix. Cultivation, peak heaven tribulation. Age. The voice paused upon mentioning his age, as if it was stuck. Silence returned to the void for a moment before the voice spoke up once more. Bone age, 18. Tao name, not found. Yeah, no shit. I'm not in the Tao transformation realm yet, John mumbled to himself. Once one ascended to the Tao transformation realm, they could acquire their heaven-bestowed Tao name by interfacing with a special artifact. Until then, one could typically not acquire a Tao name. What's this? It seems as though the heavens have already taken note of you. The monotone voice sounded out, revealing that it had some intelligence. An artifact spirit, John mused, and concluded that it was the most likely answer. Scanning, the monotone voice sounded out again, and remained silent for a moment as John felt a strange energy wash over him. As the energy washed over him, John felt the gaze of the heavens fall upon him, almost like when he had experienced his tribulations. The gaze lasted only for a brief moment, before both the strange energy and heavenly gaze vanished. A Tao name in the heaven tribulation realm. It seems you have truly caught the attention of the heavens already. The voice mumbled again. Tao name, Immortal Asura. Immortal Asura, huh? I guess that is the name of the cultivation technique I possess after all, John mused as he thought about his Immortal Asura body cultivation technique. The strange energy scanned him for a brief bit longer before fully fading away. You have met the required conditions. You may proceed. The monotone voice sounded out again as another portal of light appeared before John. John nodded and stepped within without hesitation, disappearing from the golden void he was in moments before. Several minutes after entering, Roz stopped once more, and his face scrunched up again with displeasure and even disgust. His forehead twitched with anger as he felt the pressure descend on his danshan once more, restricting it again. The restriction continued to force his cultivation down, until he was able to unleash the same amount of chi as when he was in the peak heaven tribulation realm, making him feel incredibly weak. Roz clicked his tongue in frustration again before moving on once more, doing his best to ignore the unpleasant feeling. Chapter 813, Entering the Divine Realm. The other geniuses who entered the realm appeared within a vast plain as well, and surveyed their surroundings as Roz had done. Each noted that they had arrived at their location alone, and also made quick notes of the restrictions, such as flying and cultivation suppression. Each felt their cultivation fall twice, eventually stopping at the peak heaven tribulation realm. Being restricted like this was as if a normal adult was reduced to having the strength of a toddler, which made each of them feel weakened considerably, like a wave of exhaustion they couldn't shake off. After arriving in the empty plains, the hooded person pushed their hood back, revealing their features. Long blue hair cascaded down Lillian's face, revealing her sharp yet incredibly beautiful face, as if she were a goddess carved from ice. She took in a deep breath, and then flared her chi for a moment. Her featureless robe vanished and was replaced by her beautiful heavenly lightning sect dress, which billowed lightly in the breeze. Her white and blue dress clung tightly to her upper body, accentuating her alluring curves, while it tapered out at the bottom loosely, adding to her already beautiful appearance. Her expressionless face studied the surrounding area, and she quickly took note of the restrictions as had the others. Her cultivation had instantly been reduced to the middle Tao transformation realm upon entering, which she found odd. Did that brat really not arrive in time? Lillian clicked her tongue, revealing that she knew John had obtained a seal, most likely from the trade master and Thunderzen conversing, or perhaps the information was obtained from the Honorable Alliance head. Casting the thought aside, Lillian began moving forward, following the one hint that had been given to the group, reached the center of the realm. Her movements were swift as she raced through the massive stretch of plains like a blur, closing the distance towards the mountains. After racing forward for a bit, she stopped as she felt something. It's becoming harder to move the closer I get to the mountains. Interesting. She mused and prepared to move, but stopped suddenly again as the pressure on her danshan increased once again, weakening her chi output to the level of peak heaven tribulation. A thoughtful expression appeared on her face, which was replaced by an amused smile as she realized the most likely reason for the change. She had been restricted to the middle Tao transformation realm when she entered, and noted that the only one weaker than her, who had entered before her, was in the middle Tao transformation realm. So the realm adjusts all cultivations to the weakest participant. Then the brat has finally arrived. I'll be sure to teach him a lesson on arriving late to an event. Who does he think he is, making me look like I'm a bad master teaching him bad habits? She mumbled to herself before a smile returned to her face once more. Peak heaven tribulation, though. It seems he's improving faster than I thought he would, she said to herself, amusement in her voice as she sped forward once more towards the distant mountains. Flash. A flash of light appeared and faded away once more, as John found himself standing in a flowery field that seemed to stretch forward for hundreds of miles. His divine sense spread out as his head swiveled in all directions, taking note of his surroundings. No one's nearby. I figured I'd have to do some fighting as soon as I entered the realm, John said to himself as he shifted his gaze forward to the massive mountains in the far distance. Reach the center of the realm, huh? Then that's just what I'll do, John said as he pressed off the ground to take flight, but felt a strange energy wrap around his danshan, restricting it as he did so. He quickly fell back down to the ground as a thoughtful expression appeared on his face. A flight restriction, huh? John mused. But this one's different than the one in the Jade Dragon Empire realm. The flight restriction there was a pressure that constantly pushed down, forcing anyone who attempted to fly to the ground, while this restriction targets the danshan itself whenever one attempts to fly and cuts off the flow of chi. John pondered the interesting differences between the two restriction methods and came up with several ideas for the reasons both employed different methods. The Jade Dragon Empire is a much smaller realm than this Divine Wall realm, so the energy needed to create a constant downward pressure should be less intensive. Not only that, but the participants were also weaker, and so the pressure required was also lessened than if it were scaled to restrict a world expansion expert. However, this restriction only targets the danshan when trying to fly, as if it only activates then. It's most likely a much more intricate and profound restriction formation, which allows the formation to conserve energy while still being able to restrict all that enter. As he thought about this, an idea popped into his mind. I wonder, John mused as he mustered his chi once more. Boom. The ground shattered beneath his feet as John pressed off it and took to the sky. His body pierced upwards and continued to do so until he eventually stopped and hovered in the sky above the plains below him. A satisfied smile appeared on his face as he scanned the surrounding area with a better vantage point. The formation can restrict dantians, but it cannot restrict a dantian it cannot detect. My body dantian is something not even celestial soldrend could fully detect, so this formation should be the same. It seems like I'll have quite an advantage within this realm, John mused to himself with great satisfaction. For flying, he exclusively used his essence dantian, as it was not only better suited for flying, but he was also able to constantly replenish his essence chi by absorbing it from the air. He was unable to do that with his body dantian, and could only replenish his body chi reserves through the absorption of blood essence. Since his beast blood essence reserves were finite, using his body dantian to fly was nothing but wasteful. However, in a situation like this, it was more than sufficient. After figuring out how to beat the formation's restriction, John fell back down to the ground and landed firmly. Knowing I can fly if need be is great, but it's still too wasteful for now. I don't know how many battles I'll fight or how much beast blood essence I'll burn through, so unless I absolutely need to fly, I'll conserve my blood essence reserves for now, John mused, and began to speed forward on foot through the stretch of plains, racing towards the distant mountains as the others had already done. Chapter 814 Distant light the picturesque meadow blurred by as John sped forward with great haste. He had entered the trial well after the other participants, and knew he was already behind. I don't know what exists inside this land, but if there are opportunities to be had, I'd rather get them myself than let them fall into the hands of others, John said to himself as his feet took him forward towards the distant mountains. As he sped forward, he remembered the seal given to him during the first divine talent trial and took it out once more from his palace realm. Buzz. The seal started to buzz with intense energy, as if it had woken up from a deep slumber and was full of energy. Whoa, John called out in slight surprise as he tightened his grip on the seal, which nearly raced out of his hand and into the distance. It was as if the seal was being called by something that existed. In the center of the realm, John mumbled to himself, recalling the hint given to him by the monastery monk. He tightened his hand on the seal as he gazed towards the distant mountains, which stood in the way of whatever the seal wanted to reach. The seal vanished as John put it back in his palace realm, having confirmed what he wanted to know. The seal and this land guarded by the divine wall were most definitely linked. His mind thought of other similar events that had happened in the past, such as when he had obtained the ancient dragon reverse scales in the Jade Dragon Empire realm. Those two had wanted to fly out of his hand towards unknown areas, and the scales had eventually revealed themselves to be keys to access wondrous treasures. If my guess is right, this seal is something similar, a key of some sorts. If that's the case, then whatever exists at the center of this place might need this key to be accessed, John mused. His words ignited another thought, which caused his eyes to widen in understanding. Is that why this realm, which has been guarded by the Divine Source Monastery for untold millennia, finally opened? John mumbled to himself, piecing together his thoughts. This realm had not been opened since before the calamity, but just several years after obtaining this seal, the monastery opens this land to the public. It's too much to be a coincidence. As he thought about this, John's anticipation increased for whatever this seal was leading towards. The first divine talent trial had been harrowing and beyond dangerous, but by walking through it and surviving, he was able to obtain insights into the Tao of power, annihilation, and destruction, increase the sturdiness of his cultivation foundation, and even fight against the youthful avatar of his mysterious father. His gains had been immense during that trial, increasing his hopes that this land was something similar. There's too many similarities for it not to be related. Let's just hope this realm can be as fruitful for me as the previous divine talent trail, John said with a smirk of anticipation as he hastened his speed. His figure became a blur as it carved a path through the field, leaving a trail of ruin behind him. It's getting harder to move forward, Roz mused to himself as his steps halted, and he came to a stop in the field. He had progressed a great deal towards the mountains, closing over half the distance thus far. Not physical, but on my Dantane. It had been a fleeting thought before, but as he got closer to the mountains, the thought became more and more certain. The way towards the mountains was not as simple as it appeared to be. The others noticed this as well, as moving forward had become more difficult. It wasn't a physical resistance halting their progress forward, but was instead a pressure that pressed on their Danshin, making it harder to utilize chi. It was as if the bizarre pressure was trying to lock their Danshin and prevent it from moving forward through space. The only way to resist this was to utilize chi to press against the pressure, which was becoming more and more arduous as the cultivators moved forward. However, each felt this pressure appear at a different time in their journey, as if this pressure did not activate the same for all of them. A test, or a natural energy trying to protect something ahead, Cerilia of the fairy race mused, her mind racing with possibilities. The other cultivators came up with their own ideas as well, but ideas did not solve the issue. The only way was forward, and so all continued to move with hastened steps, fighting back against the ever-increasing pressure on their Danshin. Their speed naturally slowed down as the pressure increased, a frustrating thing to some, while an amusing test to others. Flash. A light suddenly flashed in the distance, catching the attention of all the cultivators. It appeared at the very top of the mountains in the far distance before them and glowed with an ethereal light. It gave off a wondrous aura, like the most heavenly of treasures had just appeared. The light caused all the cultivators to surge forward with their greatest speed, as if the ethereal light was irresistible. Flash. What's that? John said as he noticed a flash in the far distance. It was still nearly 1,000 miles away and very faint, but it glowed like the halo of an angel and gave off a wondrous aura. A treasure, John mused as he stared at it. Only one way to find out. Boom. The ground exploded at his feet as he suddenly shot to the sky and then surged forwards, piercing through the sky like a bullet. His body Danshin surged with might as it propelled him forwards, and after several hundred miles, a thoughtful expression appeared on his face as he focused on his essence Danshin. Is my Danshin being restricted? John mumbled to himself, although the feeling was incredibly faint and almost imperceptible. It was as if soft hands were grasping his Danshin, holding it with the lightest amount of pressure. He took note of the feeling and then ignored it, as he surged forward through the sky with incredible speed. As he did so, he noticed that the pressure on his essence Danshin did indeed exist, and was increasing as he progressed forward. A Danshin talent test, huh? John mused with a confident smile as he recognized the pressure. It was very similar to the other tests in the divine trial realm on the Yuan Continent that had focused his Danshin, testing it for its talent. Not even my mysterious father has a 20 times compressed Danshin. So let's just see what this realm can do to stop me, John said to himself with absolute confidence as he increased his speed even further, carving through the sky like a hawk. Chapter 815, The Light Source Outside the Divine Wall. Several monks sat at the top of the massive staircase, watching over the stone stele as well as the crowd. The monks were seated in meditation positions, each with their eyes closed and hands in front of their chest, one hand curled into a fist, while the other rested on top, flat and pointing upwards. The stone stele rumbled lightly, as new words were suddenly carved into its surface, as if there was an invisible giant carving the words. The rumbling attracted the gaze of the crowd as well as the monks, who opened their eyes to look at the stone stele. The first trial has started, one of the monks said monotonously. Indeed it has, another nodded, his face expressionless. This will be the first insight into the quality of the candidates, another monk chimed up. Despite the passage of untold millennia, the seed has yet to be claimed. Do not get your hopes up, Brother Alreen, another monk said to the previous. Countless of our predecessors lived and died not seeing the seed be claimed. It is a near impossible feat, and for a world this regressed, even more so. Our bones will most likely turn to dust before one capable of obtaining the seed arises, and our burden will pass on to the next generation. What you say is true, Brother Perrin, Monk Alreen nodded. But the longer the burden, the more important it becomes. The seed grows, and this world's seed has been growing for a long time, waiting to be plucked. Indeed, but it will still be some time before the first trial is passed. Until then, we wait for the truth to reveal itself. Monk Perrin nodded before closing his eyes once more. Chi. John carved through the sky, his speed blasting the plains below him with a sonic boom. The ground trembled and cracked as he sped overhead. The ethereal light in the distance became brighter, while the pressure on his essence Danshan increased. HMPH, still not enough to slow me down, John scoffed as he felt the pressure attempt to restrict him, but was unable to do so. He had yet to even use his essence chi to fight against it, as the pressure was unable to fully subdue his Danshan just yet. A long trail of ruin stretched for over 1,000 miles, as John sped forward with his quickest speed. Not bad. I guess this realm is going to be a bit challenging, like the divine trial on the Yuan Continent. John smirked as the pressure on his Danshan finally reached a level that required him to fight back with chi. His Danshan flared and chi surged out, slamming against the pressure wrapped around it. The pressure was pushed back with ease, making it so that he was able to move forward without pause. As the distance to the light shrunk, the pressure continued to increase, but never reached a level that concerned John at all. The details of the mountains finally came into view, revealing lush forests with towering trees at the base, which thinned out as it climbed up the mountain. The forest faded away to sparse shrubbery, and then barren rock, before leading to snow at the very top. The mountains stretched out sideways in all directions, with no inch left untouched. The only way forward was over the mountains, which stood several dozen miles tall. John arrived at the base of the mountain and gazed at the ethereal light, which rested at the highest peak of the mountain before him. It glowed brightly, as if enticing all to come for it. "All right, let's see what you are," John said as his body shifted upwards, climbing in the air parallel to the steep mountain slope. The trees in the forest beneath him swayed violently, as if a hurricane had swept through the forest. As he climbed, the pressure continued to increase on his Danshan, causing John to use more and more chi to resist it. "Still not nearly enough to slow me down," John scoffed with confidence, his speed not slowing for a second. He hastily sped up the mountainside, reaching the top almost as fast as he had arrived. The pressure had indeed reached a decent level for him at the very top, but John merely increased his chi output to fight against it, still not too bothered by its restriction. Boom! The mountain trembled as John landed at the peak, directly before the source of light. Avalanches of snow cascaded down the mountainside, crashing into the forests far below. John walked forward towards the light and stopped directly in front of it. He studied the nearly blindingly bright object for a moment, inspecting for any danger, and then reached out to touch it. He grabbed the object, which dimmed the moment he touched it, revealing its form. Another seal, huh? Rumble. The stone steel rumbled, stirring the monks from their meditation. Their eyes widened with startled surprise, as if they had not expected it to rumble. "What's going on?" a monk said. "What, so soon? Impossible," another monk chimed up. "Has the steel become broken after all these years? It's far too early for..." The monk's voice drifted out as he watched the words carved onto the stone steel underneath one of the names. Name, John Fenix. Cultivation, peak heaven tribulation. 18. Name, Immortal Asura. Trial 1, 1 hour, 15 minutes, 8 seconds. Trial 1 score, 12. The monks stared at the recently carved words with stunned expressions, something rarely seen on their stoic faces. Monk Perrin eventually recovered from his shock and hastily stood up. "I must inform Prior Hishin and the Grand Abbot," he said before retreating into the monastery behind them. Prior Hishin and the Grand Abbot listened to Monk Perrin's words and thanked him before dismissing him to return to his position. Silence filled the room for some time before Prior Hishin turned to the Grand Abbot. Grand Abbot, could the steel truly be faulty, as Brother Perrin suggested? Prior Hishin asked. You truly don't believe such a thing is possible? The Grand Abbot replied calmly. No, I do not, Prior Hishin replied. Then, there's no reason to get antsy, the Grand Abbot said with a small smile on his face. We've waited all this time. We can wait a bit more for the trials to reveal the truth of what's to come. Chapter 816, Changes to the Steel outside the monastery. The changing of the information under John's name caught the attention of everyone outside, as it was the first change that had happened since the geniuses had entered. The crowd watched as the information was inscribed beneath John's name and began to discuss the changes immediately. Look, the steel is changing, many in the crowd exclaimed. It's changing under that Asura boy, others said. Trial 1, so there are trials within that each of them needs to pass, another mused, as they had received the first hint of what was inside the mysterious realm. Trials, huh? Well, it looks like the brazen Asura is already done with his trial, which seems to have been a time-related trial. Did he pass first or fail first? Another said. He received a score of 12. Aren't there 12 participants in there? Wouldn't that mean that he came last? Others mused. That would make sense. After all, even if he is a genius, he is by far the weakest of those who entered. Perhaps the boy bit off more than he can chew. Ha ha ha! Boisterous laughter drifted out from amongst the crowds that were enemies with John, namely the Forbidden Alliance and enemy races. They felt quite content that John had already embarrassed himself by coming last in whatever trial there was, and were gloating in that embarrassment. The inscription beneath John's name finally finished, and his name and information suddenly moved. It was as if the words that were carved into the stone were fish, able to swim freely across the stone surface. It was bizarre to look at. John's name swam up the stone steel, going from the position at the very bottom to the very top, something that confused the crowd as to its meaning. There were no other changes to the steel under any of the other names, and so the crowd did not know if being at the top was an indication of success or failure. Many thought about asking the monks who sat atop the large staircase, but decided against disturbing them. If the monks wanted the crowd to know the truth of the steel, they would have explained it to them already. As such, many heated discussions broke out amongst the crowd as to the truth of what the changes truly meant. The now lightless seal was held in John's hand, who inspected it closely for a brief moment. There was nothing special about the seal other than the ethereal glow it had given off earlier, which now no longer existed. What's the purpose of this seal? Does it have use, or was it merely a tool for measuring my success through the Danshan restricting planes? John mused to himself. Unlike the others, he had a hint as to what this realm was, as it was most definitely related to the seal he had obtained in the other divine talent realm. This realm was most likely the same, and so John had already been expecting trials. Reaching the seal to determine time it took to cross the plains was the most likely answer, but John collected the seal regardless and put it away in his spatial ring. With the seal stored away, his gaze turned forward as did his footsteps. John walked to the other side of the mountain peak and gazed over the other side to the land beyond. His eyes widened ever so slightly as he gazed at the land beyond, which was an amalgamation of different landscapes, like they were haphazardly thrown together. The land on the other side stretched as far as the eye could see, and was filled with raging infernos, molten lava, icy tundras, deathly swamps, and other dangerous-looking biomes. Each of the biomes were a few miles long and wide before changing to the other, appearing almost like a chessboard, only one that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was incredibly bizarre, and was not at all what John was expecting. He inspected the hellish-looking landscape for a while, and then proceeded to move forward towards it. He suddenly stopped once more as he felt something, and raised his hand forward before his face. A screen of light appeared before him, created by an unseen formation. It barred his path forward, making him unable to move towards. I can't proceed, John mused to himself. Please wait for the other participants to finish the first trial. The monotone voice that had appeared in the realm of golden light when John had first entered sounded out from all directions around him. John had not been expecting to hear the voice and quickly scanned the surrounding area, but felt nothing whatsoever. It was as if the artifact spirit was talking to him through the void itself. Wait for them, huh? Then this is a trial realm as expected. John mused again and sat down. His eyes closed as he used the downtime to meditate on his cultivation and comprehensions once more. Rumble. 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 Outside the divine wall, the stone steel eventually started to rumble again as new information was inscribed under the other participants' names. Each change caught the attention of the crowd, who watched in apt attention, trying to figure out what was going on. The first name after John that had its information inscribed was another unexpected name. Name, Lillian Celestria. Cultivation, Peak Tao Transformation. 26. Name, Goddess of Death. Trial 1, 8 hours, 9 minutes, 36 seconds. Trial 1 score, 11. Lillian Celestria, huh? The crowd mused, and watched as her name swam upwards on the steel, resting in the position directly below John's. First John and then her. It must be a duration-based trial, and they were the first to fail. Many guessed, as John and Lillian were two of the weakest participants cultivation-wise who had entered. Must be, otherwise, if it was a trial where passing first matters, wouldn't it mean that these two were the first to pass? No way I believe that, another chimed in. Right, how can they pass before the others, like Zeras or Lua? Those monsters are the absolute pinnacle geniuses of the last century, and are also much stronger than John and Lillian, another said. Thousands of similar discussions broke out, with the enemy camps mostly having the same opinion, while allied camps such as the Honorable Alliance were of the opposite opinion. Those who knew John and what he was capable of refused to believe he came last in any sort of trial, even with his low cultivation when compared to the others. He was a man that defied all cultivation norms many times over, and the rumors of his feats in the Jade Dragon Empire realm had already spread through the Honorable Alliance like wildfire, further adding to his legendary mythos. Rumble. 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 The stone steel rumbled once more shortly after Lillian's information had changed, revealing that another had finished their trial. The crowd watched closely as the information updated, yet again for one of the weakest participants, further reinforcing the opinion of many that the first to appear on this list had been the first to fail whatever the trial was. It was a name that had garnered much attention a few years ago, but had fallen off slightly in conversation due to the rise of other names such as Asura. However, all knew this name, as it belonged to one of the most impressive talents to ever score on the talent testing steps. Name, Parker Fenix. Cultivation, Middle Tao Transformation. 20. Name, Asuros. Trial 1, 8 hours, 13 minutes, 34 seconds. Trial 1 score, 10 Chapter 817, clarification of the steel's scores. Another wave of discussion broke out amongst the millions gathered as the third name, Parker Fenix, popped up on the list. Almost all were very much aware of the existence of Asuros, who had been the most famous cultivator in recent times to take on the talent testing steps, at least until John scored higher than him. Still, Asuros had achieved 16 steps the first time, and had somehow increased his talent to 18 steps the second time around. It was a score that ranked amongst the most talented to ever exist in the world, going back since before the Calamity. As such, the name Asuros was very well known, and was just a step below John in terms of mythos surrounding the name. The crowd discussed his score, as well as the matching last name John and Parker had. The crowd couldn't come to a conclusion as to whether the two were related or not, but the consensus in the end was that they were not related, as an unknown clan producing two such talents was just too far-fetched to believe. The 3 weakest were the first to show up on this list. It must be a trial in which a longer time is better, someone in the crowd said, garnering agreeing nods all around him. The crowd then discussed who would show up next, based on what they knew about the cultivators who had entered. A short while later, the steel rumbled again, and the crowd watched as the 4th name received a time and a score. Surprise appeared on their faces, as the name had not been one they had been expecting to appear so soon. Name, Zira Celestria. Cultivation, early world expansion. A 60. Name, Star Storm. Trial 1, 9 hours, 20 minutes, 54 seconds. Trial 1 score, 9. What? Zira's is the next to receive a score, many exclaimed in surprise. Isn't he one of the most talented, if not the most talented of the world expansion experts in there? Others asked. Zira's talent was known throughout the continent. He was known as a foremost genius, perhaps even the strongest genius below the age of 100. He was the prized son of the astral emperor, and his strength was undoubtable. They had expected him to appear towards the end based on their guesses, but the truth had been completely different. Heated discussions broke out amongst the millions-strong crowd, until one youth had enough and stepped forward to the front of the massive crowd. Esteemed monks of the Divine Source Monastery, the youth, who belonged to a neutral clan of decent renown, called out. His voice was drowned out initially due to the loud crowd behind him, but his presence and words were noted by the monks. One of them stood up and walked forward to the top step to stare down at the youth. The monk's actions caused others to quickly take note, and the crowd quickly died down as they realized something was happening. "What is it, child?" the monk asked calmly, his face expressionless. The youth, who appeared to be around 20, gulped in nervousness as a million gazes fell on him, but he mustered his courage to speak once more. The monk before him seemed nice, and did not seem angry that he had called out to them, so he proceeded with his question. "Esteemed monk, could you please provide some clarity regarding the names on the stele and what the scores mean?" the youth asked. His words caused gazes of anticipation to flick to the monk, as the question was on the minds of the other several million cultivators gathered. The monk flicked his gaze to the stele, and then back to the youth. "The first line of information relays the nature of the trial, in this particular case, a time trial," the monk replied. The crowd obviously knew this, and wanted clarity of the second line, the trial 1 score line. "As for the second line," the monk continued, "the second line indicates the order in which the participants ranked in the trial. There are 12 participants, and thus the maximum score one can receive is 12. "Maximum," the crowd murmured, while the youth asked for further clarity, voicing his own guess for confirmation. "Maximum, does that mean a score of 12 is the best score?" "And not the worst score?" the youth asked, to which the monk calmly nodded. "It does," the monk confirmed. The confirmation sent a surge of heated discussion through the crowd once more, as the truth was the complete opposite of what they had guessed. The higher score was better, and the trial was not an endurance trial, but a form of race in which the lowest time won. Their eyes went wide as they gazed back at the stele, and at the name that had received a score first. John's name was carved into everyone's minds, as his time had been astronomically faster than anyone else. In fact, now that the nature of the trial had been revealed, the crowd almost couldn't believe how monstrous John truly was, as his score eclipsed even the likes of Zira's Celestria. "Is there anything else?" the monk asked the youth calmly, who shook his head sideways. The monk nodded and retreated to his former position, while the buzz of clamorous discussion drifted out in all directions. The subject, John Fenix, the Immortal Asura. Contentious discussion continued over the next day as the crowd discussed the unexpected turn of events, as well as the names that had already received scores. A sour mood was prevalent in the Forbidden Alliance and Monster race groups, as not only had John decimated everyone else's score, the highest they had placed thus far was 5th, 6th, and 8th, for Lua, Roz, and Zaskoth respectively. Theories popped up regarding John's freakish time, with many speculating different things. Some said he somehow cheated, while others said the trial was most likely just a good match for him and nothing more. These opinions were mostly of the Forbidden Alliance and monster race, who didn't want to acknowledge their grave defeat in the first trial. Others realized that the score of 20 steps on the talent testing steps was no fluke after all, and that John was truly a cut above all other geniuses. Fights nearly broke out amongst the differing groups as these opinions clashed, and were only stopped by the looming threat of the nearby monastery monks. Wagers broke out within groups and between different factions, betting on the trials to come, with some betting for John's continued success, while others figured it was a one-time fluke that would not repeat itself. All the while, the stone steel continued to rumble for the next day as new information popped up, indicating a participant had completed their trial. After 30 hours, the steel suddenly changed once more, as 2 names were immediately dropped to the bottom of the steel, and then vanished, as if they had never been on the steel at all. A mixed wave of emotions buzzed through the crowd. Confusion, curiosity, anger, elation. Differing people felt differing emotions based on their relationship with the 2 names that had been removed, but all knew there were only 2 explanations for the sudden removals. Either those 2 had failed the trial before its conclusion, or they had died. Chapter 818. The first trial ends. What's going on? Many in the crowd exclaimed, shocked by the sudden turn of events. Without warning, one of the cultivators who had belonged to a neutral power, as well as the lone barbarian cultivator, vanished from the list completely. The members of the neutral clan felt their stomachs sink, while the few barbarians that had shown up to the event felt their rage grow. The barbarian race was quick to anger, and regardless of the monastery's might and prestige, one of the stronger barbarian elders raced forward towards the staircase and called out loudly. "Monks, what happened to my son?" The barbarian roared loudly, demanding an answer from the monastery monks. The crowd was stunned by the barbarian's actions, but eagerly listened on, as they too were curious as to the reason for the removal of the names. "Quiet yourself in the presence of the monastery," Prior Hishin said as he appeared from within the depths of the monastery and walked to the top of the staircase. He stared down at the hulking barbarian with a frown of disapproval on his face. The barbarian elder stared back with defiance in his gaze, not quelled for a second by Prior Hishin. The barbarian had a cultivation in the Middle World expansion realm and was one of the foremost members of the race. As such, he carried himself with confidence as well as arrogance. "Answer me," the barbarian roared again. He seemed as if he were about to run up the stairs directly to the prior if he was not answered. "Your son merely failed the first trial," Prior Hishin replied with a calm yet exasperated tone. "The first trial of the realm beyond this wall poses no harm, and only eliminates if one does not succeed in the allotted time." Prior Hishin's explanation answered many questions the crowd had, much to their satisfaction. "Impossible. My son is a paragon of geniuses. How can he fail when the other weaklings succeeded?" The barbarian roared again. His voice was deep and slow, making him sound quite stupid, a trait all barbarians shared. Prior Hishin sighed and turned around, speaking with his back to the crowd. "I have said all I need to say. Please retreat back into the crowd," Prior Hishin instructed. His words caused anger to rise up in the barbarian elder, who roared and then charged up the stairs. Prior Hishin turned towards the approaching barbarian, whose figure shook the ground and temple with each step. His face calm, he stretched his hand forward towards the barbarian with his palm facing outwards. Without warning, a massive palm, golden in color like the divine wall behind them, appeared and pressed out towards the barbarian. It reached the barbarian in an instant, who felt surprise at the surprise attack, and then roared in rage as his cultivation flared and his fist slammed outwards. The fist slammed against the golden palm, and the crowd grimaced as they braced for an apocalyptic explosion. Many of the powerful elders in the crowd moved forward and prepared to protect their youths from the imminent blast. However, instead of an explosion, there was hardly a sound at all. The barbarian's fist slammed against the golden palm, and then nothing. It was as if the entire attack had been absorbed within the massive palm, which dwarfed the hulking barbarian. Shock and confusion appeared on the barbarian's face, who was then surrounded by the palm as the massive fingers clasped around it, grasping him firmly. The stunned crowd then watched as the palm quickly retreated back into the monastery temple, disappearing into the depths of the main entrance. The entire process was almost silent, with only the screams of rage from the barbarian sounding out. Prior Hishin's calm gaze shifted towards the other barbarians in the crowd, who had expressions as if they too were about to charge forward and fight, although they were slightly less certain after what they had just witnessed. He will be held until the end of the realm, as to ensure no further disturbances. As long as the rest of you behave, he will be returned unharmed, Prior Hishin said to them calmly. His words dispelled their heated gazes, and they fell into line like the rest of the stunned crowd. Just like that, Prior Hishin had overwhelmed a middle-world expansion barbarian, without any effort at all. With the Grand Abbot's display earlier, and now this, there was only one question on the crowd's mind. Just how strong is the Divine Source Monastery? On the snow-capped mountain peak over a dozen miles high, John sat in a meditative position with his eyes closed. The cold mountain air whirled by, making his long black hair flutter in the wind. He had been in this seated position for many hours now, as his way forward was blocked. A soft, buzzing sound entered his ears all of a sudden, and his eyes opened as he stared at a screen of light that had appeared before him, with many words appearing on the screen. He quickly read the screen of light, his right eyebrow raising slightly at what he read. "This is a list of those who entered," John mused as he read the list, which contained the same information as the stone stele outside. He started with his own name, which was at the top of the list. "Immortal Asura, that's my Dao name. I suppose that's fitting," John mused as he read his own Dao name for the first time. He found it quite fitting. "I wonder, though, is it my Dao name because it's the name of my cultivation technique, or is it the fact that the heavens have tried to kill me twice to no avail, and consider me an immortal pest? Perhaps it's a combination of both," he mused with a small smirk on his face as his eyes scanned the next name. "Master," John said, feeling a warmth rise within him. It had been over a year since he last saw her, and now she was in the same realm. He could finally see her again and show her the gains he had made since they last were together. His smirk faded slightly as he read on. "Celestria," John frowned. So his master truly was of the Astral Empire, a princess of the Astral Emperor. His one question was now answered, but many more arose. Why did his master leave the Astral Empire? Why did she retreat to the Yuan Continent? Why does she call Thunderson her father instead? The questions were endless, and John felt that the answers would not be pleasant. "Goddess of Death, huh?" John mumbled and smiled again as he read her Dao name. It was very impressive sounding, as expected of someone worthy of calling themselves his master. His eyes then drifted down again, and his smile faded instantly, and was replaced by a menacing glare of hatred. His aura instinctively flared, blasting aside the nearby snow and rumbling the mountain he was on. "So you've come, Asuros. Good, then I will be sure to finish your life for good this time. There will be no escaping a second time." Chapter 819. The second trial begins. As John inspected the screen of information before him, so did the other cultivators who had passed the first trial. On a different snow-capped mountain peak far away from John, a slight smirk appeared on Lillian's face as she read the screen. "So the brat did enter after all, and managed to embarrass me thoroughly in the first trial as well," Lillian said to herself. She knew how hard the first trial had been, and despite managing to come second place, her time was completely shattered by John's time. She knew of his freakish talent, and yet she couldn't imagine how such a time was possible. "Unless I pick it up, he'll surpass me before long," Lillian said, and her smirk changed into a heated gaze of defiance. "I refuse to allow that brat to surpass me. It seems my days of slacking off are over." As she continued to read, her smile faded into a frown as a name she knew all too well entered her gaze. Zeras. On a different mountain peak, A sinister aura washed over the surrounding area, even more chilling than the surrounding air. Eyes filled with hatred and anger stared at the screen of light before him. Parker, or Asuro's face, trembled with rage as he saw John's name on the list. His face had changed slightly since the last time they met, becoming more scarred and more menacing. It was almost as if he were a different person, and the look in his eyes was as if he were a primal beast staring at its most hated enemy. His body was also larger than before and more muscular. His skin was slightly discolored, more reddish than before, as if it had been stained by blood-colored paint. His lips curled back, revealing his gritted teeth, which ground together tightly. "So you did appear here after all," Asuro said, his voice cold. "You have no idea the pain and suffering you put me through after that realm, but that pain and suffering has made me far stronger than before. This time, I'll be sure to kill you for good, and I'll make sure you suffer miserably the entire time." At the same time, the others who had passed also studied the information. Some felt shock and surprise at John's score, as it was utterly impossible to comprehend. Others were angry at their lackluster performance, namely those who had placed at the bottom. The information had revealed one key piece of information to them, that this land was a trial realm of sorts, and their competition was the other participants. As such, they no longer dared to hold back any of their strength, and would push forward with everything. A piercing set of blue eyes stared at the list before him, studying the two names at the top. He noted the time that John had achieved and raised an eyebrow. His gaze then rested on Lillian, the last name, Celestria, reflecting on his eyes. So my precious little sister truly does still live. Her change was truly not as we had originally thought then, and she's come to this realm of all places, Zira said thoughtfully. Apparently Father was not wrong when he said he felt her presence again, although I thought that impossible at the time. Curious, how did she manage to accomplish such a thing? Zira's mused to himself, and then saw her Dao name. Goddess of Death, he said the Dao name, and his eyes lit up slightly. So she still commands that half of herself then, and it was not truly lost, he said as a smile appeared on his face. I look forward to our reunion, little sister. The screen of light disappeared before John, and he felt the invisible formation blocking his path forward vanish as well. His eyes lit up as he realized the way forward had been cleared. Without hesitation, he, as well as the others, all flashed forward. They raced down the mountainside towards the land beyond, which was the checkerboarded land of fire, ice, death, and more. The side of the mountain was not forested like the other half, and was instead barren, as if vegetation could not exist near such inhospitable biomes. John arrived before the first checkered biome, which was a land of fire. A wall of flames roared up before him, but did not spread outwards, as if it were contained by a formation. Do I enter this? John mused as he looked around, but saw no other way forward. I guess so. After making up his mind, he stepped forward and into the wall of flame. A scorching heat instantly assaulted him, making him feel as if he were being cooked alive. However, he had experienced much worse pain before in his life, and thus was able to stabilize his mind against the pain. Shortly after entering, a voice sounded out again, as if coming from all directions. It was the artifact spirit voice he had heard twice before. Stay standing and endure. Kneel and accept defeat. The two sentences were concise but clear in their purpose. This trial was the complete opposite of the last one. Instead of a race, it was a trial of endurance. But enduring what? The fire, John mused to himself. As if answering his question, the realm around him started to tremble violently. While none of the cultivators could see it from their vantage point on the ground, the checkerboarded biomes began to shift and merge. The biomes merged in 10 different directions, stacking over each other until only 10 spots remained, while the rest of the land was barren and filled with nothing. John's eyes widened as he felt the change all around him. He had felt fiery pain before, but now felt iciness, as if his bones were being chilled themselves. His mouth suddenly felt parched, as if he had never had a drop of water in his life and needed to drink or death would take him. An aura of death enveloped him afterwards, making him feel as if he had been dropped into a pit of death and despair. Dozens of other miserable feelings, both internal and external, assaulted his mind and body. Both became racked with those dozens of types of pain, making him feel as if he had been dropped into hell itself. So that's what this is. It's a pain endurance trial, John groaned to himself as he steeled his mind and body against the pain that was assaulting him. Through the terrible pain, a small smirk of self-confidence appeared. Scenes of his short but brutal life flashed in his mind. Enduring the terrible pain of absorbing the mysterious, sinister drops of blood. Enduring the mental anguish of the sinister, gate within his palace realm, assaulting his mind thousands of times. Enduring the hellish training his master had put him through, soaking his body with an aura of death for months on end. Enduring the lightning that scorched his body black as he trained the celestial lightning script. Enduring the painful absorption process of his jade dragon inheritance. Enduring the agony of his body nearly bursting apart as he utilized his Asura transformation and bloodline ability together. Enduring the pain of his horrifying battles that had pushed his body to the breaking point over and over again. Enduring the pain of his apocalyptic battles against the heavens itself. If there was one thing he could claim that he was unrivaled within his realm, it was enduring pain, as that had been the one constant in his life since he started his cultivation journey. Was this realm crafted to fit my strengths perfectly? I'd like to see who in this realm can match me when it comes to enduring pain. Chapter 820 Trial of Pain. The crowd outside the Divine Source Monastery had become like a semi-permanent city, as most of the sects, clans, and factions had set up quickly constructed tents and buildings. No one knew how long the geniuses would be in the realm for, and so most decided to make themselves comfortable. Thanks to their awesome power, cultivators were able to build structures very quickly and efficiently. Formations experts helped speed up the process even more, as within a day, the city had already formed. It was almost as if a true city had been formed, as there were many different types of buildings built. Many in the crowd realized that a gathering like this was rare, and was a perfect opportunity to make extra spirit crystals by selling their wares and services. There were restaurants, trade shops, pill halls, and more. There were even gambling halls set up, with the primary focus being bets on the outcomes of the dozen geniuses within the divine realm. The monks of Divine Source Monastery watched on as the city was built, but did not voice their protest. They had invited the crowd onto their lands, and as long as the million-strong crowd did not cause a great disturbance or permanently damage their land, they were fine with their actions. The various factions and races all had different styles, resulting in a city that varied greatly throughout. A somewhat tense atmosphere filled the city as many enemy powers were in close proximity towards one another, and harsh words and insults would be thrown out whenever enemies passed by each other. However, none dared to fight in the presence of the Divine Source Monastery, as they had all seen how swift the monastery was to dole out punishments for causing a disturbance. The sun hung high in the sky, illumination the city below, as well as the stone steel, which had remained dormant for over a day since the previous trial was updated. Rumble. The land started to lightly rumble again, and an excited buzz surged through the entire city. Everyone knew what the rumbling meant, and millions poured out of the buildings they were in and into the streets. With the stone steel being hundreds of yards tall, and most of the buildings in the city being 1 or 2 stories at most, almost everyone was able to see the steel as long as they stood out in the open, regardless of what part of the city they located. "It's changing," excited voices exclaimed out loud as information began to form on the steel under one of the names. The information appeared under the fairy's name, who was located in the bottom half of the list. She had placed 7th in the first trial and had 6 points after Trial 1. A new time appeared beneath her name, listed under Trial 2. Name, Cyrilia Frostmoon. Cultivation, Early World Expansion. 78. Name, Heart Reverie. Trial 1, 14 hours, 8 minutes, 9 seconds. Trial 1 score, 9. Trial 2, 28 hours, 16 minutes, 4 seconds. Trial 2 score, 1. Total score, 10. The crowd quickly read the updates, and boisterous discussions quickly broke out once more. The score of 1 revealed the nature of the trial to them. It was a duration-based trial, with those appearing first to be the first to fail. None had been expecting Cerilia to fail first, as her score in the first trial had placed her in the middle of the pack. But with none of them knowing what exactly the trials were, they could only guess based on the information given to them on the stele. In a secluded part of the city, there was. The fairy cultivator failed first, huh? That's unexpected. True, and since she finished her trial, the others should as well very soon. I wonder what the order is going to be. While many discussed the new information, others flooded to the gambling buildings, updating their bets with the information they had just been given. Others retreated back to the restaurants they were in to finish their food, their discussions naturally about the recent update. Sweat perspired down long blue hair that appeared like it was made of ice, framing a beautiful and ethereal face. The dazzling dress that Cerilia wore clung to her body, drenched in sweat as well. At her realm, cultivators did not perspire, but the pain she had endured made her sweat for the first time for a very long time. The trial had been excruciating, both in body and mind. It was as if her body were being subjected to the worst forms of physical torture, while her mind and soul were tormented as well. Being a fairy with a formidable soul, Cerilia was able to resist the effects of the mental torture quite well. She would have been able to keep enduring for quite some time more, but her body had failed her instead. Her breaths were ragged, while her one knee was anchored to the ground. A look of disappointment appeared on her face as she recovered, and she stood up after composing herself. Fairies were a delicate race, and as such had weaker bodies than most. They made up for that weakness with their powerful souls, but that weakness cost her dearly here. She did not know how she performed compared to the others, and could only hope that her performance was not lacking. After standing up, she tried to move, but felt herself trapped into place, as if restricted by a spatial formation. Had her strength still been in the world expansion realm, she might have been able to break free of her bonds. However, with her dantian restricted to the heaven tribulation realm, she was at the mercy of the formation. She felt no danger from the formation, and realized that it most likely was due to the other participants still being within their own pain trial. Realizing this, she closed her eyes and focused her mind to meditate, making the best use of her free time. Rumble. 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 The stone steel rumbled many times over the next day, with each rumble attracting the eager eyes of all. The crowd discussed each update with excitement or disappointment as the list of those still within their trial grew thinner and thinner. Rumble. Another rumble caught the attention of the crowd, which eagerly read the update. Eyes widened slightly as the name entered their eyes. Name, Xera Celestria. Cultivation, early world expansion. A 60. Name, Star Storm. Trial 1, 9 hours, 20 minutes, 54 seconds. Trial 1 score, 9. Trial 2, 52 hours, 16 minutes, 58 seconds. Trial 2 score, 7. Total score, 16. Since 2 contestants were eliminated in the first trial, despite coming in the same place overall of 4th, the total points available had been reduced to 10 for first place, and thus Xera's received 7 for 4th. With Xera's trial ending, there were only 3 cultivators remaining, the same individuals that had placed in the top 3 for the first trial. Parker, or Asiros, Lillian, and John, Chapter 821 Endure, the same 3 have placed at the top again, many exclaimed, coming to a quick realization that the results of the first trial did not seem to be a fluke for the 3 still taking part in the second trial. Many had scoffed and dismissed the results of the first trial, namely the Forbidden Alliance, monsters, barbarians, and many of the neutral powers. They eagerly anticipated the results of the second trial to prove their guesses right, but the truth was the complete opposite. The best performers for both the first and second trial were the same. Just what type of trials are they taking? A Forbidden Alliance elder grumbled. It's probably something dumb like who can cook the best or who can be the best servant. Otherwise, how could Lua and Roz lose like this twice in a row? Someone nearby replied in equal disappointment. However, they all knew a realm so mysterious, as well as guarded by the powerful divine source monastery, could not be something so simple. Many hours passed by after Zeras received his score before the steel rumbled once more. Everyone rushed into the streets to get a glimpse of the gargantuan stone steel, which was once more updating its numbers. Their eyes raced across the steel as the information appeared. Name, Lillian Celestria. Cultivation, Peak Tao Transformation. 26. Name, Goddess of Death. Trial 1, 8 hours, 9 minutes, 36 seconds. Trial 1 score, 11. Trial 2, 58 hours, 22 minutes, 1 second. Trial 2 score, 8. Total score, 19. The Astral Empire girl, huh? She came second in the first trial and third here, as expected of someone from the Astral Empire. Both her and Zeras are doing great in this trial. I'm sure the Astral Emperor is quite pleased with the talent his children are displaying to everyone. The crowd discussed the new result, which eventually turned to who they thought would come first in the second trial. After his stunning performance in the first trial, the overwhelming guess was John, who the crowd had finally come to realize that he was truly a monstrous genius to the level that even the enemy factions could no longer deny it. Sweat dripped off John's face and onto the ground, freezing in mid-air before instantly melting, freezing once again, and then vanishing into a mist. The space around him continued to assault his body with 1,000 different sensations, each excruciatingly agonizing to his body and mind. He had lost track of time, as the only thought that consumed his mind was the pain he felt. His skin felt like it was being flayed off, while a million knives stabbed at each inch of his internals. It was like he was being roasted alive, as well as frozen to death, dropped into a pit of pure death, eaten alive bit by bit. If there was a form of torture that existed that he wasn't feeling at the moment, John would be surprised. Not only that, but his mind and soul felt as if they were about to burst apart. It was the most excruciating pain he had ever felt in his soul, which wavered like candle in the wind, ready to be snuffed out at any moment. Despite the fact that he had endured countless painful trials and tribulations, this one was no doubt the most painful he had ever endured. Even someone as strong in body and mind as him was on the edge of collapse. He had no idea if he was the last participant remaining, or if others still yet lingered on. His mind was too consumed with pain to think of anything else than the pain, and a singular word that kept repeating in his mind, keeping his sanity in check. Endure. 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 The word echoed like a drum, constantly reminding him of his sole objective, endure as long as possible. He wanted to give up countless times already, but each time the word repeated again, firming his resolve against the tormenting pain once more. Pain was part of the cultivation pathway, and one who was not able to endure until their body was falling apart and mind was collapsing was not someone who would be able to walk to the pinnacle of the cultivation pathway, which was his singular goal in life. All other goals he had would be accomplished if he achieved his primary one, and thus this trial of tormenting pain was just another building block on that pathway to the pinnacle. The seconds ticked by, each second feeling like an hour and an hour like a year. Time lost all meaning for John, who finally felt himself nearing his breaking point. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue enduring, but it was that he couldn't. Everyone, even someone as monstrously talented as him, had his limits, and those limits were quickly being reached. His mind and soul wavered, feeling as though he was about to lose consciousness, or even his life. His body trembled and knees wobbled as he tried to stay standing upright, doing his best to not drop to his knees. Endure. His teeth were bared and chattering violently, an uncontrollable reaction to what he was feeling at the moment. His body and robe were fully drenched in sweat, as if he had stepped into a pool with his clothes on. Endure. That one word kept him going, although it almost seemed to have lost meaning to him at this point. It was as if he no longer recognized what the word meant, and only his instincts were keeping him standing at this point. Endure. His eyes opened for the first time in a long time. A red tinge seemed to coat his vision, as if blood were coating his eyes. His body began to sway more and more, while his mind truly felt as if it had reached the limit. At this rate, he would only be able to endure for minutes more. He didn't know if that was enough, but it was all he had left. As if a heavenly gift had been suddenly bestowed upon him, the pain suddenly vanished. It was such a sudden end to the pain that he didn't even realize it had stopped for a short while. His hazy and near-collapsed mind finally started to clear up, and he finally realized that the pain had truly stopped. He felt absolutely nothing anymore, but that nothingness was the most glorious sensation he had ever felt in his life, as if he were being bathed in the most heavenly and vibrant of waters. A euphoric feeling that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Chapter 822, Second Trial. Enze, deep breath, entered John's lungs as he slowly started to compose himself, taking in the euphoric feeling of nothingness. It was only until it was taken away that one realized how blissful feeling nothing was. The trial he had just endured was a stark reminder of that, a lesson that he appreciated despite how traumatic it was. His mind cleared up and he came back to his senses. Thoughts other than the word endure formed in his mind for the first time in who knew how long, as he had truly lost track of time. It could have been minutes, or it could have been years. It would all be the same to him. John's clear gaze shifted out across the land before him, which was the same barren land he had entered before, but now contained none of the horrifyingly painful auras and formations anymore. The land was still, as if he were the only one within the realm. I wonder why the trial suddenly ended, John muttered to himself, but quickly came to the most likely explanation. The only thing I can think of is that I was the land one standing, John mumbled, feeling true surprise. He prided himself on his tolerance to pain, his formidable mental will, and his willingness to push through anything to accomplish his goals. Despite all that, he had nearly been pushed to the very edge of his limits, and had been just minutes off failure. If it truly had been that the trial ended when he was the last one standing, then there must have been someone who was capable of withstanding just as much pain and strife as him. This shocked him greatly. Master, John mused, his mind thinking of Lillian. As a user of the Tao of Death, she was constantly shrouded in a deathly aura. He had experienced firsthand how painful this aura was, and thought perhaps her constant use of the death aura increased her tolerances and will to his level. Another person popped into his mind after thinking about his master, and his gaze narrowed. Asuros, John spat out in disgust. He refused to call him Parker anymore. Parker was dead to him. He had died when he had betrayed the Fenix clan, and John no longer saw him as a relative. He was now only a mortal enemy. While John hated Asuros, he knew how painful cultivating the Immortal Asura body was. He was sure Asuro's technique was somewhat similar, and thus his tolerance to pain must be quite formidable. On top of that, he had that grotesque Asura as his master, who most likely put Asuros through other hellish trainings and tortures, especially after his failure in the Jade Dragon Empire realm. As if answering his thoughts, the same screen of light as before appeared before John, hovering a few feet in front of his face. He quickly read over the updates and confirmed suspicions. Lillian Celestria. Trial 2, 58 hours, 22 minutes, 1 second. Trial 2 score, 8. Parker Fenix. Trial 2, 71 hours, 8 minutes, 38 seconds. Trial 2 score, 9. John Fenix. Trial 2, last standing. Trial 2 score, 10. His eyes studied Asuro's time, and his gaze narrowed with cold hatred. So it was you, Asuros. It seems you truly have improved since last we met. I'm sure our battle will be quite interesting the next time we meet, John said coldly, his anger as well as anticipation rising as he thought of the battle to come. Ha! A humming sound tinged with amusement drifted out, harmonious to the ears. Lillian carefully studied the updates and once again saw her student placing in the first spot. His score yet again defeated her soundly, which she found it hard to accept. The first trial had been one testing talent, and while she knew she was a monstrous genius, she also knew no one in the entire world could dare to claim to have as much talent as John. She knew this well, and thus accepted the first defeat, although begrudgingly. However, this trial of pain was different. It wasn't a trial of talent, or combat prowess, or soul power. It was a test of endurance, mental fortitude, determination, and will. She prided herself in these fields and would have put herself against John in such a test any day. However, it seems she had underestimated her student once more, and realized she didn't know nearly as much about him as she thought she did. My training with him was quite brutal, but nothing to the level that could explain his performance here. It seems John had been through much more gruesome endeavors than I realized. Just how little do I know about my own student? She mused to herself, finding herself lacking as a teacher and master for the very first time. A small smile appeared on her normally stoic face, however, as she was truly happy with John's performance thus far. "Motherfucker, I'll fucking kill you." A rage-filled yell of anger burst out of Asuro's before he gritted his teeth and slammed his fist down on the earth in rage. Boom. The barren ground shattered all around him, sending cracks in the hard ground for miles in each direction. A strong and sinister aura drowned the area as he unleashed his aura without realizing, his rage overwhelming his other senses. I endured so much pain, so much suffering, so much fucking misery at the hands of my master, and yet I've still fallen short of that piece of shit. I refuse to accept this. He roared again, and after some time, eventually calmed his simmering rage. His angered look cooled down into a cold glare, and he stared at the screen before him again. It doesn't matter in the end. These are mere fanciful trials. They mean nothing, he spat out in cold disgust. The only trial that matters is the trial of combat, and when I snuff out your life permanently, all these scores will mean nothing at all. Just you wait, John Fenix. Chapter 823, the rising fame of Asura, the makeshift city that sprung up before the Divine Source Monastery and Stone Steel, continued to grow by the second as more and more people arrived. Word had quickly spread across the continent of what was happening, causing more and more curious people to flock to the city. Many had not come initially, as they didn't think there would be much fanfare to see outside the realm, but the existence of the steel changed that. What was initially a crowd just over 1 million strong had now surged to 5 million and was still growing rapidly. Cultivators from all factions and races arrived, keeping the diversity of the city as it had initially been. The monks watched the surge of people arrive regularly, but made no actions against it as no disturbances were coming from the makeshift city. The people had learned that as long as they did not fight or make a ruckus, they would be left to do what they pleased. The regular rumbling that shook the makeshift city died down, leaving the stunned onlookers to gaze at the final update on the stone steel. They had already somewhat braced themselves for the outcome when they saw who the 2 final participants were, but were still speechless as they gazed the words beneath John's name. John Fenix. Trial 2, last standing. Trial 2 score, 10. He did it. He came first again. A stunned voice in the Honorable Alliance camp drifted out. Amazing, to think our Honorable Alliance has such a genius, others exclaimed. He must be cheating somehow. Many in the areas opposed to the Honorable Alliance spat out in displeasure at the results, although none of them believed their own words. How could someone cheat the Divine Source Monastery unnoticed? It was too absurd to be possible. Regardless of the feelings one had for John, there was one thing for certain. His name, already linked with Asura, had become the hottest topic of discussion continent-wise. All those who had entered the realm were pinnacle geniuses, the best the world had produced over the last century. And yet, the newly arrived John or Asura had bested them twice already, and by staggering margins. Many who were sensible knew they were seeing the meteoric rise of a genius amongst geniuses, one at a level never before seen. Asura had already carved his name in legends due to his talent testing steps score, and appeared to be adding to that legend even more within the mysterious realm. That alone attracted more people towards the makeshift city, as none wanted to miss out in the rising of a future legend. Zira's piercing eyes calmly gazed at the screen of light before him, although his one raised eyebrow betrayed his otherwise emotionless face. "First twice in a row, huh?" Zira's mused to himself as he stared at John's name. He had been through both trials himself and knew the difficulty of both. John's performance in the first trial had been stunning enough, but his second trial surprised Zira's even more. As a pampered prince of a lofty empire, Zira's had not had to struggle much in his life. This made him softer to pain and discomfort than he would have liked, but he still managed to make it to fourth place again thanks to his immense talent and special upbringing. His father had made sure he was a proper cultivator through and through. However, John's time had completely shattered how long Zira's had lasted, and technically he didn't even have a time. It just said, "last standing." A talented genius was one thing, but talented genius capable of withstanding that much pain and agony was a whole different beast. Lasting that long proved one thing for certain. John had most definitely had a grueling and miserable life thus far, filled with dangers and death at every corner. And yet, he has managed to keep his life and thrive. He may be harder to deal with than father initially guessed, Zira's mused with a frown on his face. He sighed and looked upwards to the sky, his frown replaced with a blank expression. And yet Leia has firmly attached herself to him, so there's no choice in the matter. Either he submits to father or he dies. There is no third option. I hope it's the former. I'd hate to see sadness on my little sister's vibrant face. Zira's sighed softly and started walking forward as the way before him opened up. The next trial opened up for the participants, allowing them to move forward. While none of them knew this, they had all initially appeared at various locations on the perimeter of the realm, equidistant from each other. It was as if they were the nothings on a clock, each cultivator being an hour notch. They all moved forward per the monk's suggestion, towards the center of the realm. As they did so, the distance between them lessened as they all moved closer to the same location. The screen of light disappeared before John, while the way forward seemed to open up for him. He could tell that the formation blocking his progress had vanished. He did not hesitate as he moved forward, all while doing his best to recover. The pain he had felt left no damage, but had drained him mentally. He felt his mind was spent and needed to recover as best as possible before the next trial. While walking and focusing on recovery, the landscape around him slowly changed, although he hardly noticed this. After some time, John stopped and gazed all around him, shocked that he had failed to notice the changes. All around him was a thick mist, too thick to see through. The mist also restricted his divine sense, making it mostly useless. He tried to make sense of where he was, but could see nothing at all. "What's going on?" John said, surprised that he had failed to notice such an obvious change to the environment. The air was completely still, and no sound could be heard other than his own breathing, which made the mist around him all the more disorienting. Within the silence, the familiar monotonous voice sounded out once more. "Find the true path forward, and do not be led astray." Chapter 824, Consecutive Victories Rumble. 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 For the next few weeks, frequent rumblings shook the makeshift city built before the Divine Source Monastery. The city had continued to grow in size until it almost matched Divine City itself, although it was not as grand in design or quality. The city had become harmonious with the steel, as if the city had a rhythmic pulse aligned with the steel itself. Whenever the steel rumbled, the city seemed to come to life for a short moment, like a momentary heartbeat, before dying down to a regular atmosphere again. At this time, more than 7 different trials within the mysterious realm had been completed by the geniuses within. While the natures of the trials were a mystery to all, the scores were clear. By now, none dared to look down on John anymore, who had placed first in every single trial thus far, shattering even the wildest expectations of anyone in the city. The gamblers who had initially been eager to bet against John in the hopes of making it big no longer dared to do so, as all who did had lost too much money already. By this point, it was expected that John would place first, and thus the only bets made were on the other contestants, of which 8 remained at this point. With 8 straight first-place finishes, the fame around John grew even faster than before. By this time, almost none on the continent did not know of his name, with the only exceptions being those in remote areas. His performance had brought immense glory to the Honorable Alliance, which saw more neutral powers trying to enter the Alliance for the first time than ever before, perhaps thinking the Alliance could help them replicate some of that talent for their own youths. The Honorable Alliance naturally welcomed those powers with open arms into the Alliance, which bolstered its strength considerably. This shift was quick and sudden, making the Forbidden Alliance and enemy races uneasy. The balance of power was quickly shifting. Their advantage was slipping away, and all because of a singular youth. As such, the winds of war continued to surge forward, hastening its pace more than before. Rumble. The stone steel rumbled once more, and the city sprung to life like a heartbeat once more. John stepped forward out of a land of darkness, emerging into the normal day of light once more. The light level was a normal sunny day, but it felt as if he were being blinded by the light, as he had been shrouded in darkness for so long. He glanced behind him and saw nothing but darkness. The darkness was like a wall before him, somehow contained within the previous trial, and suddenly stopped where he had stepped out. It was quite peculiar to look at. The previous trial had been done in complete darkness, while creatures of unknown origin assaulted him as he tried to move forward. In this land of darkness, his divine sense and sight were restricted, leaving him to rely on sound and touch to avoid the creatures and fight back. It had been a long and arduous journey through the trial, but he had eventually emerged relatively unscathed. "That makes 9 trials," John mumbled to himself, thinking back to the previous trials he had ventured through. The Land of Mist after the Pain trial was a soul-based trial, which tested one's soul instincts on choosing the best path forward without being led astray by distracting illusions and other tricks that were within the trial. After that, there were trials of combat, trials of willpower, trials of comprehension, and so on. Each trial tested a different aspect of cultivation, and it seems that no aspect was going to be left untested. What other aspects are there to test? He muttered to himself thoughtfully, as he couldn't really think of anything else to test. Thus far, the trials had been easier comparatively than the trials he had faced within the first divine trial realm, disappointing him slightly. He had never faced any true danger yet, unlike when he ventured through the first one. "I have become much stronger than when I first went through that previous trial, but it seems like this realm has yet to truly test what it means to be a divine talent. Maybe the trials ahead will be a bit harder, and these are meant to weed out the unworthy of even taking the divine trials," John mused, although he wasn't sure if his guess was right or wrong. While thinking about this, John stared at a massive structure before him in the distance. It had only become visible after stepping out of the darkness trial. It was a man-made building, shaped like a circle. This circular building was hundreds of miles wide. The walls rose up vertically for dozens of miles as well, making the interior of the building quite massive. In fact, it was even larger than the temple in the Jade Dragon Empire trial realm, which up to this point had been the largest building he had ever seen. The outside of the building was rather plain, similar to the Divine Source Monastery in design. "It seems like purpose is more important than looks for whoever made this realm," John mumbled to himself and took a few steps forward. He stopped, since, as expected, a formation blocking his path forward appeared before him. It had appeared after every trial and had stopped him until the last participant finished their trial. He sat down as he had done before, using the downtime to cultivate. His eyes lingered on the building before he started his cultivation, while his soul focused on a unique aura that seemed to flow out from within. It was an aura so profound that he couldn't help but want to find its source and learn the truth of what was making such an aura. Perhaps it was the reward for completing the trials, or perhaps it was something else. This aura had become noticeable after the fourth trial, and only grew stronger as he ventured further and further into the realm. Upon laying his eyes on the building, he could finally tell that the source of the mysterious and overwhelmingly profound aura came from within. Whatever it was, he needed to find it, and if possible, obtain it. He felt just standing in the aura was giving him insights into things he never before thought about. The insights were mainly cultivation-based, and he felt his cultivation speed up considerably just by existing within the aura. I guess I'm finally reaching the end of the realm. Whatever the source is, I must have it, John said softly before closing his eyes, falling into meditation once more. Some time later, his eyes opened as the familiar screen of light appeared before him, revealing the results of the trial. His interest in the information was secondary to his wanting to move forward towards the massive building in the distance, and after the screen of light vanished, so did the formation restricting his path forward. With a blast, John pressed off the ground and surged towards the building and the truth of the mysterious aura. Chapter 825, entering the massive structure, the massive building, grand in aura yet minimalist in design, grew larger in his vision as he quickly approached it. It had looked quite close at first, but that was only due to its overwhelmingly immense size. It took him a short while to arrive before it, and stopped before one of the entrances he had spotted. The massive building dominated his view, leaving nothing else in sight. It stretched out to either side as far as he could see, and towered into the sky higher than most mountains. The exterior was made of stone, with the only decorations being massive pillars that stretched miles up to an overhanging roof. A massive arched opening stood before him, the entrance swirling with mystical energy. Another portal, huh? John mused as he saw the obvious portal before him, which was similar to the one that had been used to enter this realm. He inspected it for a brief moment and then stepped into it, as it was the only way forward that he could see. While he could fly over the building if need be, he knew the realm wasn't designed with flight in mind, and so that would most likely be useless. The mysterious yet profound aura was emanating from within, seeping through the very walls of the massive structure as if nothing could contain its presence. Whatever it was firmly within the structure, and thus he would enter. John stepped into the portal, and as expected, felt his body move a short distance through space before nearly instantly appearing in another location. As he had done dozens of times before with each portal he had stepped through, his head quickly swiveled about while his divine sense spread out in all directions, ensuring that he understood his new location and any possible dangers lurking about. His divine sense quickly retracted as he realized there was no danger, and instead he had found himself standing in the very middle of a massive arena. The arena was circular and 100 miles across, so large that it could hardly be called an arena. Only the stone platforms stretching out to the edges of the walls, which were then lined by a small row of stands, gave a hint to the fact that it was an arena. However, it was quite unlike other arenas he had seen. Most arenas had seating for hundreds of thousands, or even millions, but this arena only had 3 rows of seats. While the number of potential viewers was staggering solely due to the arena's circumference, it was still quite an odd setup. As John gazed about, his eyes narrowed slightly as he noticed figures start to apparate in the stands, as if appearing out of thin air. The figures were misty and ethereal at first, but quickly solidified to form detailed figures. Humans, beasts, monsters, men, women, races of all kinds, each appearing incredibly lifelike. The figures lined the entire arena, causing John to turn all about as he took in the sudden and unexpected change. Each figure appeared quite young as him to a bit older, although their ages were hard to truly tell, as cultivation skewed the ability to guess one's age quite a bit. However, one thing was certain that was true for all the figures. They were geniuses, paramount geniuses. Their auras were all displayed. They were not flaring their auras, but enough was leaked to gauge the talent level and power of the figures, and each was without a doubt a monstrous genius. Holograms, John mused to himself as he studied the figures, which reminded him of one other figure he had seen before. the youthful avatar of his mysterious father that he had fought in the final trial of the Divine Talent trial years ago. That avatar and these figures were almost identical in how they formed and how they now appeared, making him realize that these were most likely geniuses who had participated in this trial in the past, much like his father had done. Flash. 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 John wanted to study the figures a bit more, but 3 brief flashes caught his attention. He turned around to face the sudden appearances of 3 new figures, each standing within the arena proper, much like himself. Unlike the holograms that had just appeared, these figures were no doubt alive. The other trial participants, John thought to himself, studying them closely. The 3 that had appeared were 2 females and 1 male. The first female was ethereally beautiful, like an angel. She had long, light blue hair, which framed her angelic face. She wore a dress that seemed more like mist than real fabric, and her aura gave off a strong soul aura, icy in nature. "A fairy," John mumbled, as the figure looked similar to the fairies he had seen in the Jade Dragon Empire realm. The 2 other people that had appeared looked the complete opposite. Both wore blood-red clothes, one a sensual dress, and the other a tight-fitting robe. Both gave off a sinister aura, and were obviously part of the Forbidden Alliance. Raz and Lua, John thought, recalling that there were 2 Forbidden Alliance experts who had joined the realm. Their results had been quite good, indicating that both were formidable talents. As they arrived, both instantly noticed John, and their expressions narrowed slightly, cold yet a tinge of amusement in them. John remained calm as he saw these 2, as he could tell that their cultivations were suppressed to the heaven tribulation realm. While he had not known this was being done, he breathed a slight sigh of relief upon detecting it. If he had to face against 2 world expansion enemies at once, his odds were not good. But against 2 world expansion experts, who had their cultivations suppressed to his realm, that was more than manageable for him. He stood still as he watched the 2 approach him, while a flash of light appeared behind them again, indicating another had arrived. It was a young man with a sinister-looking face, clad in black clothing. Boom! A powerful aura blasted out from the new arrival, as well as John as the 2 locked gazes, and rushed towards each other, murderous hatred plastered over both their faces. "Die!" they both roared as they arrived before each other, fists surging forward with awe-inspiring might. Chapter 826 Artifact Spirits Interference. The explosion of power, anger, and rage was sudden and unexpected, startling the other cultivators who had arrived. Without warning, both John and Asuros had unleashed their might and dashed towards each other, roaring with furious rage. Their auras overlapped as they arrived before each other, fists about to collide. Flash. 2 flashes of light suddenly appeared, enveloping both John and Asuros just before they were about to collide. The expected explosion of power from the collision did not occur, as both suddenly froze in place. "What?" Both John and Asuros were stupefied, as they had instantly been locked into place, unable to move an inch. At the same time, their power had been restricted, making them unable to fight back against the unexpected restriction. "Release me!" Asuros roared furiously, his hateful eyes glaring at John, who was mere feet away. John glared back with equal hatred in his eyes, as he too wanted nothing more than to cut Asuros down right now. "Any unsanctioned fighting will result in disqualification from this realm." The monotonous voice from the artifact spirit sounded out, revealing it to be the one that had restricted them. John had been initially surprised that he was restricted so easily, but when he realized it was the artifact spirit, it made sense. The artifact spirit seemed to have full control over the entire realm, which was beyond mysterious, as well as powerful. "Fuck off, let me kill him or I'll destroy you after I kill him," Asuros roared, his eyes bloodshot with rage. He squirmed, trying to break free of his restrictions, but found himself bound tightly, unable to break free even a tiny bit. John's rage and anger still stirred, but it simmered down as he realized he would not be able to touch Asuros right now. He could not afford to get removed from the realm, as he knew finding out the secret of the realm was more important right now than killing Asuros. He would have plenty of time to kill Asuros, but would only have one opportunity in this realm. He could not afford to be removed. With a click of his tongue, John withdrew his aura and power, indicating that he would oblige by the artifact spirit's command. "Fine, I'll comply for now," John said begrudgingly. He felt the restrictions binding him vanish, and the urge to pounce forward and slay Asuros rose within him once more. He was mere feet away. But John knew the artifact spirit would be able to react before he landed a blow, and so he could only breathe out an angered breath instead. He fought the urge to unleash an attack on Asuros, and instead turned around. He couldn't guarantee his self-control as long as he looked at the traitor who had killed so many of his clansmen, friends, and family. "Let me go," Asuros roared, still unable to control his rage. "You will be released when you have agreed to my conditions," the artifact spirit said, to which Asuros replied with a furious roar, like that of a beast. It took him quite some time to calm down, but Asuros eventually managed to withdraw his aura and rage, and was eventually released from his restrictions. Boom. He dashed forward towards John instantly, massive saber in hand, and swung out towards John with his full power. John watched him approach with unconcerned eyes, as he knew the attack would never reach him. Flash. The formation of light restricted him once more, instantly halting his movements, causing Asuros to roar with a belly full of rage. "Fuck off, I'll kill you both," he boomed. "If you cannot comply, then you will be restricted until the next trial starts," the artifact spirit said. PN da N0V, E1 John watched Asuros struggle against the restrictions like a raging beast, and realized he had become much more feral than when they had met months ago. A frown appeared on his face as he thought back to that war, and he couldn't help but ask the artifact spirit a question that lingered on his mind. "Artifact spirit, I will comply with your rules, but answer me one question," John said. "I will answer if I can," the artifact spirit replied, voice still monotonous and without emotion. "Will I be able to fight this bastard in this realm or not?" John asked while staring at Asuros. "You might," the artifact spirit replied after a short silence. "For the next trial will be a combat trial against the others who have entered this realm." "Oh, is that so?" John's eyes lit up as he heard this. "Can you provide the details?" he asked. "Not until the trial starts," the artifact spirit replied. "Well, that's good enough for now. The hope of killing this bastard is enough for me to calm my rage for now," John muttered, and his gaze shifted about, noticing that new people had arrived. His drifting eyes suddenly stopped as he spotted a familiar figure standing a few hundred yards away, one he had not seen for years. His heart warmed up and his rage faded away as a small smile appeared on his face. "Master." She looked exactly the same as when he had last seen her. Her long blue hair lined her beautiful yet icy face. Instead of the white and gold dress she normally wore, she wore a much less grand dress that looked almost more like a robe. It was black with blue trimmings on the edges. A frown lingered on her face as she stared directly at a man who stood before her. John had never seen this man before, but could instantly tell that Lillian did not like this man. He quickly moved towards her, their voices growing louder as he approached. "What do you want?" he heard Lillian ask, her voice cold and unwelcoming. "What do I want?" the man replied with an amused tone. "To think my own sister would treat me with such cold disdain. It makes my heart ache." "Sister," John frowned, and instantly realized who the mysterious man was. It was the man who shared the same last name as her. It was Zira's Celestria, the foremost genius of the Astral Empire. And his words had confirmed one thing for John, a thing that he had guessed since he met Leia, but had yet to confirm. Lillian truly was a child of the Astral Emperor. Chapter 827, "She's my master." John approached the two, who seemed to not notice him at all as their focus was on each other. An amused smile clung to Zira's face as he stared at Lillian, who he had just called his sister. "Why do you give me such a cold look?" Zira's asked, his voice sad as if he was hurt by her words. For over a decade I thought you were dead, but I see you here before me. I feel nothing but joy for our reunion, and yet you treat me so coldly." "Spare your theatrics for someone else, Zira's," Lillian replied coldly, her eyes narrowed. "You are now as you were then, a snake hiding behind a mask of niceties." A grimace appeared on Zira's face, as if he had truly been hurt by Lillian's words, and he took a step backwards. "To think my little sister would treat me so harshly." He shook his head in self-pity, but Lillian's sour glare did not soften for even a moment. "Save your false tears for someone else," Lillian spat out at Zira's. "We both know who betrayed my intentions to your father. I told no one else, so don't try to lie like the pathetic man you are." The betrayed look on his face slowly vanished as he heard this, and a small smile appeared instead. "Ah, to think you trusted me so much back then," Zira said, his voice now completely different, as if the warmth had vanished and nothing but cold amusement was left. "I figured you would have told at least a few others. Alexander perhaps, or even Laslia," he said while shaking his head at himself, as if he were a fool to not have realized this. "And to think you don't even consider our father to be your father anymore. You truly have changed," Zira's continued, noting the fact that Lillian mentioned your father and not our father. "That miserable bastard is not my father, not anymore," Lillian replied. "Is that so?" Zira's mused, the smile still lingering on his face as he stared at Lillian closely. "It seems like getting you to return to our astral empire is not going to be easy. A pity." He shook his head again. "You intend to make me return?" Lillian scoffed, amusement in her voice. "I would like to see you try," she said as her fighting spirit ignited, as if she were ready for battle at a moment's notice. However, neither took action, as they knew fighting was forbidden at the moment. The soft sounds of footsteps entered both their ears, and they turned to look at the one approaching. Lillian's cold expression softened as she saw John approach, as if his presence had melted the icy hatred she was feeling at the moment. Meanwhile, Zira's frowned as he inspected John closely. He could immediately tell who this was, just based on his presence alone. John naturally carried himself with the confidence of a true genius, and Zira's instincts were flaring at the moment, warning him of combat when their cultivations were normalized. It was quite bizarre, as he had never felt this way before when dealing with someone younger than him, let alone someone 50 years younger. "The famous Asura pays us a visit," Zira said to John, but there was no warmth in his voice. "I do wish to speak with you eventually, but I am busy with family matters at the moment. Leave us," he said and flicked his wrist outwards, as if dismissing a servant. John ignored the disrespectful words and tone, and instead smiled slightly as he stared at Zira's. He couldn't help but be impressed by what he saw and felt. Zira's was truly a genius, and even with his cultivation normalized to John's realm, John felt danger from Zira's. It was quite impressive for him to feel this way, and he could tell that Zira's status as the #1 genius under 100 years of age was well-deserved. Zira's frowned as he saw John ignore his words and continue approaching. He was a high prince of the astral empire, and was used to his commands being followed at all times, even when given to people not of his empire. Most would grovel at his feet for an opportunity to serve him, yet John looked at him as if he were an idiot. "Did you not hear me?" Zira's asked, his tone cold. John glanced at Lillian and saw a conflicted expression on her face. He was surprised when he saw this, as he had never seen such an unsure expression on her face before. It was always icy yet powerful, yet this was the first time he had ever seen any vulnerability on her face. It was as if she was telling him to not get involved, yet knew he would do so regardless of her instructions. John smiled at Lillian, feeling warmth at her concern for him, even if she didn't voice that concern out loud. Zira's frowned as he saw this smile, and glanced at Lillian for a moment before turning his gaze back to John, who stretched his arms out to the side, as if welcoming the conversation to come. "If this is a family matter, then that's perfect," John said cheerily, as he arrived beside Lillian and stood next to her, facing Zira's. "Any matter important to my master is important to me as well, after all." Zira's eyes went wide as he heard John's words, and he remained silent as if he were comprehending them for some time. Meanwhile, Lillian sighed as she heard John say this, as there was no more protecting him from the eyes of the Astral Empire. With their connection known, he had been thrown into the mess she found herself in as well. However, she did not become angry, as she knew John would say this even before he said it. In fact, it made her proud in a way, that her disciple would face the powerful Astral Empire alongside her without hesitation. Zeres suddenly broke out into a fit of laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. He laughed for some time before eventually quieting down, all the while John and Lillian waited in silence. The amused expression returned to Zira's face as he stared at John, and then Lillian. It seems the heavens have entwined his and your fate together, even across lives. Even I didn't expect such a thing, Zira said, his tone full of amusement as if the most interesting thing were happening. Master and lover, how exciting. A frown appeared on Lillian's face, as she didn't understand what he was getting at. John looked on with curious confusion as well, and Zira's could tell that neither knew what he was talking about. You don't know, Zira said, staring at Lillian. He studied her expression and realized she was truly confused at his words. His smile widened as he realized this. Then why don't you have your little disciple here tell you about it? Zira said as he shifted his gaze to John. About her, Zira's continued. Her? John asked, not understanding. However, the image of someone appeared in his mind, as it was the only other person from the Astral Empire he knew. Zira's noticed the look of realization on John's face and nodded vigorously as if this was the most thrilling of games they were playing. Yes, you finally get it, her. Leia, Chapter 828, A Stunning Truth, Leia, John asked, to which Zira's vigorously nodded again. Yes, Leia, Zira's boomed boisterously, as if he were truly having fun at the moment. He studied Lillian's face as John mentioned Leia, but found only confusion on her face. A bewildered expression appeared on Zira's face as he turned his attention back to John. Have you not told your master about Leia? Zira's asked questioningly. His father, the Astral Emperor, had seen John and Leia together many months ago in Alliance City. They had been seated next to the picturesque lake together when he arrived, and he had immediately noticed that Leia had given John her soul seed, connecting the two of them and their fates permanently. She had done so for them to survive the hellish tribulation John had gone through, and had warned him that accepting the soul seed would bring perilous danger in the future. John accepted the danger, and from that moment on, the two had become linked. The Astral Emperor was beyond furious when he discovered this fact, and tried to forcibly remove it from John at the time. The only way to do this was to kill John, and his actions were only stopped because the Alliance Head and Thunderfist had arrived to thwart the Astral Emperor's actions. After a brief standoff, the Astral Emperor left, but his knowledge of John's existence was then known. He had spread that information to his closest confidants, which naturally included his most talented son. After that, the Astral Empire had gathered much information on John, and Zira's knew John and his feats quite well by now. While Leia refused to elaborate further regarding anything related to John, Zira's was able to tell much from her words and expressions when he had discussed John with her. He knew John and Leia were close, and due to her connection with Lillian, had naturally expected John to have brought the subject up with her already, hence his surprise at Lillian's continued confusion. I just now reunited with my master, John said to Zira's. It is quite some time since I saw her last. So that's how it is, Zira's said with realization. His bewilderment faded away as the usual smirk appeared on his face, and he looked back at Lillian with that amused smirk on his face. Then allow me to tell you a story, dear little sister, to clear your confusion, Zira's said to Lillian, who remained silent. Based on John's reaction, she could tell that there was quite a bit to this story that she was yet to understand. Let's see. I guess I'll begin when your disciple entered the Jade Dragon Empire trial realm, Zira's said as he began to pace back and forth, like a teacher packing before students while teaching them. Lillian glanced at John, as he was mentioned to be the subject of the story, and then glanced back to Zira's. When he entered that realm, someone of our astral empire also entered. Leia, Lillian said, realizing the name that she did not recognize was the subject of the story as well. She knew Leia was of the astral empire, but it had been over a decade since she left the empire. She kept her distance, and thus received no news of the empire in this time either. Yes, Leia, Zira said amusingly, and then glanced at John. You see, at some point during the trial, your disciple ran into Leia, and the two seemed to have become quite close. In fact, she even gave John her soul seed, which I'm sure you know the value of, Zira said, to which Lillian widened her eyes slightly, as if an idea had popped into her head. Father was naturally incensed when he discovered his precious daughter did something so drastic, and tried to take it back from your disciple, Zira's continued, his packing back and forth constant. He was thwarted, as your disciple would naturally not be alive had he succeeded, but because Leia's soul seed remains within your disciple, they are now permanently linked, Zira said, shifting his gaze to John. And it seems that link, at least for Leia, is more than just the soul seed. In fact, Zira's continued, she has agreed to Father's demands so long as she gets to marry you in the future. You truly managed to capture my little sister's heart, it seems. John's eyebrows raised slightly as he heard this, as he had not expected to hear these words. While he knew both him and Leia felt things for one another, it appeared that Leia's feelings were much stronger for him than he had expected. Where are you going with this? Lillian spoke up, her voice still icy. Are you here to waste my time telling me about my disciple's love interests? Not quite, Zira's replied, his smirk ever present. I just wanted to give you a little backstory on the past and your disciple's relationship with Leia, Zira's said before turning his attention back to John. John had remained silent, as this subject being brought up was one he was truly curious about as well. In fact, he was going to ask Lillian about her relationship with Leia due to their near-identical faces, but Zira's had done so instead. John wanted to know the truth, and so he entertained this rambling of Zira's for the moment. If you were to describe Leia, how would you describe her? Her appearance? The aura she gives off, Zira's said to John, who frowned but decided to play along with Zira's game, as he would have asked Lillian about these things regardless. John's gaze shifted to his master to his side, who stared back with slightly wide eyes. Her breathing was also slightly heavier than normal, as if she were bracing herself for a truth that she did not want to hear. He had never seen such a look on his master's face before. She looks just like you, John said, his words causing her lips to quiver slightly. In fact, the resemblance is nearly identical to the point of you being twins. There are a few differences, like hair color and demeanor, but one would not be faulted for saying you two are twins, John continued. And the aura. Get to the aura, Zira's interrupted, causing John to frown, but he ignored him and continued his detailing of Leia. However, while you two are nearly identical in appearance, you differ greatly in aura, John said. In fact, you two are complete opposites, John said, to which Lillian's breathing got heavier, as if the truth she did not want to hear was about to be heard. You control the Tao of death, while she controls the Tao of life, John said, and his words seemed to hit Lillian like a mountain falling on her, nearly taking the wind from her lungs. John was beyond shocked to see such a strong reaction from his normally stoic master, and could tell that she had realized something that he was yet to understand fully. That's right, Zira's boomed, his voice full of excited amusement as if their game had finally gotten to the big reveal. I'm sure you've realized it by now, little sister, he said as he slowly walked towards Lillian, smiling at her with smug amusement, stopping a few feet away. Leia is your Tao of life half, the half of yourself and your soul that you shed all those years ago when you disappeared, Zira said as he reached out and tapped his index finger against Lillian's chest 3 times, each tap lining up with a singular word. Leia is you. Chapter 829, Zira's Schemes, Leia is you. Those 3 words seemed to echo in the air, stunning both Lillian and John stiff. John turned his wide gaze to his master, whose eyes were even whiter than his. Her face was white as snow, and her lips quivered with 1,000 emotions. He had never seen his master this vulnerable emotionally. He wanted to rebuke Zira's claims as nothing but lies, as what he had described was too far-fetched. He had his ideas on Leia's relationship with Lillian, as they had identical faces. He had figured they were just sisters, but the truth was far more unbelievable than that. In fact, it was too unbelievable, and he would never have believed Zira's words if not for one thing: Lillian's reaction. If Zira's words were false, she would have quickly rebuked Zira's as a lying idiot, but her stunned expression and lack of a reply was more than enough evidence for John to realize the unbelievable claim was true. The smirk on Zira's face widened as he saw Lillian's reaction, and he spoke out once more. "Now that you know the truth, you have no choice but to return to the Astral Empire with me after this realm closes," Zira said, taking advantage of Lillian's emotionally distressed state. Lillian mumbled, her blood racing and her thoughts still chaotic. "Surely you wouldn't abandon Leia, now that you know the truth," Zira spoke out once more. "When you somehow managed to split yourself, you left all your vibrancy and innocence behind with her, although I'm sure you know this more than anyone else. Leia is nothing more than an innocent lamb, too kind and naive for this world." Lillian mumbled again, still collecting her thoughts. Zira's smiled wider and continued to press the situation, taking advantage of it as much as possible. "Without your help, I'm sure you know the fate that awaits her," Zira said, his voice turning slightly colder as if reminding her of something terrible. "A fate that you somehow managed to learn of, and as a result fled. But you see, dear little sister, your talent back then was immense, and even if what Father had planned was carried out, you would still most likely survive the ordeal." Zira's continued his ramblings and snaked an arm around Lillian's shoulder, speaking closely into her ear. Lillian seemed to shudder as Zira's mentioned the fate that she had escaped, but was now awaiting Leia. "But perhaps if you return and help Leia, then that fate would not be so miserable after all. Only you can save Leia, only you can save yourself," Zira said, his voice like that of a whispering snake, his smile stretching across his entire face. That snake-like smile suddenly vanished as Zira suddenly felt something strike his side, forcibly separating him from Lillian. He was knocked back hundreds of yards and felt like a mountain had just struck his ribcage, sending a wave of pain through him. Zira's narrowed gaze snapped onto John, who lowered his fist slowly after unleashing a blow onto Zira's. "No fighting," the artifact spirit suddenly boomed. "I wasn't fighting. I was just separating this creep from my master is all," John said wryly, as if he were truly innocent after all. "See, he's not hurt at all." "I suppose you are right, but do not do that again," the artifact spirit warned, to which John quickly complied. After talking to the artifact spirit, John's gaze narrowed as it locked back onto Zira's, who stared at him coldly, his eyes like icy daggers. He had truly been stunned upon hearing the truth regarding Leia, but had managed to recover quickly, at least quicker than Lillian. He could tell that Zira's intentions were sinister just based on his words and expression, and quickly made sure to take action to remove the snake from his close proximity to his master. "To think you would dare to lay a hand on me," Zira said with a low voice, as if the mere thought of John touching him was inconceivable, let alone actually punching him. As a high prince of one of the most powerful empires in the world, the only thing that matched his talent was his arrogance and sense of self-importance. "So what? Are you going to do something about it?" John replied flippantly. Zira's gaze narrowed further, as he knew he couldn't touch John without being removed from the realm, which was something he was not willing to do. The secrets of the realm were too important to give up on. "This matter is between me and Lillian. You have no business interrupting us," Zira's replied coldly. "I already told you, Lillian is my master, so her business is my business. And if what you said is true, then that goes double, because Leia's business is also my business," John replied defiantly. "Besides, I can tell you have no good intentions at all, so even if it wasn't my business, I would make it my business. Now fuck off and leave me and my master alone." "Thank you," John heard a soft whisper behind him. It was incredibly soft, almost inaudible, but the warmth and sincerity behind the words were beyond clear. "Heh, you say that." Zeras scoffed as he seemed to rein in his anger and became composed once more. His gaze shifted to Lillian, who moved forward and now stood beside John. "But this matter is only for Lillian to decide upon. Dear sister, surely you will not abandon Leia to the fate." "Shut up!" Lillian's cold voice drifted out, her tone so cold as if it might freeze the air around them. Zira's face pulled back as his composure faded, as he had not been expecting Lillian to reply in such a frigid manner. "Little sister," Zira said after clearing his throat, trying to salvage the situation. "One more word, and I'll kill you right now. This realm be damned," Lillian said while glowering at Zira's with simmering rage. Her wide eyes and quivering lips were no more, something that John sighed with relief when he instead saw her cold yet confident gaze instead. The gaze he was used to seeing on Lillian's face. "My fate was only sealed when you betrayed the trust I placed in you back then. I was unable to do anything to you back then, but now, I'll kill you without a moment's hesitation." While such a threat would most likely not be possible normally, their cultivations were all normalized at the moment. Lillian's combat prowess was beyond immense, and even Zira's was not 100% confident that he was stronger with normalized cultivations. A scowl appeared on Zira's face, and he snorted after exchanging heated gazes for a short while. It seemed he realized he had lost his one opportunity to get Lillian to come back to the Empire willingly, and his helping facade faded away as a result. "HMPH, one way or another you will return to the Empire. Your existence is now known to us, and hiding is no longer possible. I tried to make it easy for you, but it seems you will have to be brought back the hard way," Zeras spat out, unable to hold his tongue. "You have always belonged to Father and the Empire." Boom. A powerful aura, pure black in color and thick with the Tao of Death, exploded out, filling the arena with a dreadful aura. Lillian's hair and the skirt of her dress fluttered violently about, an outward manifestation of her inner rage. The thick and deathly aura swirled violently around her like a tempest as she dashed towards Zira's, her doubt and vulnerability gone. Instead, she appeared as though she had become a true goddess of death, dashing towards Zira's to claim his life. Chapter 830 Tao of Space. The thick aura of death permeated the entire 100-mile arena, drawing the attention of all the realm participants. They looked over with equal shock and interest as they watched Lillian flicker towards Zira's like a blur, a trail of dark death trailing behind her. The black aura swirled like a tempest around her, as if a storm of death had arrived. Despite each being a genius amongst geniuses, they couldn't help but be impressed and even fearful of the aura they were feeling. Each had experienced the aura of death before, but never so profound, never so deadly. Zira's gaze narrowed into a cold glower as he watched his sister approach, and his aura began to quickly climb in reply to the swiftly approaching threat. Flash. Flash. Two flashes appeared within the arena, and the flashes of light congealed into a formation barrier that wrapped around Lillian and Zira's. Both were firmly contained within, rooting them in place before their battle could commence. As expected, the artifact spirit had once again taken action, restricting fighting with no exceptions. The geniuses watching the battle to be felt a bit disappointed that they were not going to see a good fight, and some even hoped that the two would take each other out before the next trial. Both had established themselves as fearsome opponents in the previous trials, and none of them dared to look down on either. "Huh? What?" Surprise gasps escaped the lips of several of the other participants as they saw Lillian's forehead flare with a profound light. A bright rune appeared on her forehead, its color chaotic and indiscernible, as if it always changed when one looked at it. It was incredibly bizarre, and also incredibly profound, as the aura coming from that rune was awe-inspiring. The rune's aura wrapped her with the same bizarre-looking colors, ever shifting. With the new and sudden change, Lillian became even more mystical and awe-inspiring than before, as if she were truly a god descended upon the world. As the rune lit up, her body seemed to vanish for the briefest of moments, and then instantly reappeared on the other side of the formation, restricting her. Somehow, she had managed to escape the bindings of the artifact spirit, and once again resumed her swift dash towards Zira's. Flash. Another flash of light appeared around her immediately after, binding her in place. The rune on Lillian's forehead flashed with power again, and her body vanished for a brief instant once more. However, unlike before, she reappeared within the formation, unable to break free of it a second time. She tried several more times, but was unsuccessful, and after a brief struggle, ceased trying to escape. Her aura died down, as did Zira's, the two of them staring at each other with cold and narrowed gazes. The Tao of Space, John thought, stunned senseless. When the rune appeared on Lillian's head, the aura that had emerged had undoubtedly been the Tao of Space. John had managed to gain a small bit of insight into the Tao when training his divine reaping scythe, and would not mistake it for any other Tao. However, the difference between his grasp of the Tao of Space and his master's was night and day. He was but a child, while she was a true master of the Tao, able to make her body shift through the very fabrics of space in an instant to pierce through the restricting barrier. N0V1 calm after composing himself, John studied the barrier around his master from a distance. The barrier was different than the previous ones, and it too was wrapped in a strong binding of space. Clearly, the artifact spirit had adjusted the nature of the formation to restrict her ability to move through it, even through space itself. Just how strong are the formations of this place, and who could have built such a thing? John wondered to himself. It was truly an awe-inspiring place, from the massive barrier guarding the realm, the trials themselves, and the powerful formations the artifact spirit commanded with ease. All eyes lingered on Lillian, each studying her carefully. Some had been shocked by her display of both the Tao of Death and Space, while others were intrigued. They now realized that with these two powers at her command, it was only natural that her performance thus far had been incredible. Upon thinking this, the gazes of everyone else shifted to John, as well as Asuro's. Despite Lillian showing such incredible talent and power, they both had managed to score higher than her through the trials thus far. Just how powerful are these two? The others thought. Some found themselves despising the cultivation normalization even more now, as they realized that any trials against these three would be beyond challenging, and perhaps even impossible. If you cannot behave, then you will be restricted until the next trial begins, the artifact spirit said, to which Lillian huffed lightly. I am calm now. Release me, she said with an even tone, her aura and rage withdrawn. Silence filled the air for a moment before the artifact spirit seemed to agree, and the formations binding both Lillian and Zira's disappeared. Lillian immediately felt the urge to resume her attack on her brother, but resisted the urge and turned away sharply. Her gaze snapped onto John, who was standing several hundred yards away, and she beckoned to him with one finger. Come, we have things to discuss, she said as she walked away into the distance towards the edges of the arena 50 miles away. John took a deep breath before following, as he knew the discussion to come would be quite eventful to say the least. The two of them walked for dozens of miles, but did so swiftly, and appeared at the edges of the arena a short while later, far removed from the other cultivators. Lillian waved her hand before her, and her flying ship suddenly appeared before them, which she quickly boarded. Come, she instructed John, who quickly followed her into the ship. The door of the ship closed as he entered, and he found his master sitting on a nearby chair, her calm yet serious eyes glued to his face. Sit, she said as she gestured to the chair next to her, and tell me everything you know about Leia. Chapter 830, The Truth of the Past Silence filled the interior of the ship as John finished his story, detailing his encounters with Leia, starting in the Yuan Continent ancient city, and ending in Alliance City when the Astral Emperor had taken her away once more. Lillian had sat there listening without saying a single word, her face stoic most of the time. However, small expressions occasionally appeared on her face. Sometimes it was a tinge of sadness, such as when she heard of Adam's miserable and gruesome fate, or surprise when she learned that Leia had miraculously revived him, or worry when they had faced the apocalyptic tribulation together and was later taken back to the astral empire by her father. These expressions were almost imperceptible, but caught by John, nonetheless. If he had not known his master so well, he would have never noticed such minute changes in her expression. It seems the troubled emotions she felt when she found out the truth have been mostly controlled, and she's back to her usual self. Or it appears that way on the outside at least, John thought to himself as he sat there in silence as well, allowing Lillian to gather her thoughts. The deafening silence remained for quite some time, but John dared not speak before his master did. He would allow her to take as much time as was needed to process the whole thing. A million questions swirled in his mind, all regarding Lillian and Leia, but he kept them unvoiced for now. His thoughts shifted to other things, such as the talent both Lillian and Leia had displayed. Lillian commanded the Taos of death and space, while Leia commanded the Taos of life and time. John shuddered when he thought that this combination used to exist in a singular person, his master's true identity, before she had somehow managed to do the impossible and divide her soul in half. Just how frighteningly powerful would his master have been had she remained as one, in command of all four of those terrifyingly powerful Taos? It was inconceivable to think someone had been born with the natural control and command of those four Taos, but the proof was right before him. It reminded John that despite the fact that he was a heavenly genius amongst geniuses, that there might always be someone more powerful or talented than him. If Lillian had her full power under her control and trained her entire life in the astral empire, John had no doubt she would be a threat to him, even with their cultivations in the same realm. "Thank you for telling me everything," Lillian said, her voice breaking the silence. John raised his eyes to meet hers. She slumped back slightly in her chair and sighed deeply. "And also thank you for before," she added. John nodded, as he could tell she truly meant it. She had been bombarded by Zira's and the shocking truth, and it had been John to help her snap out of her fragile mental state. She felt a warmth when she thought of that moment not long ago, that her disciple would take action for her like that, placing himself in the middle of her harrowing ordeal with the astral empire. Her gaze lingered on John for a while, and she couldn't help but think he looked older than she remembered him. While it had been about a year since they had last met, he seemed to have aged more than that in her eyes. He appeared like a boy to her back then, one that required her constant scoldings. But now he appeared more like a young man to her, stronger and more reliable. Silence filled the room for a short time again before Lillian breathed in deeply and focused her gaze back on John. "I'm sure you also have many questions you want to ask," she asked him, to which John nodded his head. "I do," John replied firmly. "I want to understand you, I want to understand Leia, and I want to understand what happened that caused you to do what you did." Lillian exhaled the deep breath she had taken and nodded her head slowly. Her eyes closed for several seconds before reopening, and she began to explain the truth of what had happened all those years ago. 13 years ago. Bang. 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 Steel swords collided in quick succession, filing the air with sharp metallic rings. Two figures dashed about an arena exchanging attacks. One of the fighters was a man who appeared to be in his 20s, while the other was a small girl, no older than 13 years old. The baby fat still clung to her cheeks, making her look quite adorable as expected for her age. Her face was vibrant and stunningly pretty, and it was beyond obvious that she would one day become a heavenly beauty. The girl's blue hair danced in the air as she dashed around the arena quickly, trying to land a decisive blow on her opponent. Despite her young age, her speed and power were beyond shocking, with each blow shaking the arena beneath their feet. Her sword slashed and pierced forward, each at a different angle and speed, making her attack pattern quite unpredictable and difficult to defend against. At the end of the unpredictable barrage, she hastened her speed and appeared to the man's side. Her sword pierced forward at an upward angle towards his ribs, making it quite hard to block. "Good," the man shouted out before unleashing a counterattack. His sword struck against hers, successfully parrying the attack. The girl's face scrunched up in a disappointed frown as her barrage of attacks failed, and then her eyes widened as the man appeared to her side and unleashed a kick towards her. The heel of his foot struck against her shoulder before she could react, and she sailed through the air for dozens of yards before colliding with the arena wall. Boom! The arena trembled from the impact, which was strong enough to greatly injure a core formation expert if they had been struck like that. She fell to the arena floor afterwards, flat on her face, remaining motionless for a moment. The man placed the tip of his sword on the ground and rested his hands against its hilt as he watched the girl lying on the arena floor. "Oh, I was so close," the girl said with a pouting tone, her voice slightly muffled as her face was against the arena floor. She quickly stood up, revealing herself to be completely unharmed despite taking such a powerful attack, and brushed off the dirt from her dress. "Yes, you were, but you lack focus. If you had continued your barrage instead of pouting like a distracted baby, you might have been able to land an attack on me," the man said with a smile on his face as he walked over to the girl. The girl pouted again. "I am not a baby," she protested with puffed cheeks and fists clenched in front of her chest, to which the man laughed and agreed. All right, you're not a baby, I take that back," the man laughed. Her pout quickly vanished and was replaced by a cheerful smile, and she ran up to the man and hugged him, fully endeared with the man despite the attack he had just landed on her. She was half his height and her arms wrapped around his lower waist, and she quickly parted and took a few steps back to look up at the man with equal parts awe and enamor. The man smiled and reached out his hand, ruffling her hair, making it even messier than it already was. "You're improving quickly, Lillian. Much quicker than I did at your age. 13 and already in the Meridian Forging realm and quickly approaching the Heaven Tribulation realm. You really are incredible," the man said, smiling. "It won't be long before you're stronger than me." "Just you wait," Lillian said, her voice childlike yet determined, as was her gaze. "I'll keep training, and before long I'll even be stronger than you, Big Brother Zira's. Chapter 832, Mischievous Plan, yes, I believe it," Zira's said, smiling at his younger sister. His gaze shifted upwards towards the sun setting behind the distant mountain, which illuminated the valley they were in with a brilliant golden glow. Their arena was built at the edge of a cliff, giving them a magnificent view of the verdant valley below. The golden light shimmered in the mist of the crashing waterfalls and reflected off the tranquil rivers that meandered through the valley, making it appear as if the land was truly an immortal paradise for the gods. Zira's took a deep breath and then shifted his gaze back to Lillian and ruffled her hair once more. "I still don't get why I'm not allowed to use my dows in our fights," she said with another pout on her face. "Won't I learn to fight best if I go all out? Fighting while holding back so much doesn't make sense to me. How is that supposed to help me get stronger?" she asked curiously. "It's not that simple," Zira said while shaking his head. "The dows you control are incredible, but if you rely on them too much, you will be mediocre. A true cultivator must hone all the aspects of cultivation, including basic sword forms. Forming a solid foundation is the key to becoming a powerful cultivator, and things like these help with building that foundation. Understand?" "I guess," Lillian's voice drifted out as she stared at the Golden Valley as well. "All right, that's enough training for today. Go clean up and prepare for dinner, and then off to bed after that," he instructed. "Oh, Lillian moaned, disappointed that her sparring session was already over, as it was her favorite part of her day. Combat made her feel alive more than anything else, and she loved to train with her brother, the most talented genius of the Empire. "No always," Zira scolded lightly. "We'll resume your training tomorrow at midday." "Midday? Why so late?" Lillian asked curiously. They usually started training in the morning, took a break at midday, and then resumed sparring until evening. That was, of course, when she was not being tutored by scholars on the fine arts or instructed by master cultivators in the way of cultivation and battle arts. And then there was the healing arts, which her father had her focus on the most. Lillian did not find studying healing and hunting her control of the Tao of life fun, but she did so regardless. This week was a sparring week, which she enjoyed the most. I have to meet with Father in his throne room tomorrow morning to discuss certain matters, Zeres explained. When that meeting is done, I'll come find you and we'll resume your training. All right. Aki, Lillian said with another pout, to which Zeres ruffled her hair again. Lillian giggled gleefully and dashed away, but not before waving goodbye to Zeres. Zeres watched her leave with a smile, which faded away as she disappeared around the corner. A sigh escaped his lips as his gaze shifted to the picturesque valley once more, his eyes unfocused and mind deep in thought. Lillian's legs kicked out rhythmically over the boulder's edge that she sat on, while a steaming plate of food sat on her laps. Her eyes roamed about the beautiful valley below, while she occasionally brought her fork to her face to take a bite of food. Her fork suddenly stopped as she saw what she had on it, and her face scrunched up in disgust. Bleck, not this again, as she pulled her face away from the vegetable on her fork. Her eyes quickly shifted to either side of her to take in her surrounding, and once she made sure the coast was clear, she flicked her fork forward, sending the food tumbling over the cliff edge into the valley below. N0V1 Did you finish all your food? The Astral Emperor will be very displeased with both you and I if he finds out you didn't finish your meal again. A scolding voice sounded out, coming from a woman dressed in a maid outfit that stood before Lillian. She had her hands on her hips and stared with a skeptical gaze. Lillian had just returned to her mansion, which was exclusively for her own use. She had left to eat her meal on a nearby boulder which looked over the valley, which was her favorite spot to eat dinner. Her mansion was larger than most palaces of smaller empires and sects, a small indication of the prosperity of the Astral Empire. There were dozens of maids within that exclusively tended to Lillian's mansion and ensured she received proper care and nurturing within. I did, I promise, Lillian replied, her large blue eyes round with sincerity as if she would never lie. The maid inspected Lillian's face for a moment and then nodded. Proper nutrition was important for Lillian, as she had yet to reach the heaven tribulation realm and shed her mortal body. Until then, the Astral Emperor had instructed them to make sure she ate healthily and consistently. Satisfied with the answer, the maid patted Lillian on the back and ushered her down the hallway. All right, then go wash up and then it's off to bed for you, the maid instructed. Finny, Lillian's voice trailed off as she walked down the large and finely decorated hall towards the washroom and entered it. She left it a short while later, wearing fresh robes, her face and body cleaned of the sweat and grime of training. She entered her nearby room and fell onto the bed. The exhaustion of the full day of training finally hit her. Her eyes stared up at the ceiling as she fell deep into thought, and a short while later, a mischievous smile appeared on her face. Heh, neither Zeres nor Father know of the improvements I made in the Taos of space and time recently, she mumbled to herself, the mischievous smile on her face getting larger. I'll sneak into the throne room tomorrow before they arrive and hide using my Taos, and when they least expect it, I'll land a surprise attack on the both of them. I can't wait to see the looks of surprise on their faces. It's going to be amazing, she said with great excitement, and then laughed herself to sleep shortly after, completely exhausted from the long day of training. Chapter 833, Sneaking into the Throne Room, Princess Lillian. It's time to wake up. A muffled voice from one of the housemaids drifted through the closed doors of Lillian's bedroom. Lillian's groggy eyes slowly opened, and a scowl appeared on her face as she rolled over to fall back asleep. Just as she did so, Lillian quickly sat upright, remembering her plan from the previous night. I need to hurry and get there before Father and Brother do, she said hastily, and quickly strode out of the room and entered the nearby washroom. The maid waking Lillian up was startled by her energy, as it was normally quite the hassle to get Lillian to wake up and leave her bed. What's got you so excited? The maid asked as she stepped into the washroom to help Lillian clean up and prepare for the day. Hee, I'm going to prank Father and Zeres today, Lillian said mischievously while scrubbing herself clean. "Dear heavens," the maid exclaimed. "Are you sure that's a good idea?" "It's an amazing idea," Lillian exclaimed with passionate excitement. "Just you wait. When I get back, I'll tell you all about it." The maid didn't know what to say, and instead remained silent as she helped Lillian clean up and get dressed. A short while later, Lillian sped out of her mansion, wearing a stunning green dress which fluttered behind her as she raced forward down the mountain and into the valley below, which was starting to be illuminated by the early morning sun. She quickly made her way through several valleys and past several mountains, and eventually arrived at the center of the Astral Empire capital. While the Astral Empire was beyond massive, the capital itself was only several dozen miles across and was nestled within a private mountain range in the very center of the empire. The capital was exclusively used by the Empire royalty, as well as other high-ranking members of the Empire. Beyond the secluded mountain range was Astral City, which stretched out for 100 miles in each direction. Lillian arrived at the central valley of the capital, where most of the common-use buildings were located. Her gaze shifted upward and locked onto a floating landmass a mile up in the sky, hovering over the valley. On that landmass was a palace beyond compare, the palace of the Astral Emperor. Lillian moved swiftly once again and arrived before a well-guarded teleportation formation. The guards noticed her arrival, and all nodded respectfully. "Princess," they greeted in unison. "I'm going up to the palace," Lillian said, and the guards nodded and stepped aside, allowing her onto the platform. "Has father arrived yet?" she asked one of the guards curiously, who shook his head sideways to indicate that the emperor had not arrived. "Hee, perfect," Lillian cheered softly. The platform then lit up, she vanished, and then immediately appeared on the floating landmass hovering in the sky. The other end of the teleportation formation was located at the edge of the mile-wide landmass, with the palace located in the very middle. Lillian hopped off the platform and made her way forward, walking through colorful gardens, which contained beautiful fountains and incredibly rare flowers, each more stunning than the last. Since it was quite early, the gardens were quite empty, and only became more active later in the morning. "Perfect," Lillian thought to herself. The less eyes that saw her, the more likely for her plan to succeed. She reached the end of the gardens and gazed down the long pathway to the front of the palace entrance. "Curses," Lillian grimaced, as the palace doors were being guarded as well. Her father only used guards on the floating island itself when something important was happening, and would always ask the palace guards for a list of who had entered before him. She continued to peek around a shrub, eyeing the guards cautiously. If they saw her, they would no doubt inform her father. A new plan formulated in her head, and Lillian crept around the garden and to the side of the palace, away from the guards. She walked for several hundred yards and then stopped facing the palace. "Well, the throne room should be just on the other side of this wall. I wonder if I can," she mused, gazing in both directions to make sure the coast was clear. When she confirmed it was, a faint power emanated from her, thick with the Tao of space. Her face scrunched up with stern focus, and after a short delay, her figure vanished. The scenery before her eyes changed, and her face lit up with excitement. "I'm in the throne room," she cheered, filled with self-pride regarding her improving command of the Tao of space. "Now, where to hide?" she mused as she gazed about. She was currently standing in the corner farthest away from the throne, which was on the opposite end of the room nearly 100 yards away. The throne was large, golden in color and regal-looking, as if only the most heavenly of emperors were worthy of sitting on it. "I'll need to hide closer to the throne," Lillian whispered to herself, and stepped forward. Her step halted immediately, and panic appeared on her face as she heard soft footsteps approaching the closed throne room door. "Curses! Father is here already," Lillian cursed as 2 runes lit up on her forehead, each a different color and emanating a different aura. The 2 runes, which were her innate connections to the Taos of time and space, flared for a moment, wrapping her in the powers of the 2 Taos. Lillian suddenly vanished from sight, as if she had never been there in the first place. 15 seconds later, The set of doors to the palace room parted, and a man who appeared to be in his 30s strode in. He had long black hair, a charmingly handsome face, and wore regal robes, adding to his already inspiring persona. "Stange," the man muttered as he inspected the room for a moment. "I thought I detected Lillian for a moment. Did the guards lie to me?" The man frowned, but after his brief inspection of the room, found it to be empty. "I must have imagined it," he muttered to himself before walking across the throne room and seating himself on the throne. He sat there eye-silence and stared at the doors he had just entered, as if waiting for someone's arrival. In the corner of the throne room, Lillian breathed a sigh of relief as she stared out of the cocoon of time and space around her, which had hidden herself from her father. She had no doubt a full inspection from her father would have found her, but he had only briefly glanced about the room and did not scan it with his powerful divine sense. "Lucky," she whispered to herself, her face slightly strained. "Using both Dows takes quite a lot out of me, so hopefully Big Brother shows up soon so I can attack." A few minutes later, new footsteps became audible, causing Lillian to grow excited with anticipation. "Finally," she whispered, getting ready to pounce. Boom. The footsteps grew louder and louder, and Lillian quickly realized something was wrong. Boom. 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 The footsteps were loud and powerful. Each step shook the floor slightly, as if a massive beast were approaching. Lillian's face scrunched up in confusion, as beasts were forbidden within the palace. Who would be so brazen as to bring a beast into Father's palace? Her voice cut off instantly, as if she was too scared to utter another word. Her eyes went wide, her lips trembled, her breathing became heavy, and a wave of instinctual fear surged within her as a massive four-armed creature stepped through the doors and into the throne room, so monstrous and terrifying, it was as if it had come from the depths of hell itself. Chapter 834, Astral Emperor and the Asura Boom. 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 The hellish creature entered the throne room and made its way towards the Astral Emperor. Lillian watched with wide eyes, still shrouded within her spatial cocoon, as it made its way towards her father. Father is going to be attacked by this demon, Lillian thought frantically, her mind a chaotic mess. I need to find help. There's no way Father can fight this demon. I hope you weren't spotted by anyone when you entered my palace. The Astral Emperor's calm voice filled the throne room, stopping Lillian in her tracks. The Astral Emperor sat calmly on this throne, his chin resting on his propped-up right arm. Lillian stared at him with wide eyes filled with confusion. Her father's even tone and calm demeanor were not that of a man about to fight for his life. In fact, based on his words, he had been expecting the nightmarish creature's arrival. A guttural scoff was the only reply the creature gave, as if answering the question was beneath it. The Astral Emperor slightly frowned, but did ask the question again. The creature arrived before her father. It was so tall that it looked him at an even level, despite the fact that her father's throne had him sitting more than a dozen feet off the ground. The two stared at each other for a moment, before the creature broke the silence. "When will you fulfill your part of the agreement?" the creature asked, its voice guttural and unnaturally loud. The walls trembled lightly from its voice alone. The Astral Emperor frowned, as if the question annoyed him. "I told you last year, she must first reach a certain cultivation level before she is ready," the Astral Emperor replied calmly. Rumble. The palace rumbled violently as the creature scoffed, why pleased with the answer it was provided. "And when will that be exactly?" the creature growled. "It depends, but it will most likely be at least 15 years before she is ready," the Astral Emperor replied, to which the creature narrowed its hellish gaze, fiery red eyes as large as the Astral Emperor's head staring at him with displeasure. Who is Father talking about?" Lillian thought, still hidden. Holding the spatial cocoon intact, especially in the presence of such a nightmarish creature, was taxing her to her limits, but she dared not to release it, no matter how exhausted she became. She knew that would be a mistake. "You dare lie to me," the creature growled menacingly. I wouldn't dare, as that does me no good. The astral emperor waved his hand dismissively. The creature studied him with scrutiny, to which the astral emperor sighed. You may come from some other place where cultivation is faster, but on this world, reaching the world expansion realm takes time. 15 years is already faster than anyone else in recent history, so all you can do is wait, the astral emperor said as his eyes moved downwards, gazing at the massive wound on the creature's chest, a gruesome wound that seemed to refuse to heal. The wound was no doubt worse than it looked, as it was obvious that the creature was greatly weakened in its current state. And yet, its power was still unfathomable to Lillian. The creature's expression was still filled with malevolent displeasure, as if it would unleash a fatal attack on the astral emperor at any moment. The ancient war was what? 300,000 years ago, maybe more. The astral emperor spoke up once more. And despite that passage of time, your wound has yet to heal. If it was able to be healed by conventional methods, you would have done so by now. The palace trembled again as the creature scoffed, but it did not argue against the astral emperor's claims. It seems that only the most miraculous of methods can help you now, and that method just happens to be under my command. And I am telling you that it will be 15 years before she is ready. You best make sure that it happens within 15 years, or I'll raze your empire to the ground, the creature threatened. You would definitely be capable of doing so, but then your existence would be revealed to the world, the astral emperor replied calmly at the grave threat. While you may be stronger than anyone in this world, do you have the confidence to fight the whole world at once, especially in your condition? He said as he eyed the wound again. The creature's sinister gaze narrowed again, but it did not rebuke the astral emperor's claims. Fighting the entire world in its current state was not possible. So, it seems you require my help, as I require yours, which is why we entered into this agreement in the first place, the astral emperor said. So do believe me when I say 15 years is the time frame we need to follow. HMPH, fine, the creature scoffed, believing the words spoken. But I'm adding a new condition to our agreement. The astral emperor's gaze narrowed as he heard this, but he remained silent to hear what the condition was. You were right when you mentioned how hard it is for me to heal this wound, the nightmarish creature said as he stared at the wound on his chest. And so, as part of our agreement, when the time for me to be healed comes, I'll be taking the girl with me. Her healing skills should prove very useful for me in the future. The astral emperor's gaze narrowed, and his aura grew cold, as if the mere mention of such a thing was unforgivable. Flash. An item flashed into existence, grasped within the creature's massive hand. He tossed it over to the astral emperor, who caught the spatial ring and cautiously inspected it. His eyes went wide at what he saw within, and his cold gaze faded away, replaced by a conflicted expression instead. The creature smiled when he saw this, his sharp teeth bared like a monstrous beast. Our annual agreed-upon transaction, tripled going forward, as long as I get to keep the girl, the creature proposed, its menacing smile widening as it could tell the offer was being considered. What do you intend on doing to her? Do you intend to only have her heal you? The astral emperor asked, sounding unsure of the matter. That does not concern you, the creature snorted, his tone and expression indicating he wanted an answer, not discussion. A deep sigh escaped the emperor's mouth as he slumped slightly on his throne. After a short moment of silence, he breathed in deeply and sat upright, his mind clearly made up. Agreed. Chapter 835, Few Minutes of Terror, good, the creature replied, its guttural voice reverberating in the air like a deep hiss. It turned around without a word and walked out of the throne room, while the astral emperor watched in silence as it left. Within her spatial cocoon, Lillian's pale and exhausted face trembled with fear as the creature walked by, no more than 30 yards from her. She felt as if the aura of the creature alone would kill her, and was sure the only reason it didn't was because of her spatial cocoon separating her from the real world. She felt like she was nearing her limits, and exhaustion was taking a hold of her. She fought with everything she had to maintain her power, and the creature finally left. When she could no longer feel its aura, She breathed out, then in deeply, and almost undid her powers to race towards her father for comfort. These few minutes had been the most scared she ever felt. However, just as she was about to do so, she hesitated. She stared at her father as the conversation she had heard replayed in her mind. The subject of discussion had been a girl, one who could heal the hellish creature. Lillian naturally thought of herself as she perfectly fit these two conditions. It's impossible, right? There's no way father would betray me, sell me, to a demon like that, she thought to herself, trying to shake the terrible feeling she had at the moment. She wanted to rush to her father and ask him about it. She knew as long as she asked him, he would tell her the truth, and she would learn she was right, and that it was not about her. But she hesitated, paralyzed by fear and uncertainty. Her essence chi was draining fast, and she felt her limits fast approaching. Sigh. Another deep sigh left the Emperor's mouth, catching her attention. The Emperor slumped in his throne, a conflicted look on his face. To think I would agree to such a thing. Have I truly fallen so low? The Astral Emperor muttered to himself. He then inspected the contents of the spatial ring in his hand, and the conflicted expression faded away and was replaced with a satisfied smile instead. Alas, the cultivation world is a cruel place, and I must grasp every opportunity to climb to the top, or I will fall to the pile of dead bodies at the bottom, as all who remain weak do, he said to himself, as if steeling his mind, firming his decision. It's just a shame, he continued after a small pause. Lillian is a child with talent a father can only pray to the heavens for, and yet the heavens blessed me with her. He paused again, and then stood up from his throne, his gaze narrowing with conviction. Perhaps the heavens bestowed me with her for this very moment, he mused, as if his actions were following some grand, heavenly design. And in the end, I can always have more children. If I created someone like her, surely I could do so again. I am blessed by the heavens after all, he said with a small, arrogant smirk on the corner of his mouth. PFD. A soft sound, like a fatting cloud of smoke, sounded out, so soft as to almost not exist. The Astral Emperor's gaze snapped towards the sound, one of the empty corners of his throne room. His gaze narrowed and his body flashed, instantly appearing in that corner. Boom! The throne room trembled as he released his might on the area. A rat dares to spy on me, he boomed as he inspected the area with his divine sense, but frowned immediately after. He detected nothing. His narrowed gaze scanned the area, and he remained there for a short moment before another set of footsteps approaching could be heard. Father, is everything all right? Zira's concerned voice drifted into the throne room as he entered. A perplexed look appeared on his face as he saw his father standing in the corner. Yes, everything is fine, the Astral Emperor said, and slowly peeled his scrutinizing gaze away from the corner and towards his son. You asked to see me today? Zira's asked respectfully. While he was talking to his father, he was also talking to the Astral Emperor. Respect and deference were a given. Yes, the Astral Emperor confirmed, ignoring the corner as if it no longer concerned him. How is Lillian's training going? Is her cultivation steadily progressing? It is. She should reach the heaven tribulation realm within the year, Zira's confirmed. Good, then continue as you've been doing, and make sure she does not stray from her cultivation and studies, the Astral Emperor nodded. And be sure she pays extra attention to her healing lessons. It will be done, Zira's replied respectfully, bowed his head and left the room as the Astral Emperor dismissed him. The Astral Emperor gazed one last time at the corner of the room, and then left the room as well. Chirping of birds and sounds of other animals drifted through a tranquil forest, which was suddenly disturbed as a figure appeared in the air and crashed through many tree branches before colliding with the ground. Huff, huff, huff. Deep breaths, ragged and pained, filled the silence as Lillian struggled to sit up. She eventually managed to claw herself into a seating position and sat on the ground, her back leaning against a tree. Her ragged breaths slowed over time as she slowly caught her breath and regained some of her energy. While her breaths grew steady, her mind was still filled with chaos. I must have heard wrong, right, Lillian muttered to herself, trying to convince herself that she had misheard. As much as she wanted that to be true, she knew she had heard correctly. When she heard her name and saw her father's expression, she knew he had made up his mind. Her father was going to sell her to that hellish demon, to do with her as she pleased. Only a lifetime of hell awaited her if that ever came to pass. And 0v1 calm when she had heard her name, she mustered the last ounce of her power and had managed to push her spatial Tao to the limit, which had teleported her several miles away in an instant. She had no idea she was capable of such a thing, but being pushed to the edge had allowed her to exceed her limits. Lillian now felt completely drained and found it hard to muster any strength at all. Her vision grew dark as her consciousness faded away, and she passed out within the forest. Chapter 836 Zira's help darkness enveloped Lillian, and she drifted within that darkness for an unknown amount of time. So this is where you've been, sleeping in this forest when you should be training. A voice sounded out within the darkness, stirring her awake. Lillian's heavy eyes slowly opened, and she was almost too tired to open them. Her body ached terribly, her previous actions of pushing her powers to the limits finally catching up with her. There wasn't an inch of her body that was not crying out in pain. Through the pain, she opened her eyes and looked towards the source of the voice. Her heavy eyes widened as she saw who it was, and then tears began to fall. At first it was just a few, but in almost no time at all, a waterfall seemed to crash from both eyes as tears streamed down ceaselessly. "Big Brother Zira's," Lillian said hoarsely, as she mustered her last bit of power to lean forward and fall towards him. "Whoa there," Zira's exclaimed as he bent down and caught Lillian before she crashed into his knees. His arms braced her shoulders, and he frowned when he saw her condition. She looked miserable, and a quick inspection of her revealed even more internal damage to her meridians, muscles, and bones. "What happened to you?" Zira's asked with great concern as he lifted Lillian up from the dirty ground and held her in his arms, cradling her like a baby. He could tell she was too exhausted to stand on her own. Lillian's tears continued to fall, and her lips quivered as she tried to speak, but was unable to control herself to say a few words. "Who did this to you? I'll have them flayed alive," Zira's asked coldly, but received no reply. Lillian buried her head in her brother's chest, as if trying to find solace and safety in his embrace. A complicated look appeared on his face, and he ceased asking questions. He slowly took to the sky and flew into the distance, saving the questions for later. Lillian's eyes opened slowly again and found herself to be in her bedroom. She had fallen asleep in her brother's embrace, too tired, exhausted, and drained from her harrowing ordeal. She blinked a few times, collecting her thoughts, and then sat up in her bed, resting her back against the headrest behind her. "You're awake. How are you feeling?" Zira's soft voice sounded out next to her. Lillian gazed to the side and saw him sitting on a chair nearby, staring at her. A wave of emotions flooded into her once more, but she forced that wave back as best she could. After a brief struggle, she finally managed to compose herself. "Big Brother Zira's," Lillian said and then stopped, unsure of what to say next. "What happened to you?" Zira's asked, concern in his voice. "Your body was in a completely miserable state. If you did not have your Tao of Life aspect naturally healing your body, it would have been weeks before you were healed," he added, indicating the gravity of her injuries. She truly had pushed herself to the limits by holding her spatial cocoon for so long, as well as teleporting to safety at the last moment. Lillian said, still trying to collect her thoughts through the chaos that swirled in her mind. Her life had been so simple recently, but had crashed and burned in a fiery explosion before her eyes. She stared at her brother for some time, debating if she should explain what had happened or not. She thought her father had been on her side and had loved him dearly all her life. While he had been hard on her many times, she never doubted his intentions for her. Her harsh training was for her benefit after all, to make her a great cultivator like her father. But that had all been a lie. Her life had been a lie. Who could she even trust anymore, if even her father was willing to sell her off to a demon like that? Only her brother Zira's. If there was one person in her life she could trust, it was her big brother, who had been there for her since she was a little girl. He had been more of a father to her than her real father had been, and was the closest person to her. If she could trust anyone, it was him. But she wasn't dumb. She knew that if even someone like her father could betray her, then there was no certainty that her brother wouldn't as well. I must believe in him. I must believe my big brother will help me, she thought, making up her mind. This harrowing ordeal she found herself in was not something she could solve alone, and she needed someone powerful like her brother to help her. Even leaving the Empire on her own was impossible, and so there was only one last option for survival. Making up her mind, beads of tears formed in the corners of her eyes as she thought back to the palace, but she steeled her mind as best she could and wiped them away. Zira's raised an eyebrow as he noticed the changed demeanor on his sister's face, as if she had just made a big decision. He remained silent, waiting for her to speak. "Big brother," Lillian said, trying to think of how to explain her chaotic thoughts. She breathed out and then deeply, and calmed her mind as best as she could. Her hardened gaze locked onto her brother's eyes, and she resolved herself. "Father has betrayed me," she said. "What?" Zira's exclaimed, surprise in his voice and face. "What do you mean?" Lillian saw true surprise in her brother's expression, and breathed a sigh of relief. If he had remained calm, then he had already known about the truth. Earlier I saw Father speaking to a demon or something even more sinister. It was the most terrifying monster I have ever seen in my life. Chapter 837, Fleeing the Empire, a Demon, Zira's asked. "Are you sure you didn't get hit on the head in the forest? Are you really all right? Should I call a healer to help you?" "No. I saw it. I know what I saw," Lillian rebuked firmly. "I saw Father and I saw that demon. They were talking in his throne room and they were speaking of an agreement to sell me to that demon." Her breathing became heavier as she gave voice to what had happened, as if she were in that throne room again. Zira's slowly stood up and walked over to her and placed a soft hand on her shoulder, calming her down. She felt warmth and comfort in that hand. "Are you sure you saw these things, heard these things?" he asked, gaze narrowed. "Yes," Lillian said while nodding her head. Zira studied her gaze and then sighed. He pulled the chair to the edge of the bed and sat down and leaned forward, staring at his sister. "Tell me everything you saw. Leave nothing out," he instructed her. "Tell me everything that happened." Lillian nodded and felt warmth and love from her brother as she told him everything, from hiding in the palace to teleporting away. Her brother's expression grew darker the more she revealed, and she felt growing hope. Her brother was just as enraged with her father's actions as she was. Her brother would help her. Lillian told the entire story and then fell silent. Her brother leaned back on his chair and sighed out deeply, as if the weight of the story was almost too much to bear. He remained silent, staring up at the ceiling above. "Big brother Zira's," Lillian eventually asked. "What do I do? How do I can't be sold to that demon. I can't," she asked, and started to break down into tears again, thinking of such a fate. She was just a child, and had the whole world ahead of her. Finding out that vibrant world ahead was a complete lie nearly shattered her, and if not for her big brother, she might have already lost all hope. "You've been keeping secrets from me, huh?" Zira said, his voice slightly teasing as he stared back at Lillian. "When did you improve your time and spatial dows this much?" "I recently," she replied, not sure why it mattered, but answered nonetheless. "You really are a monstrous talent," Zira said, a sad smile on his face. He suddenly stood up and gestured for her to do the same. "Come, if what you said is true, then you can't stay here. We need to leave the Empire immediately." "Okay," Lillian nodded, feeling hope for the first time. Her brother would help her, she had hope. "Clean up and then put this one," Zira's instructed, handing her some clothing. It was a simple robe with a full face hood, hiding her face completely should she put it on. It even had some formations on it, formations meant to stop divine sense both ways. Lillian frowned. "It's to hide your features," Zira's explained. "You're far too recognizable. This robe will stop prying eyes from detecting who you are as I take you away from the Empire." "Okay," Lillian said, and then raced forward to her brother and embraced him, as if she never wanted to let go. It was an embrace filled with love. "Off now," Zira said, and Lillian nodded and scurried into the washroom. She cleaned herself up, removing the dirt, grime, and blood on her body, and then put on the plain robe. Her head was contained within, blocking her sight completely. She couldn't see out at all, which made her feel restricted. But that also meant no one could see her either, and so she felt comfort in that fact. She walked back into her room, not needing to see where she was going, as she had taken that route 1,000 times before. "Good, let's get out of here first, and then figure out what to do afterwards," Zira said, and took her hand. Lillian nodded and followed her brother as he guided her out of the house. He then took her in his embrace and took to the sky. She felt the wind race by as her brother flew through the air. She felt her hope grow with each passing second, as each second was a second farther away from her father. Each time she thought of that conversation, she nearly broke down in tears. But she remained strong as she could. Her brother zipped in several directions, weaving through the mountains and valleys of the astral empire. She felt her body go through a short teleportation, clearly from a transportation formation. "Good, if we can teleport out of the empire, it will make it harder to track me and Big Brother," Lillian thought, clutching tightly to her brother. Her brother landed and began to walk, the soft steps bouncing her up and down lightly. Lillian remained silent as her brother walked. He paused occasionally, a few seconds here and there, as if waiting for the path to clear or doors to open. A frown appeared on Lillian's face as the pauses continued, pauses with a familiar cadence. 100 yards, then pause. 75 yards, then pause. 60 yards, then pause. And so on. She knew these pauses. She had experienced them herself hundreds of times before, when she had walked through the palace towards her father's throne room. A creeping pit of despair appeared within her, and she struggled to break free of her brother's grasp. No, it can't be. Not Big Brother Zira. Lillian's thoughts stopped as she felt Zira's put her down, and the hood of her robe was ripped off by him, revealing the scene around her. "You really are too innocent and naive," her brother said, his voice like a sigh. Her eyes went wide with terror as she locked gazes with her father, seated on his throne. "So you were the rat I felt earlier," the astral emperor said musingly. "A pity you had to find out this way," he said, and then nodded, staring to her side. Bang! A strong blow landed on the back of her head, and darkness enveloped Lillian once more. Chapter 838. Bound and chained consciousness returned to Lillian, suddenly and swiftly, as if she had been stirred awake. As she woke up, a painful sensation from the back of her neck flared up, reminding her quickly of what had happened to her. Her panic began to rise as the events within the throne room flooded back, but she winced in pain before she could fully gather her thoughts. Her soul felt like it was on fire, on the verge of collapse. It was as if her soul had been branded by a flaming hot metal prong, filling her mind with constant pain. She grimaced against the pain and opened her eyes to take in her surroundings. A dark and dank cell came into view, appearing like a prisoner's cell. Dark stone walls surrounded her in all directions except for in front, where there was a gate made of unknown metal. Clank. Lillian tried to stand up and step forward, but her arms and legs suddenly stopped. She shifted her gaze and saw that she was chained by her arms and ankles, making it so that she was unable to move much at all. Fear and panic once again washed through her as her thoughts finally stabilized, and she realized the situation she was in. Tears began to form at the corners of her eyes as she tried to forcefully yank her arms free of the chains, but they did not budge an inch. Clearly, they were made from formidable materials too durable for her to break. "Calm down," a calm voice sounded out from the corner of her cell, behind her right shoulder. Startled, Lillian quickly turned to face that corner, and was just barely able to do so before the chains snapped tight, limiting any further movement. Lillian's eyes went wide as she saw who was sitting there in the dimly lit corner, and those wide eyes began to fill with tears, which soon flowed freely down her face. "Why?" she whispered, her voice hoarse, choked with emotions. "Why did you take me back to father?" she asked, staring directly at the one who had betrayed her when she needed help the most. She had trusted him with all her heart, and that trust had been shattered into a million pieces. Zeres sat in the corner of the cellar nearby, his calm eyes studying Lillian. A complicated expression appeared on his face for a brief moment, at which point he sighed and stood up. He walked past her to the front of the cellar, while Lillian turned to face him the entire time, her guard raised at the brother she once trusted with her life. "It wasn't supposed to be like this, you know," Zeres said, standing directly before her. "You weren't supposed to find out about the deal father had made, at least not until the time had arrived." "So you knew the whole time?" Lillian asked, feeling the betrayal of her brother refresh anew. "I did," Zeres said, sighing deeply as if he was truly conflicted by the matter. "How could you agree to it? How could you allow father to sell me to that demon?" Lillian asked through choked tears, her words barely audible. She felt as if her whole life had shattered and no hope was left. "That wasn't the initial plan," Zeres replied. "The initial plan was just for you to heal him once you became strong enough. You would have most likely lived through that ordeal, at which point you would have resumed life as normal. The demon changed the plan the other day, much to our disappointment." "So you're just going to accept his deal? Sell me to him, just like that?" she asked, still unable to believe her family would so easily sell her like this. Zeres sighed deeply again and shrugged his shoulders as if it was out of his hands. "It's father's call in the end," Zeres replied. "I tried to convince him otherwise, but the offer the Asura gave is just too much to decline." "Asura," Lillian mumbled, repeating the name Zeres had used. She had never heard the word before. "It's what he calls himself," Zeres replied, "or at least what he tells us to call him." She didn't know why, but Lillian shuddered when she heard the word, as if the name were death itself. "If you don't agree with father, why didn't you help me escape? Why not help me now?" Lillian asked, her voice growing louder and angrier. Her eyes, filled with fearful tears, were quickly becoming colder and angrier. Go against father? Do you think I have a death wish?" Zeres replied dismissively, as if his sister had made a funny joke. "Besides, why do you think father and my rise in power this last decade has been so extraordinary?" he asked Lillian. Lillian quickly realized what Zeres was saying. The treasures the demon, the Asura, gave them were supposedly amazing and had helped their cultivations and battle prowess soar. "Decade, so you've known for that long," Lillian growled as the betrayal continued to thicken. "I have," Zeres said, packing back and forth before her. "Like I said, it was supposed to be a much better deal for you, but things have now changed. Unfortunately, the deal is too great to pass up on, so he paused, as if conflicted to say the next part. "You will just need to learn to thrive in the Asura's presence and hope that he treats you well. If you prove your worth when you are sold to him, I'm sure he won't mistreat you too much," Zeres said to her. Lillian felt her fear and panic replaced by anger at her brother's calloused words. He would not fight for even a second to defend her, and instead had completely gone along with her father's will. The last shred of love towards her brother and hope for escape faded away, and a feeling of resignation rose up. She had given up. There was nothing left to live for. Her bright and hopeful life had shattered in an instant, and death was now a sweet release from her torment to come. She would rather die than serve that Asura for a single second. Her gaze, filled with anger and growing hatred, locked onto her brother, and her face seemed determined, her mind made up. Her power suddenly flared, and Zeres raised an eyebrow, watching what was happening with intrigued amusement. Lillian's soul power flared to its full power, and at this moment, she attempted to unleash that power inwards on herself. She wanted to use her soul power to destroy her soul. She wanted to kill herself. Her soul power peaked and then faded away. A blank look appeared in her eyes, which had become almost lifeless. However, it wasn't lifeless as if she were dead, but lifeless as if the absolute last shred of hope to escape the situation had failed. She had been unable to kill herself. "Father knew you would try such a thing," Xerez said. "And so he placed a soul seal on your soul while you were unconscious. It's not as powerful as a slave contract, which you would never willingly accept, but it's still good enough. It can't control you like a slave contract, but it can forbid you from doing certain things, including attempting to kill yourself." Xerez's words struck Lillian like a bolt of lightning. She no longer even controlled her own fate. "I'm sorry, little sister, but the sooner you get used to the situation, the better it will be for everyone," Xerez said as he placed a hand on her shoulder for a moment, and then left the cell, leaving her chained in the darkness. Silence filled the darkness, which was soon filled with the sound of muffled cries and pattering tears. Chapter 839, No Hope Left clank. The sound of the metallic gate opening filled Lillian's cell, and two figures stepped into it. They stood before Lillian, who was sprawled out on the cellar floor, lying in the dirt with a vacant expression. She still refuses to accept the matter in hand and resume her cultivation. Her father's voice sounded out. Her father had visited her a few times since her capture and had attempted to converse with her. At first, she had replied with nothing but hate and vitriol, but now she couldn't even be asked to give him attention. She just wanted to waste away into nothing. Her father wanted her to cultivate to a level that she could heal the Asura, all for his own gain. Well, as a last act of defiance, she refused, and would sooner see their empire destroyed than help the man who was supposed to defend her, but had sold her instead. Yes, she had not cultivated a single time since we put her here a few weeks ago, Xerez confirmed. The Astral Emperor frowned, and then crouched down, putting his face close towards his daughters. "Lillian, you will resume your cultivation. You will dearly regret what happens if you do not," he said. His tone was calm, but his words threatening. Lillian remained silent, staring into the void as if her father didn't exist. The Astral Emperor stared at her for a while and then sighed. He stood back up and then nodded to Xerez. Xerez left the cell, disappearing around the corner. "Just remember, not only did you cause this, but this will only be the first of many if you do not comply," the Astral Emperor said in warning. Lillian continued to ignore him. Nothing he could do could hurt her further. She would rather die than help her father. "Prince Xerez, that hurts." A young, feminine voice drifted through the cellar from around the corner. Lillian's eyes twitched for the first time in a long time. She knew that voice. "Prince Xerez, you're hurting my wrist. Please ease up." The voice sounded out again, clearly in pain. Lillian's eyes shifted towards the cell entrance. She was still lying down on the dirty floor, but the voice had caught her attention. Her dull eyes widened as she saw her brother round the corner, dragging a young female by her wrist. The female appeared to be around Lillian's age and was dressed in a maid's outfit. She had a cheerful and adorable face, which was currently scrunched up in pain. "Elise," Lillian mumbled, recognizing the newcomer. Xerez stepped into the cell and threw his arm forward, causing the girl to stumble forward and fall to her knees in front of Lillian. The girl noticed Lillian, and her eyes went wide with fear and panic. "Princess Lillian, you're here, I thought. Why are you here?" the girl cried out, panicked and afraid. However, most of that panic was for Lillian and not for herself. Lillian felt warmth return to her heart for the first time in weeks. "Elise," Lillian mumbled again, raising her hand towards her friend's face. Despite the fact that Lillian was a princess and Elise a maid, they were the best of friends. They often played together, gossiped together, and did everything in between over the years. A sad smile appeared on Lillian's face as she saw the concern her friend had for her, and she opened her mouth to reply. "Ow!" Elise cried out as the Astral Emperor yanked her to her feet by her hair. Her face was scrunched up with pain. "Stop it! Leave her alone!" Lillian cried out, getting to her feet for the first time in a while. The Astral Emperor remained silent and lifted Elise off the ground by her hair, making her cries of pain even louder. "Let her go!" Lillian cried out and tried to lunge towards her father, but was stopped by the chains binding her. She tried to break free of her bondage, but was unable to do so. Her father's calm yet cold eyes stared at Lillian, making sure she was watching fully. "This is what happens if you do not cultivate," the astral emperor said as his hand slowly raised up towards Elise's head. "And this will only be the beginning. There will be more and more until you comply." "Stop it," Lillian cried out. Her cries cut off sharply as she watched a beam of chi from the astral emperor's finger slice against Elise's neck, cutting it open. Elise's eyes went wide with shock. "No!" Lillian cried out as blood began to pour from Elise's neck, and she tried to break free again but was still helpless to do so. The astral emperor dropped Elise onto the ground. She was still alive due to being a cultivator. As a maid of the astral empire, she needed to have a certain level of strength and was in the early core formation realm. Such a wound wouldn't be immediately fatal, but she would quickly die of blood loss before long. Elise tried to open her mouth to speak to Lillian, but blood gargled out instead, making her words inaudible. Fear filled Elise's face, as she didn't want to die. "Let me go," Lillian cried out pleadingly. "I'll agree to cultivate again, just unbind me," she pleaded. She knew this plan of her father's was to get her to comply, but she didn't care. If she didn't accept it now, her father would kill more and more of her close friends. She had lost hope for her life, but would not do nothing as her actions caused the deaths of those she still held dear. The astral emperor stared at his daughter with a calm gaze as she pleaded to be released, and after confirming her sincerity, waved his hand outwards. Clink! The metal bindings shattered, freeing Lillian from her bondage. Lillian quickly moved forward towards Elise, and her Tao of life flared out as she began to heal the gruesome wound on Elise's neck. The wound quickly began to close, and the blood loss stopped. Elise would live. Lillian breathed out a sigh of relief and slumped to the ground. "Just remember today," the astral emperor said calmly, as if he had not just sliced the neck of a child. "Stop cultivating, and next time I won't release you in time to heal her." Lillian's face trembled with anger as she watched her father and brother leave her cell. She was unbound, and the cell door was open, as if they were saying to her, "You may be free to move, but you are forever a slave to us." Lillian felt her shoulders grow heavy with hopelessness. This was to be her fate. Chapter 840 Soulseed days turned into weeks, and weeks into months, although to Lillian it was all the same. Time had lost all meaning for her ever since her fate changed that day. "And that is what your soulseed does." A voice entered Lillian's ears, but her lifeless gaze was staring elsewhere. She was in an ornately decorated room, sitting on a chair near a window. The window overlooked the valley she had seen all her life. It had been a valley of beauty and excitement before, but she could no longer see it the same anymore. The mountains surrounding her were now like prison walls, reminding her of her inescapable fate. Sunlight crashed through the window and onto her, bathing her in an ethereal glow, making her look like an angel, and conflicting greatly with her outward demeanor. "Princess Lillian," the same voice said loudly, causing Lillian to gaze at her with indifference. She looked at the woman before her, who was part of the astral empire. She was not of royal blood, but was from one of the high-born families of the empire. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, with golden hair and a beautiful face. A radiant glow seemed to emanate naturally off her, a common thing for those gifted in the healing arts. She had been tutoring Lillian on all things healing-related, as she too was talented with the Tao of life and other similar Taos. While she wasn't nearly as naturally talented as Lillian, she was still one of the most talented and powerful healers in the astral empire. Lillian gazed at the woman, Hylia, who she felt no ill will towards, but no warmth either. Hylia did not know of the designs the astral emperor had for Lillian, but she was also not doing this out of the kindness of her heart. She was trying to elevate her own status by teaching a princess of the astral empire. Lillian didn't think Hylia evil or mean, but she had grown indifferent and cold towards those who sought to use her for their own personal gain, regardless of the severity of their actions. Hylia was slightly taken aback by Lillian's lifeless gaze, but composed herself, cleared her throat, and spoke again. "Did you pay attention at all to today's lesson?" she asked, her voice slightly scolding. She had been given full permission from the Astral Emperor to tutor Lillian in the healing arts at all costs. Yes, Lillian replied lazily, shifting her dull gaze out the window again. Then repeat the main points of today's lesson, Hylia requested. Lillian sighed and started to speak, her gaze never leaving the window next to her. All cultivators born with an innate Tao of life talent have a soul seed. Lillian began to summarize the lesson, her voice monotone and empty of emotions. A soul seed can be used for many things, but the greatest use is that it can be given to another. By doing this, the soul seed acts as a bridge between the two, linking their souls. This link provides a conduit in which healing chi can be directly sent to the other as long as they are nearby, and also greatly amplifies the quality and speed of healing that can be provided, she said, her voice trailing off in indifference. Good, but you're missing the final part, Hylia said. My soul seed can only be given to one individual, and that connection is permanent. Only the death of that person will free my soul seed, at which point I can gift it once more, Lillian continued, sighing again. Good, Hylia nodded her head, satisfied with Lillian's answers. So you must remember, do not treat your soul seed lightly, and only give it to the one you are absolutely sure you want to bind yourself to forever. Take me for example, my soul seed was given to my husband, Hylia said smilingly, and stood up to leave as the lesson was over. She strode towards the door and paused, giving Lillian one more glance. As a princess of the Astral Empire and also of incomparable beauty, I'm sure you'll have no shortage of suitors soon. Just be sure to take your time and choose the right one. I'm certain your perfect match will reveal themselves before long, she said, and then left the room. Lillian's dull eyes flickered for a moment, and then darkened with gloom. Talk of marriage had brought her memories of her past before the incident, when she would merrily gossip with her friends about such a future. That future was no more, and only an abyssal chasm of torment awaited her, a chasm she could not climb out of. The recipient of my soul seed had already been chosen for me, she scoffed. The thought of the soul seed going to that horrifying Asura made her want to vomit, as she would forever be connected to it on a soul level. That sinister and vile aura would become a part of her, like a parasite worming its way through her body and mind. She had thought of escape, but was unable to do so. The soul seal her father had planted on her soul did many things, including revealing her location to him at all times. Escape was utterly impossible, and each attempt would no doubt lead to her father killing one of her friends before her eyes. Still, she reviled the thought of ever giving that evil demon her soul's seed, which was the same as giving it her life and soul, her everything. It would be a permanent nightmare until the day she died. I'd sooner throw my Tao of life soul seed to the wind than give it to that creature, but I have no choice. Her voice cut off, and she paused for many minutes, remaining silent. Her body straightened in her chair, and the gloomy aura around her seems to slightly fade away, returning a glimmer of the radiant aura she once had. A small tinge of life and hope returned to her eyes for the first time in months, and she strode out of the room shortly after, footsteps quick and determined. Chapter 841, Preparing a Plan. How is Lillian's training proceeding? The Astral Emperor asked, his eyes glued to the scroll in his hand. Very well, Zeras replied to his father. She is almost ready to break through to the heaven tribulation realm, and her advancements in her 4 innate Taos have improved considerably as well, especially her grasp of the Tao of space. She seems to be favoring that one as of late. The Tao of space, the Astral Emperor mused. Is she thinking of running away? A foolish notion, he scoffed. Even if she could flee, there was nowhere she could hide from his gaze. The soul seal revealed her location to him at all times. She has requested leave for a few days to explore our empire beyond the royal capital limits, Zeras chimed up. Leave, the Astral Emperor repeated, and raised his gaze to meet Zeras. He nodded his head after a moment's thought. Approved. She might know of her fate awaiting her, but she is still a child. Pushing her too hard will only break her before she is ready to be used. Perhaps this exploration of hers will calm her heart and mind, but make sure it is no more than a few days, and make sure she is guarded at all times. It will be done, father, Zeras said. "That is all. You may leave." The astral emperor dismissed Zeras, who bowed and left the palace throne room. After her training lesson with Hylia, Lillian spent the next few months proceeding with her life as usual, at least to the outside eye. A plan had hatched in her mind at the end of that lesson, one she was working towards ever since. Lillian was currently outside the royal capital limits, in the massive city that surrounded the royal capital. The city sprawled for hundreds of miles, appearing like a never-ending sea of buildings, fields, stadiums, and other facilities. The buildings closest to the mountains surrounding the royal capital were large, grand, and ornate. They belonged to the highborn families of the Astral Empire, who were not royalty, but were very powerful and highly respected. The city lessened in grandness as one traveled farther away from the royal capital, until it was no more than farm fields and small buildings several hundred miles away. Lillian was currently in the middle of this city, in a densely populated trade district. It was the first time she had stepped foot in such a place, and would have normally found it interesting to explore, but she had no such interests at the moment. She wore a plain dress and a face veil, masking her identity. She strode through the trade district, going from building to building, purchasing various things. As a princess of the Astral Empire, money was not an issue for her. Two powerful guards, both in the world expansion realm, followed her from a distance, which she was fully aware of. She had instructed them to follow her from a distance, as she did not wish to be disturbed. The guards had agreed, but made sure to keep her within their range of detection. Like this, Lillian spent the next few days in the city, visiting various trade halls and acquiring many different things. The sun eventually set on the city, bringing night to the land. Lillian found a hotel to lodge in for the evening and settled into a room for the night. She had made sure to find a hotel that had rooms with meditation chambers that were effective for shielding against disturbances. Her guards purchased a room next to hers, making sure she never left their presence. "I will be meditating in my room for the next 2 days," Lillian said to the two guards before she entered her room. "Do not disturb me during that time, and do not let anyone else disturb me. I am about to make a breakthrough in the Tao of Life." The mention of her making a Tao of Life breakthrough brought a serious expression to the guards' faces, who nodded sternly. They did not know why, but the Astral Emperor had put great emphasis on Lillian's Tao of Life training. They knew if they allowed anyone to disturb her and break her meditation session, they would not hear the end of the matter and would most likely face severe punishment. "It will be done, Princess Lillian," the guards said, and watched as she entered the room and closed the door. They stationed themselves outside her door, making sure she was not disturbed. Lillian inspected the room, but had no interest in it, and strode across the large room to the other side, where the meditation chamber was. She pressed her hand against the formation on the wall, which opened a thick door to the chamber. The chamber was 20 feet long and wide, and was lined with relatively powerful formations. The formations served to limit disturbances traveling both ways through the walls, making it so that others would not affect her meditation, and she would not affect others in the hotel. Lillian nodded her head with satisfaction and entered the chamber. She placed her hand against a formation within the chamber, and the door closed, enclosing her within. She sat down and remained silent for quite some time, calming her mind and building her resolve. After an unknown amount of time, she opened her eyes, her gaze brimming with determination. "Father might think himself smart, but he's a fool to think his soul seal is all-encompassing," Lillian scoffed. She had found a loophole to the condition that restricted her from killing herself. She intended to live with what she was about to do, but if she failed, death would most likely claim her. That small difference was enough to not activate the soul seal's restrictions. At this time, she was quite happy with her father's arrogance. It had made him too comfortable. That arrogance would lead to his failure to hold her hostage. "At worst, I die, which is better than what the future currently has planned for me," Lillian said, and steeled her mind for the pain to come as her power began to climb. Chapter 842, Severing of Soul and Fate. The meditation chamber began to vibrate as Lillian's aura climbed, but it easily contained her power within. The chamber was designed to service up to Tao transformation cultivators, and so her meridian forging power was not strong enough to break through the defensive formations. Her aura continued to steady climb, and a strong spatial aspect began to emanate as well. It was as if space was beginning to twist around her, becoming under her control. Her power finally reached a peak, her face scrunched red with effort. The spatial aura began to slowly but surely condense, going from an intangible aura to a visible thing. It was as if a blade of pure spatial energy had formed above Lillian's head, its color ever changing like the chaos of space. The blade seemed as though it could cut through anything, and it took almost all of her power to keep corporeal. Sweat dripped down her face and her breathing became heavy, but Lillian ignored her growing exhaustion as she locked the spatial blade in space and prepared for the final step. She didn't know if this would work, but it was her only hope of escaping from her father. After the conversation with Hylia, this idea had formed in her mind. Unlike almost all other cultivators, Lillian's soul was quite unique. Most cultivators had a uniform soul, of one energy and aspect, but she was different. She had been born with the innate control of 4 powerful Taos, and this innate aspect stemmed all the way down to her very soul. Her soul was separated into 5 quadrants, 4 of them aspected to one of her unique Taos, and the last her soul core, which was of the same that other cultivators had. She had never told anyone else this, and all others could tell from her was that there were many unique properties to her soul. Even her father had failed to notice this distinct difference between her and others. When her father had placed his soul seal on her, he had placed it on her Tao of Life soul portion, which also contained her soul seed. Her Tao of Life control and soul seed were the only things the Astral Emperor cared about, and so whether intentional or unintentional, he had placed the soul seal there. This distinction would normally not matter, as a cultivator's soul was one and could not be split. Doing so would result in the death of the cultivator, but Lillian was not so sure this would be her fate. She was different, and she had a plan to take advantage of this innate difference of hers. However, she only considered success a possibility, not a guarantee. It was just as likely that she would perish, but that was a risk she was willing to take. Even if she succeeded, it would be as though she had lost half of herself, which was a miserable existence regardless. However, anything was better than serving that hellish creature. The spatial blade hovered directly over Lillian's head, as if ready to carve directly into her skull. While maintaining her control of the blade, Lillian focused her divine sense inward, towards her soul. She took exact note of her soul's location, as well as the location of the 4 aspected parts. If there was any error at all, she would perish. Her focus was at her absolute peak. Time seemed to stand still for her. She didn't know if she had paused for a second or an hour, but she took a deep breath and held it in as if it were the last breath she would ever take, and the blade suddenly fell. It pierced her head, disappearing within. It pierced through the spatial boundaries of the real world and the soul space, and carved through without pause. Pain. That was all Lillian felt at the moment. Excruciating pain. It was as if her soul had been set ablaze, as well as stabbed by a million blades. The pain was almost unimaginable, and it felt as if she were truly about to die. Pain was her entire existence, and Lillian nearly collapsed from the shock of it all. However, she knew that would be death, and so through the horrifying pain, she remained focused. The spatial blade continued through her soul space, on the path she had previously determined. Her control of the blade had nearly ceased when the pain almost overwhelmed her, which would have resulted in the blade exploding, destroying her soul without question. It veered slightly as her control waned, and then set back on the correct path as she regained fleeting control of it. The pain was almost too much to bear. In fact, it was too much to bear, but she mustered strength she didn't know she had and fought, for her freedom, for her life. Once again, Lillian lost meaning of time. She didn't know if the process had taken a split second or an hour, but to her, it had felt like an eternity. The spatial blade appeared once again, on the other side of her head, opposite where it had entered. As soon as it reappeared, it faded away, as her control finally vanished. Spatial fragments exploded in all directions, hitting her in her arms and chest. Drawing blood. She ignored the pain and blood, although it was almost impossible to do so. Her mind felt as though it were on fire. Even a single thought was almost too much to muster, but against all odds, she maintained her strength and will and pushed through. Her chi, divine sense, and soul power flared once more, and a vibrant ball of spiritual power drifted out of her head. It floated before her, emanating a vibrant and ethereal glow, as well as a profound aura of time itself. Lillian's weary eyes stared at the ball of light floating before her, a ball which contained her Tao of life and Tao of time's soul portions, as well as the soul seal her father had planted on her. It was like a rune, carved directly into her soul, which was now visible for her to see for the first time. Her connection was quickly fading with her removed soul half, as if it were no longer a part of herself. The severance was complete. Lillian felt the creeping embrace of death take a hold of her. The process had been too damaging, too destructive. She would most surely die if nothing was done. Using the last tenuous connection to her Tao of life soul, she activated it with her last bits of power. Vibrant energy, brimming with life, flowed out of the ball of light and flooded into her body, mind, and soul, although the quantity and quality was decreasing by the second as the connection faded away. As if a knife had cut a thread, the connection finally severed, permanently removing her connection with half of herself. Darkness enveloped her vision while her consciousness rapidly faded away. With the last remaining scrap of chi she had, a formation disc appeared in her hand, and she crushed it. Spatial energy enveloped her body and whisked her away, leaving a ball of pure soul power, brimming with the Taos of life and time, as well as the mark of the malicious soul seal, floating in the room. Chapter 843 Zeras is mine deafening silence filled Lillian's flying ship, as neither John nor she said anything for quite some time. A sinister aura filled the ship, as John unconsciously let his aura leak out. He had been surprised to hear that Lillian had encountered the Asura before, but that surprise turned to furious rage as he heard the rest of her story. She had only been a little girl, and had to endure so much pain and betrayal. Not only that, but her story also hinted towards another thing, Leia's fate. Lillian had not explained how Leia had come into existence, as even she herself did not know how it was possible. She had removed half of her soul, the vibrant Tao of life portion which had the soul seal on it, and the Tao of time portion. The Tao of time portion had been given up as well, as Lillian needed its time-warping properties to keep the removed soul alive for as long as possible, to fool her father for as long as possible. Souls would naturally fade away quickly when removed from the body, and so such a sacrifice was needed. However, it seemed to have worked too well, and allowed the removed soul to linger on long enough for Leia to come into existence. How was such a thing even possible? Regardless of the details, one thing was for sure. Leia had inherited Lillian's horrifying fate, the fate of being bound to the Asura permanently. John's rage reignited as he thought of this, and his desire to eradicate Zeras, the astral emperor, and the Asura creature magnified 1,000,000-fold. He had no real issues with the astral emperor before, but that had now changed. The astral emperor would die, and die by his hands. After I managed to escape, I used a flying ship I purchased from within the city to flee. With my last remaining scraps of consciousness, I entered the ship and set a random course directly away from the astral empire. Lillian spoke once more, her voice soft and meek, as if telling the story had taken a lot out of her. Telling the story had also reminded her of her fate that had once been, the fate that Leia had inherited. By the time the astral emperor noticed my absence, I was long gone. I woke up several months later, after my ship crashed on the Yuan Continent, and Thunderzin found me shortly afterwards. Lillian said and fell silent once more, her story fully finished. The sinister aura continued to fill the ship, as John sat there in silence. He was leaning forward in his seat, his chin resting on his clasped hands. His murderous gaze lingered on the floor between them, so fiery as if it would burn a hole in the floor of the ship. The silence was suddenly broken as John quickly stood up and briskly walked towards the ship's exit. "Where are you going?" Lillian asked, surprised to see him suddenly take action. "I'm going to kill your fucking brother," John growled angrily, "and I'm going to make him suffer the entire time." Flash. Lillian suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path towards the ship's exit. John's cold gaze locked onto hers, and a frown appeared in the corner of his mouth. "Even now, after everything you've learned, after everything you told me, you're still going to protect Zira's?" John asked menacingly. "I'm not protecting him," Lillian replied while shaking her head, "but Zira's is not your concern. He is mine and mine alone." "Fuck that," John yelled at his master, causing her to be taken aback slightly. She had not expected such an outburst from him. "If it were just you, I would leave you to deal with him, but this doesn't just concern you anymore." Surprise appeared on Lillian's face as she heard his words, which was then followed by a conflicted expression. She knew what John meant. Leia was now also revealed to be involved, and John's words were clear. If it involved Leia, he would do whatever it took to ensure her safety, even if it meant killing Zira's, and even the all-powerful Astral Emperor. The two stared at each other for some time, neither budging an inch. "Can you even bring yourself to fight Zira's to the death?" John asked, breaking the silence. Based on the story, it was easy to tell that Lillian had cared for Zira's more than anyone in her life. Despite the fact that Zira's betrayed her, suppressing those long-held feelings was easier said than done. "Zira's is mine," Lillian said, her face and voice becoming resolved after a moment of uncertainty. "I will do what it takes to ensure he does not leave this realm." John's gaze narrowed as he heard this, as if he were not sufficiently satisfied with her answer. Lillian could tell that his furious rage was burning a hole within him, and she felt comfort in that. She could tell that rage was not just for Leia, but for herself as well. Her disciple wanted nothing more than to painfully kill those who had betrayed her, and had put her through so much pain and suffering. Lillian exhaled deeply. "Zira's is mine," she repeated, "but when the time comes, I'll leave the Astral Emperor to you." John's gaze flickered for a moment, and then he nodded his head in agreement. He was surprised to hear Lillian say those words, but was not too surprised at the same time. The Astral Emperor was one of the most powerful cultivators in the entire world, and their clash to the death was fast approaching. While Lillian was a monstrous talent almost without comparison, she was still not nearly strong enough to fight against her father. If she had her previous talent before splitting herself in half, or had more time to cultivate, she would no doubt surpass him. But time was not on their side, and even Lillian knew the only hope in the battle to come was John, who even to someone as monstrously talented as Lillian, was still a few steps above. Only someone who continued to defy, even the heavens itself, would be able to rise up in time to face off against her father. John's expression darkened as he thought of the battle to come. When that time came, he would ensure that the Astral Emperor regretted his decisions 1,000 times over. His death would be slow and excruciating. Chapter 840 For the final trial approaches. The door to the flying ship opened, and John hopped out without hesitation. His eyes locked onto Zira's in the far distance, and his rage instantly boiled up once more. He felt the overwhelming desire to rush over and brutally beat Zira's to death. Without John realizing, his hatred for Zira's had already reached the level of his hatred for Asuro's. Having his two most hated enemies in the world standing in the same arena as him was almost too much for him to bear without taking action, but he barely managed to maintain his calm. He knew that even if he rushed over, he would be stopped by the artifact spirit. Chime. A soft chime sounded out within the arena, followed by the artifact spirit speaking. "The allocated resting period is now over. Please gather by me for the explanation of the next trial," it said as a figure suddenly materialized in the center of the arena. It was a golem made of silver-colored stone without any features at all. For such a powerful artifact spirit, it was very plain and unassuming. The 8 cultivators all did as instructed, and quickly made their way towards the artifact spirit. John felt his rage grow as he neared both Asuro's and Zira's, both who exchanged gazes with him. As expected, Asuro's gaze was of equal hatred, while Zira's looked at John with an amused expression. On their way towards the artifact spirit, Zeras veered towards them and cut them off before they could reach the golem. "It seems like you two exchanged some stories," Zeras said as John and Lillian stared at him. Based on John's gaze, it was easy for Zeras to discern that Lillian had told him about the events of the past. Lillian frowned with disgusted displeasure as she stared at the one who had betrayed her, while John once more felt the urge to rush over and kill the man. "Since you two shared a story, allow me to do so as well," Zeras said, the amused expression on his face persisting, as if he were thoroughly enjoying everything. Both John and Lillian didn't wish to hear him speak, but could do nothing to stop him from doing so. Smiling at their silence, Zeras started speaking again. "You see, my story is about a miraculous event that happened many years ago. A story of a miserable little ball of soul and life that somehow clung to existence against all odds," Zeras said, causing the expressions on their faces to darken again. His story was no doubt about what happened after Lillian separated her soul in two halves. "That miserable ball of life managed to defy heavenly law and did not fade away," he continued. "Instead, it fought and fought and fought to survive. It fought long enough for Father and I to take it back to the capital city, and fought long enough for us to learn how to make her, grow anew." Zeras paused for a moment, as if expecting an outburst from either John or Lillian, but raised an eyebrow when both remained silent. However, their murderous gazes were more than enough information for what they were feeling about Zeras at the moment. His smile widened for a moment again, and he continued. "It took a small fortune to construct the formations needed to sustain the soul and help it grow, but grow it did," Zeras continued. "Of course, this was only possible in the first place due to the unique nature of that soul, but that's besides the point. The process took years, but eventually the soul was able to turn the nourishment we provided it into a new body, and you should know the rest," Zeras said, finishing his story. "We thought you had killed yourself in a botched attempt to free yourself from your bindings, but to think you actually managed to succeed. You'll have to tell me how you did it someday," Zeras said before walking towards the artifact spirit again, as if John and Lillian no longer interested him. Both of them stared at Zeras with gazes that could kill, and both did their best to control their urge to attack him. "You better kill him in the most painful way imaginable," John growled softly, to which Lillian huffed and began walking towards the golem as well. "I don't need you to tell me that," she said without looking back. "Good," John said, and followed his master towards the golem as well. They arrived by artifact spirit, who started speaking again now that all 8 cultivators were gathered around it. "The next trial shall begin shortly, and only one of you shall be allowed to proceed onwards once it is concluded," the artifact spirit said. The expressions of the 8 cultivators changed, as this truly was the last trial. Of the 8 of them, only one would be able to move onwards towards the real treasure contained within the realm. In another place, far away from the Divine Source Monastery, 2 figures were standing next to each other within a regal throne room. "To think you would request such a thing," the Astral Emperor said, his voice tinged with amusement. "I figured the happenings within the realm would be beneath you." "Do not test my patience," the Asuraic creature growled, his deep voice shaking the throne room. "Fine, fine." The Astral Emperor waved his hand flippantly, as if the Asura's presence did not scare him at all. "I suppose I have taken an interest in the realm as well. After all, my precious daughter who I have not seen for over a decade is within," the Astral Emperor added, as his power began to climb and his hands began to move in a strange way in the air before him. A thick aura of the spatial Tao, as well as other profound Taos, began to emanate from the Astral Emperor, and after some time, a circular void of spatial energy appeared before him and the Asura. The void grew larger and larger, and after a short while, grew to be 5 feet across. The circular void shifted and changed, and then suddenly cleared up, revealing something on the other side, the martial arena within the Divine Source Monastery realm and the 8 cultivators within. A satisfied smile appeared on the Astral Emperor's face as he stared at the spatial screen before him, his eyes locked onto Lillian. That was harder than I thought it would be. The Divine Source Monastery truly deserves its reputation, the Astral Emperor said, shifting his gaze to the Asura next to him. But this is as much as I can do. All we can do is peer into the realm. Entering physically is not possible. A snort of acknowledgement boomed out of the Asuraic creature, whose narrowed and murderous gaze never left the screen for a second. A gaze that was firmly locked onto John. Chapter 845, Rules of the Final Trial in the Divine Source Monastery. The Grand Abbot was sitting in a room, conversing with Prior Hishan. Mid-conversation, his gaze shifted towards the center of the divine realm, as if he could see all the way to the center of the realm thousands of miles away. "What is it?" Prior Hishan asked curiously. "There appears to be scrying eyes peering into the realm," the Grand Abbot replied calmly. Prior Hishan frowned as he heard this. Someone dared to violate the sanctity of the Divine Source Monastery. "Should we take action?" Prior Hishan asked. "No need," the Grand Abbot shook his head lightly. "Our mission is to ensure the safety of the world's seed until it is claimed by someone worthy. Those peering within will not dare to step foot within the monastery itself, so they are of no concern." "I see," Prior Hishan replied. "However, it doesn't seem fair that some are viewing the happenings of the trials while the rest are left in the dark," the Grand Abbot said, and then flared his power for a brief moment, activating unseen formations and mechanisms. Prior Hishan raised an eyebrow, as he knew which formations were just activated. "It seems the crowd outside is going to be quite rowdy for a time," Prior Hishan sighed, already growing tired of the massive crowd's presence. The Grand Abbot smiled, but said nothing. It would definitely be an event to remember. The makeshift city outside the Divine Source Monastery continued to thrive and grow, reaching a staggering size and population. It was as if a small nation had decided to establish itself there. The bustling city continued as usual, although it had been relatively quiet for a while, as no updates to the steel had happened for some time. Rumble. The familiar rumbling occurred, stirring the crowd into frenzied excitement once more. The streets flooded with those leaving their establishments to lay their eyes on the massive steel. However, the expected change to the steel did not happen, and insisted something completely unexpected occurred instead. The eyes of everyone went wide with surprise, and then uncontained excitement as a screen of light appeared on the steel instead. A screen of light that depicted 8 of the participants standing within a massive arena. "They're showing us what's happening within. There's even sound. We can hear what's being said." Exited uproars spread through the city from this change, as watching what was happening within would be far more entertaining than waiting for textual updates on the trial results. Those excited uproars heightened as they heard the words uttered by the stone golem standing before the cultivators. "The final trial will be a combat trial, where only one of you will be allowed to progress onwards to the one true treasure of this realm." A combat trial, finally something interesting, Zaskoth said, his voice like a snake's hiss. Many of the other cultivators also felt their excitement grow, as combat was their true speciality. Only Cerilia of the fairy race frowned upon hearing the nature of the trial, but did not voice her protest. John felt his blood boil with murderous anticipation, and he instinctively shifted his gaze towards Asuro's, who had done the exact same. A confident smirk appeared on Asuro's face. "Finally, I'll have my chance to end your pathetic life once and for all," he said with a sinister smile. John's eyes narrowed and his face darkened, but he did not bother with a reply. He would let his fighting do the talking for him. At the same time, Lillian exchanged her cold gaze with Zira's, who was staring back with amusement. "I guess I'll finally be able to see the progress you've made over the last decade. Just don't disappoint me too much," he said, and the pointed above their heads, causing Lillian to stare at the spot he pointed at. Her gaze narrowed as she felt something high above their heads, but could not see anything. It was as if space was slightly unstable at a certain spot in the air. "And don't disappoint Father either. It seems he's quite interested with your progress as well," Zira's added, to which Lillian frowned coldly. Zira's had confirmed her suspicions. Her father was peering into this final trial. Her frown turned into a smile as she shifted her gaze back to him. Pn da N0V, E1 good. Then he will see how pathetic of son you are when I crush you beneath my heels, Lillian replied before averting her gaze from Zira's, who frowned with displeasure at her words. The artifact spirit golem spoke up again before he could reply, and so he kept those words to himself. I will now explain the rules of the final trial, the golem said. The rules are simple. You are ranked according to your trial results. The rankings are as follows. 8 Zaskoth, 7 Roz, 6 Cerilia, 5 Lua, 4 Ziras, 3 Lillian, 2 Parker, John. The rankings caused mixed expressions to appear on their faces. Some were fine, others displeased, and some incensed. All eyes naturally fell onto John, who remained straight-faced as he waited for the rules to be explained. The trial will work as such, the golem continued. 8th place will fight 7th place, and the winner shall then fight 6th place, and then 5th, and so on until only one remains. Unacceptable. What type of dogshit rules are these? Zaskoth and Roz said loudly, displeased with such a format. They would need to fight many battles to climb their way to the top, while those at the top would only have to fight 1 or 2. It was completely unfair. You will be fully healed at the end of each round, the golem said, trying to calm them down. Still unacceptable, Roz said. The others will watch us battle and learn our techniques while we learn nothing of theirs. How is this fair? This realm is not about being fair, but is about finding the most suitable candidate for the final reward, the golem replied. If you wanted an advantage, you should have done better in the previous trials. Those words caused Roz to grimace, but he complained no more. I have one question, Asura spoke up. What is the question? The golem asked. We are allowed to kill our opponents, right? He asked, while casting a menacing gaze towards John. If you so wish, the golem replied. At the start of battle, if both fighters agree to it, then it shall be a battle to the death. Otherwise, it shall be a battle until one side gives up or loses consciousness. Chapter 846, The Final Trial Begins Good. Asura smiled as he cast his gaze back to John. It was smug and confident, as if John's fate was already sealed. John calmly gazed back as he had finally managed to rein in his murderous anger. He would unleash all his pent-up rage and hate in their battle. Doing so here was a waste of energy. What about our cultivations? Zaskoth asked. What about it? The golem replied. Are we really going to battle with restricted cultivations? What kind of bullshit is that? Zaskoth complained, while the others shook their heads lightly at his stupidity. The monster race was not stupid, but was incredibly straightforward. Power was everything for them, and things like talent were only secondary. In their society, if one had a lower cultivation than the other in battle, then they could only blame their dogshit luck for being born later. Things like accounting for age was not something they considered. This entire realm has tested our talent, and your shit-filled brain still hasn't understood that it's the only thing being tested. Your monster race is a fucking joke, Asura said mockingly. Even if he had no qualms with a person, he loved conflict, as if the Asura influence on him had taken a full hold of his mind. What did you say to me? Zaskoth growled and took a step forward, as if ready to attack Asura's on the spot. Save that energy for your fights to come, you last-placed peasant, Asura's continued his mockery. Or should I say fight to come? Asura's corrected himself, implying that Zaskoth would lose his very first battle. Enough, the golem spoke up, stopping the two before they caused more of a scene. Once he confirmed that neither made another commotion, he addressed the others once more. Are there any more questions before we begin? The golem asked. I have a question, Cerilia asked, her soft voice soothing to listen to. She cast her gaze to the edge of the massive arena, to the stands where the countless holograms were still standing, watching them. What are those holograms? She asked curiously, while the others listened on as well. They were all curious about them. Even though they were holograms, they still reflected relative age, cultivation level, talent, and combat prowess. At the very least, the others were able to tell where they stood in comparison. Most of the holograms were geniuses of geniuses, their talent nearly without comparison. In fact, some of the cultivators in the group felt as though many of the holograms had greater talent than their own, although none dared to admit it. "Those are trial participants of the past," the golem said, his words confirming their suspicions. "All of you who made it this far have been recorded as well, and your holograms will appear in future trials should you all fail to claim the treasure of this realm." "And what is their purpose?" Cyrilia asked. Typically, the final trial included battles against some of the holograms, including the most talented of them, the golem said, and shifted his gaze to John. "But one of you has managed to achieve the best overall score in the history of this realm, and has displayed talent and combat prowess even greater than the most talented of the past. And thus, he will be the final opponent of the realm for you all, and not the holograms. Should one of you manage to defeat him, that will be proof enough of having sufficient talent." Everyone's eyes fell onto John. Their faces were mixed, with some surprised, some jealous, and some hateful. They knew John had done exceptionally well in the previous trials, but never would have guessed he would have done the best in the history of the realm. The realm had been in existence since before the calamity, when society was much stronger and more talented, and yet he still managed to outperform those geniuses of the past. That was completely shocking to hear. The crowd outside the realm wall was also completely shocked upon hearing this. John's performance had been stunning considering he had bested the top geniuses of the world. But to hear he had also bested the top geniuses through all of history was not something they would ever have thought they would hear. Those in the Honorable Alliance felt pride to have such a genius amongst their ranks, while enemy powers felt anger, as well as a creeping threat from John. They already knew he was talented and thus had placed bounties on his head, but to hear such a thing from the golem, their desire to kill him had amplified tenfold. They could not allow him to grow. "Are there any other questions?" the golem asked, but received only silence. "Good, then we shall begin the first round. Zaskoth and Roz are to stay in the arena. As for the others, please find a place in the stands to wait until it is your turn to fight," the golem instructed. "Prepare yourself. The last moments of your life are fast approaching," Asura said to John, who scoffed in reply. "This time, there will be no escaping. You sealed your fate by entering the same realm as me," John replied, and then left without looking back. The others quickly left the massive 100-mile-wide arena as well, and sat in the stands at differing locations. John and Lillian took seats next to each other and watched on as the final round began. "Begin," the golem instructed, officially commencing the final round. Two powerful auras exploded outwards, followed by calamitous explosions, as Zaskoth and Roz began their fight. John watched on calmly as the battle continued, but felt his heartbeat quicken as he realized something from watching the battle. Each of their attacks were lacking in chi density and potency when compared to his, but were still nearly as powerful as his own attacks, which he had not expected. There was only one explanation. Their cultivations may be suppressed to the heaven tribulation realm, but the artifact spirit is unable to suppress their comprehensions. Each of them has lived for nearly 100 years, and each of them have incredible comprehensions to increase the lethality of their battle arts. When it came to battle art lethality, comprehensions were just as important as Danshan talent, Meridian talent, and battle instincts. Comprehensions alone could double or triple the power of a battle art, such as when John advanced his comprehensions in the Daos of Power, enlightening to the Dao expert stage. By stepping into that stage, he was able to greatly increase the lethality of his attacks through his comprehension improvements alone. His opponents all had comprehensions at least at his level, and some most likely were far surpassing him in that aspect. John frowned as he realized this and cast a side eye towards his master. He was not worried about himself, but was worried about his master. She would have to fight Zira's, and who knew what level his comprehensions were at. "This final trial might be more challenging than I had originally imagined," Chapter 847, Asuro's master thunderous cheering, boomed through the massive city as everyone watched the battle between Zaskoth and Raz take place. Many had originally been disappointed that the battle would be limited to the Heaven Tribulation realm, but quickly changed their minds as they watched the first battle unfold. Even with restricted cultivations, the two geniuses displayed awe-inspiring might and overwhelming talent, making even those who stood in the world expansion realm find the fight more than entertaining and even enlightening. Those in the Honorable Alliance cheered for the mutual destruction of the fighters, while the Forbidden Alliance and Monster Race cheered for their own fighters. Despite having an alliance, the two powers were incredibly competitive, and neither wanted to see their own genius lose. At the same time, bets flooded the betting markets, as tens of thousands bet on this fight, as well as the fights to come. A particular individual smiled as he placed his wager, putting an absolutely staggering amount on John to win the whole thing. While the bet was the most popular one, others still figured that the experience and comprehensions of cultivators like Zira's would be too much to overcome, and so the bets were relatively spread between John, Zira's, and Asuro's. After placing the bet, Kaz's gaze shifted back to the stone steel. No matter where you are, you managed to make me a fortune. I look forward to your battle, where you will show the world your full might. Kaz smirked, and then blended into the crowd. Boom. 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 The battle between Zaskoth and Raz intensified, with both cultivators showing why they were pinnacle geniuses. Even with their cultivations suppressed, their attacks were capable of making Dao transformation cultivators shiver with fear as they watched the battle unfold. Zaskoth sped around the arena like a blur, unleashing a devastating combination of physical attacks and battle arts. Meanwhile, Raz slashed out with his sword with flawless precision and unleashed an endless barrage of awe-inspiring battle arts. Crimson sword images slashed out ceaselessly, each more powerful than the last, and each capable of obliterating mountains with ease. The arena trembled violently as the attacks blasted outwards, and the defensive formations surrounding the massive arena flared constantly, stopping the attacks from destroying everything. As he watched the battle, John sighed with relief that the cultivations of this realm were normalized. This battle alone showed him that he was still far too weak to challenge the likes of Zaskoth, Raz, and Zira's if they were at their full power. He was able to jump a full major realm, but jumping to the world expansion realm was still far off for him. Getting nervous? Lillian asked with a smirk as she eyes John's serious expression. John snapped out of his trance of watching the battles and gave his master a side-eyed glance. No, he scoffed, at least not for me, he added. You're nervous for me, Lillian smiled mischievously. Do you really think so little of me? Normally I wouldn't be, but this is different, John frowned. Zira's is no doubt the strongest one here when it comes to absolute power, and most likely comprehensions as well, and so. You don't think I can beat him, even if our cultivations are the same? Lillian asked. Are you fully confident in being able to beat him? John asked, asking for her opinion instead. Lillian fell silent, and then shook her head lightly. Not at all. In fact, I would give myself a 50% chance of victory at best, she said, her tone serious. Zira's deserves his status as the foremost genius of the world, but there's nothing to be worried about when it comes to my safety. Instead, you should worry about yourself. Myself? Why would I need to worry about myself? John asked skeptically. Because Zira's wouldn't dare kill me, and instead wants to bring me back to the Astral Empire instead, and so Zira's will never agree to a battle to the death here, Lillian sighed with disappointment. But should I lose to him, he won't have the same reservations when it comes to you. Both him and my father will desire nothing more than to kill you. To reclaim Leia's soul seed, John asked, to which Lillian nodded. Zira's will challenge you to a battle to the death should he beat me, and so you must worry about yourself today, and not about me, Lillian said. Ha, John scoffed as if he had heard a joke. You're right. I will have a battle to the death today, he agreed, and shifted his gaze in a certain direction, locking onto Asuros who was seated on the opposite side of the arena, but it will not be against Xera's. Lillian followed his gaze and stared at Asuros for some time. "You think Asuros is capable of defeating Xera's?" she asked curiously. She had heard of Asuros before, but this realm was the first time she had seen him. It was also the first time she had seen John display such an overwhelming murderous bloodlust towards someone, and was curious for the reason. "The final battle of this trial will be between me and Asuros," John said, no doubt in his voice at all. His words indicated that even if Lillian managed to beat Xera's, he had no confidence in his master beating Asuros. Lillian frowned lightly, but did not voice her disagreement. She could tell John was serious. "What is the history between you and Asuros?" Lillian eventually asked. "Do you remember my clan's war? The war you helped end?" John asked, to which Lillian nodded. She had not expected the war to be brought up. "Well, the one who instigated it all, the one who betrayed my clan, the one who caused countless deaths is sitting right there," John said as he stared at the distant Asuros. Surprise, and then realization appeared on Lillian's face. "Asuros is Parker, so that's why the name on the ranking list felt so familiar," she said. "Yes," John replied succinctly. How is that possible?" Lillian couldn't help but ask. Parker was just a boy from a backwater clan, while Asuros was a pinnacle genius on the same level as her and Xera's. In fact, he had managed to place second place in this realm, higher than both her and Xera's. She couldn't understand how someone like that could rise so fast. "How did he get so strong?" she asked. "Because Asuro's master is none other than the Asura from your past." Chapter 848 Ra's V's. Zaskoth Lillian's gaze shifted from surprise to cold as she heard the Asura mentioned. The Asura was the root cause of all her past betrayals, and so she wanted it and everything associated with it to perish. "You better make his death a miserable one," Lillian said while staring at Asuros across the 100-mile-wide arena. Asuros noticed her gaze and smiled back smugly, knowing they were talking about him. "You don't have to tell me that," John said, repeating the words Lillian gave him when he said she better make Xera's suffer. "Good," Lillian said, and then fell silent as she and John watched the battle unfold. The battle lasted over an hour, as Zaskoth and Raz unleashed mystical battle arts and devastating attacks. Due to their Danshan being restricted to the Heaven Tribulation realm, neither was able to tap into the true potential of their world expansion cultivation. However, their terrifying comprehension levels still allowed them to unleash attacks far greater than what a Heaven Tribulation cultivator would be capable of. Their attacks are at least on the level of a middle Dao transformation cultivator, maybe even higher. Comprehensions truly are just as important as cultivation level, maybe even more, John mused internally as he watched the battle unfold. His gaze naturally shifted to Xera's, who sat far away from them dozens of miles away. Xera's hardly looked at the battle, as if it were of no interest to him, and was instead reading something contained with a jade piece he held. "I wonder how much stronger he is than the others," John mused. Xera's was no doubt the strongest cultivator here when it came to unrestricted power, and John didn't know what his limits were. Was he capable of beating Lillian, and if so, was he capable of beating Asuros? The pinnacle genius of the Astral Empire was not to be looked down upon, cultivation normalized or not. John was already preparing himself for that situation, although he hoped it was not what was to come. Boom. 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 The battle reached its climax, as both Raz and Zaskoth no longer held back. Zaskoth's body changed as he transformed into a monstrous-looking form, an innate trait of the monster race. His body grew larger, his nails grew longer, acting like sharp knives on his hand, and his power multiplied. Even John couldn't help but be impressed at the transformation, and the level of physical strength Zaskoth was displaying. On the other side, Raz utilized his superior essence chi talent to unleash a torrent of crimson blades that nearly filled the arena, making it so that there was no safe space for Zaskoth to run to. Zaskoth's claws slammed against the tempest of blades, with neither side getting a fatal blow on the other. The tempest of blades suddenly vanished, causing a moment of confusion for Zaskoth. He recovered and sped towards Roz like a blur, intending on landing the final blow. "Ha, out of chi already. Die then," Zaskoth roared as arrived before Roz to unleash the finishing blow. Roz smirked, and Zaskoth's eyes widened, and instincts flared, urging him to retreat. "Too late," Roz said as his body paled, as if all the blood had been drained from his body. An instant later, a blood-red spike, clearly made from Roz's blood, pierced out of his chest. Its speed faster than any of the sword attacks he had unleashed earlier. Zaskoth was too close, and he was unable to dodge in time. Chi. The blood-red spike pierced into Zaskoth's chest and penetrated his formidable body with ease. It pierced out his back, drilling through his entire body. "Puh!" Zaskoth spat out some blood, and then smiled sinisterly at Roz, his teeth stained red with blood. "Not bad, but this isn't nearly enough to kill me," Zaskoth sneered and placed his 2 hands on the blood spike. "And now you have no strength left after this attack," he added, as Raj had almost no blood left in his body. Zaskoth's arms flexed with might as he tried to pull out the spike of blood from his chest. His eyes widened as he realized he was unable to make it budge, and then fear crept onto his face as he realized his own strength was weakening. His eyes locked with Roz, who was sneering back at him. The color was returning to his face slowly but surely, as if blood was being restored to his body. However, the blood spike remained the same size and power, which made Zaskoth realize something. Roz was absorbing his own blood. "You fucker, you think you can steal my blood? Keep dreaming," Zaskoth roared angrily as his power flared to resist. Surprise returned to his face as he realized his struggles were in vain. No matter what he did, he could not stop the absorption process. It was as if Roz had full dominion over all blood. John stared on with surprise, as he had not expected Roz to have such a battle art. He studied Roz's aura and raised an eyebrow as he detected something. The Tao of Blood, and Roz's comprehension into Tao of Blood is no doubt in the Tao expert stage, or maybe even higher. No wonder he had control over Zaskoth's blood once he was able to land that final blow. John watched on as Zaskoth's aura slowly faded away, while Roz climbed. Zaskoth finally abandoned trying to escape, and instead unleashed his strongest ranged attack on Roz, who sneered and slashed his sword to easily parry it. "Too late," Roz smirked. "You might have been able to escape if you had attacked me right away, but your strength is gone, as is your blood." Zaskoth's eyes widened with fear, as he realized he had not only lost, but his life was now in Roz's hands. They had not agreed to a life and death battle, but that didn't mean Roz couldn't kill him. "I concede," Zaskoth exclaimed, and then gritted his teeth with frustration and shame. The pinnacle genius of the monster race had lost without winning a single fight. "Smart choice," Roz said as he unleashed his battle art. The blood spike disappeared, and Zaskoth slumped to the ground as the first battle of the final trial came to a shocking end. Chapter 849, Successive Rounds. The first battle has concluded, the artifact spirit said as it materialized in the center of the arena next to Roz. "The next battle between Roz and Cyrilia shall start in 1 hour." The artifact spirit golem then raised its hand and touched Roz's shoulder. A strong healing energy flooded out from the golem and into Roz, healing his wounds and restoring most of his chi. The other cultivators raised an eyebrow when they saw this. The golem said fighters would be fully healed after a battle, but it was still hard to believe it would be so quick. The healing formations the golem had control over must be beyond profound, and was yet another testament to the profundity and complexity of the divine realm they were in. Just how strong and knowledgeable were the Divine Source Monastery to create a place like this? Putting these thoughts aside, John stared at Roz and digested the battle he had seen. No wonder Roz and the others were so against this format. That final attack of his is quite terrifying, and would most likely work on most others in here if he managed to land the attack. But now that it's been revealed, He cannot use it as a surprise attack anymore. It seems like this format does benefit me quite a bit, John mused. John was confident he would be able to resist the ability, and he was sure Lillian could do so as well due to her control over the Tao of Death, which Roz would not want to absorb at all. But as for the others, he wasn't so sure. The hour quickly passed as Roz fully recovered his chi fully, and then the golems started the next round. Cerilia flashed into the arena, appearing before Roz. The two stared at each other, waiting for the official announcement, and then began their battle. As expected, Cerilia kept her distance from Roz, making sure she was not hit by that attack of his. Roz chased after her while unleashing his sword arts, which filled the massive arena with a tempest of crimson swords. Each sword was capable of shattering a mountain, and there were tens of thousands of them cleaving towards Cerilia at every moment. However, the sword seemed to narrowly miss her, as if Roz was unable to accurately target her. Cerilia specialized in soul arts and emanated a strong soul aura the entire battle. Based on the strength of the soul aura, John could tell there was a similar restriction to how their dantians were restricted, as the power was much less potent than expected from a world expansion soul cultivator. As the battle raged on, Ra's attacks became less accurate and sharp, eventually becoming on threat at all to her. Raz finally stopped and stood in the arena, as if in a daze. His face was blank, and Cerilia calmly walked up to Raz without fear, as if she were in full control of the battle. She tapped Raz's head, and he fell backwards onto the floor unconscious. The second battle was over, and it was hardly a battle at all. Cerilia had just fled until her soul power was able to invade Raz's soul, although that was the method in which most soul cultivators fought. It was a much less flashy battle style than Miko's, who also specialized in soul arts, but unleashed much more powerful and eye-catching one-shot soul arts, instead of slowly working his way into the opponent's soul. "The second battle has concluded," the golem said as it appeared next to Cerilia, and like before, healed her to her near-perfect state. "The next battle shall be between Cerilia and Lua, and will commence in an hour." The next battle started, and both Lua and Cerilia remained motionless, surprising all those watching. Both were emanating a strong soul aura, although the two were completely different in nature. Cerilia's soul aura was vibrant and ethereal, while Lua's was dark and mystical. The two stood in place for quite some time, staring at each other, battling not in the arena but in their minds. As the soul battle raged on, a smirk appeared on Lua's face as she stared at her opponent. "My soul arts might not be quite as strong as yours, but my soul is more than strong enough to resist your soul arts," Lua said, her tone filled with confident arrogance. "So why don't we mix it up a bit?" she added, and then dashed forward towards Cerilia, two daggers appearing in her hands. Her speed was incredibly fast, and she appeared before Cerilia in an instant. Her body vanished from sight, as if she had completely disappeared from the arena. Only the faintest shimmers of light revealed her location, but it was difficult to pin down exactly where she was. John raised an eyebrow as he watched, as Lua gave off a very familiar feeling. It was the feeling that Slaughter One had given off, a feeling of silent lethality. Lua was no doubt an assassin, one that used her strong soul arts to lull victims into a daze before swiftly and silently killing them with her equally strong assassination arts. He shivered at the thought of Lua's full power. Just how strong would a world expansion assassin be? If she had her full power, would he even be able to detect her before she landed a lethal blow on him? "I concede," Cerilia suddenly said, her voice and face calm. "What? She conceded already?" Both John and those watching from outside the realm exclaimed with great surprise. "Cerilia is a soul cultivator. She had no skill or interest in physical combat," Lillian explained. "Once Lua proved that Cerilia's soul arts were useless on her, the battle was over. Such is the life of a soul cultivator. It's all or nothing." "I suppose Miko is just a step above other soul cultivators," John mused, realizing that Miko's formidable combat prowess was not usual for a soul cultivator. "The third battle has concluded," the golem said as it appeared next to Lua, but didn't heal her as there were no wounds suffered in their battle. As for the expended soul power, that would naturally replenish before the next battle. As the golem appeared, John leaned forward slightly, unknowingly preparing himself for the next announcement. The next battle shall be between Lua and Zeras, and will commence in an hour. Both John and Lillian's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing the announcement. Zira's battle was about to start, where both John and Lillian would get a glimpse of his power. The hour quickly passed by, and the golem announced the start of the next round. Zeras calmly shifted his gaze towards the two and smirked, and then flashed into the arena like a blur. Lua's smug confidence from the previous battle was no more, and a serious look was on her face instead as she stared at her formidable foe, the #1 world expansion genius on the divine Martial continent. The golem checked that both fighters were ready, and then vanished from the arena. Begin, Chapter 850 Zeras Vs. Lua, the city outside the divine realm, held their breath with excitement and anticipation, as they were finally going to see Zeras, the most famous world expansion genius on the continent, fight. No one had seen Zeras fight, and no one knew what he specialized in. His Dao name, Starstorm, gave a hint into what he specialized in, but no one knew for certain. Many were also curious about Lua, as she was almost equally famous as Zeras. There were stories told of her feats, which were mostly assassinations of high and powerful individuals. When it came to pure lethality, almost no one in the world compared to Lua. Such a battle would no doubt be one for the ages, a battle that the spectators could boast about witnessing until their deathbed. Inside the realm, John and Lillian watched with serious expressions, especially Lillian. She didn't know much about her brother's fighting style and battle arts either, and would need to study him as much as possible before their battle to come. She knew some of what he specialized in, but much time had passed since she had last seen him, and she had also never seen Zeras fight with his full power. She was sure there would be many things she had never witnessed before. In the arena, Zeras and Lua stared at each other, neither side moving. Despite being one of the most talented geniuses in the world, as well as one of the most lethal assassins alive, Lua stared at Zeras with a wary gaze. She knew her opponent did not receive his acclaim without merit, and knew she could not afford to make a single mistake. Opposite Lua, Zeras stood patiently with a relaxed yet confident smile plastered to his face. It was as if he was not taking his opponent seriously at all. "Are you not going to make the first move?" Zeras asked calmly. He put his hands behind his back as if welcoming her to attack him. His gaze was as if he were an adult looking at a child who wanted to fight. Lua's gaze narrowed, and she frowned with displeasure as she was clearly being looked down on. Without any further hesitation, she took action. She was one of the most lethal assassins in the world despite her relatively young age, and she would remind Zeras that he was not the only genius within the divine Martial continent. Her body flashed forward, her speed even faster than what she had displayed against Cerilia. 2 daggers appeared in her hands, one pitch black and the other blood red. The black dagger emanated a dark and deathly aura, while the red dagger emanated a sinister and murderous one. Both daggers were curved and serrated, as if meant to inflict the most physical damage possible. "Those daggers are almost on the same level of quality and profundity as my scythe," John thought, surprised to see such high-quality weapons used by Lua. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. Lua was not only a terrifying genius, but also a world expansion cultivator. She would no doubt have spared no expense to obtain such powerful weapons. Both daggers emanated the aura of a world expansion grade weapon, adding to the lethality Lua was giving off. Even if it was someone like Zeras, being struck with those daggers would be dangerous, if not fatal. Zeras stood idly as he watched Lua flash towards him, her figure nearly instantly appearing before him. Her body suddenly vanished as she used her stealth art she had revealed before. Only the faintest of shimmers revealed her location, but those shimmers were all over the place and almost impossible to detect. John was sure that if Lua had her full power at her disposal, it would be impossible for him to detect her location at all. It reminded him of the dangers out there, dangers that were pointed at him from all directions. If Lua attempted to assassinate him outside this realm, He wasn't sure he would even be able to detect her before she landed a fatal blow. Zira's smile never faded as a weapon appeared in his hand, a weapon unlike anything John had ever seen before. The weapon had a bright blue shaft, ornately designed, lined with powerful formation runes, and was roughly 4 feet long. At the end of the shaft was a crystal orb 4 inches wide, which glowed brightly with a swirling mix of colors, as if chaos itself was held within. On opposite sides of the crystal orb were 2 blade-like protrusions that started from the end of the shaft, curved around the crystal orb. The blades were each 3 feet long, terrifyingly sharp, and ended with a sharp point, like 2 spears pointing forward. "What type of weapon is that?" John asked with much confusion, but received no answer as Lillian was fully focused on the battle about to unfold. "A pointless trick," Zira scoffed, and pointed his weapon outwards to his side. A beam of incredible power shot out of his weapon, its speed so fast that it was almost impossible to react to. Peng! A metallic sound rang out as the beam struck onto nothing, but then that nothing turned into Lua, who was revealed to all as she undid the stealth art and focused on defending against the attack. Her daggers were crossed in front of her, shielding her against the beam that continuously shot out at her. Deflected parts of the beam shot out all around her, slamming into distant parts of the arena and the formation guarding it. The entire arena trembled violently as the scattered remnants of Zira's attack landed on it, revealing the shocking power of his attack. The beam continued to blast against Lua for a short while Lua struggled with gritted teeth to defend against it. After the brief struggle, she regained her composure and pushed her daggers outwards, giving her body some room. She stopped guarding and flittered to the side, and the beam struck the floor of the arena many miles away, slamming against it and shaking the arena once more. Silence filled the arena for a moment, as neither Lua or the other fighters made a noise. They were too stunned to speak, as the first attack from Zira's, one that he had done with complete ease, had been completely overwhelming.